ribbon cutting ceremony, I'm going to request all of you to kindly put your hands together. A humble thanks to His Excellency Saud Salim Al Mazroe, our Director of Hamria Free Zone. And with this round of applause, we truly thank you all for being here with us for the magnificent MahaBiz 2022. On behalf of GMBF Global, may I please request you all to kindly take your seats. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Announce everybody to come inside. To come inside. People to come inside.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you all to kindly join us in the ballroom. A humble request to all of you to kindly message all your loved ones and do mention to them to kindly join us in the ballroom. Ladies and gentlemen, I know we're getting back to our school and college days, but I'm going to please request you all to kindly join us in the ballroom towards the beginning of MahaBiz 2022. Truly delighted to have your humble presence here.
Allô, allô.
Hope we had a great time. Speed networking. We're going to have it tomorrow, but right now, it's time for us to kindly join us in the room, please. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. May we please request you all to kindly take your seats. A humble request to all of you to kindly take your seats. Thank you very much. I'll give you 30 seconds to settle down.
Hi, good morning. Very good morning. Can I request everyone to please be seated? We are starting off. Namaskar. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum. I, Rahul Gokhale, welcome all of you on behalf of GMBF to the 5th edition of MahaBiz. Last 1.5 or 2 years was quite unusual time. Some people say it was challenging time, but for smart businessmen and entrepreneurs, it was blessings in disguise. The way they were doing business, what they have learned, they erased it and they adopted new way of doing business. And because of that, their businesses not only survived, but those thrived. Keeping this in mind, this MahaBiz theme is learn, unlearn, and relearn. During the day, we hope to get some valuable tips from our speakers and panelists about how to explore new opportunities and realigned way of doing business, which will give success. Today is the occasion of Shiva Jayanti, the first Maharashtrian king to establish Maharashtra's empire. And on this auspicious day, I wish all businessmen participating in MahaBiz to establish their own kingdoms. Without taking your much time, now I'll hand over proceedings to hostess of the day, Simran Ahuja. Simran is very renowned hostess of this show. She is Miss India 2013. She had hosted shows like Filmfare Award, IFA Awards, and Oscars as well. Welcome, Simran.
Humble thanks to you, Rahul sir. This is such a great honor. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Hope you've all taken your seats, and a humble request to all of you to kindly have your mobile phones in an inaudible mode. May we please take this pleasure of requesting Dr. Sunil Manjrekar sir to escort our esteemed dignitaries here on the dais. Please continue with the applauses as we humbly request Dr. Aman Puri, His Excellency Saud Al-Mazroe, and our Honorable Maharashtra Cabinet Minister, Mr. Vishwajit Kadam sir, to kindly join us here on the dais, please. Dr. Sunil Manjrekar to kindly escort our dignitaries. With folded hands, we did love to thank Your Excellency for your humble presence this beautiful morning. A humble thanks to you, dear sirs. Thank you, sirs. May I please request you all to be here? And ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to kindly rise for our national anthem, please. Our UAE national anthem followed by Indian national anthem. Just 1 second. We'll have you all in the center. Sunil sir, Your Excellency, may I please request you in the center? Thank you. UAE national anthem.
السلام الوطني للإمارات العربية المتحدة.
The national anthem of United Arab Emirates.
Indian national anthem, please. Bharat Mata ki Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, you can kindly take your seats as we request our dignitaries towards the lighting of the lamp ceremony, please. A humble thanks to Dr. Aman Puri and Your Excellency, Saud Al-Mazroi, sir. May I please request you all towards the lighting of the lamp ceremony. Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure in welcoming each and every one of you. I know it's been different times, unique times, and we've all faced challenges. On behalf of GMBF Global, I extend a warm welcome to each and every one of you. A humble request to kindly have your mobile phones on the silent mode, please. And let me remind you all, though we have a little change of wearing the mask, still we can see the energy and the excitement and the thrill towards the weekend in your eyes. So thank you for being here with us, and I request you all to kindly feel free to applause because we've not got an opportunity since the past 2 years to put our hands together and celebrate. This is the celebration of business entrepreneurs, as we are truly delighted to bring Maharashtra state as well as UAE and Africa continent together today for business to business meet. This is the 5th edition of MahaBiz, and I'm going to applause for all of you for being here with us and to continue our journey of promoting entrepreneurship. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the lighting of the lamp in the next super few minutes, but before that, it gives me great pleasure in inviting the man himself, the visionary leader who had the vision to allow everyone to excel in their endeavors, to have the vision to become global citizens of the world with their businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me, and with a loud round of applause, may we all welcome the man himself. Let's give it up for Dr. Sunil Manjrekar. May I please request you, Dr. Sunil, towards the beginning for the inaugural welcome for everyone present here. Thank you, dear sir.
Namaskar. Good morning. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah wa barakatuh. Honorable Minister Sri Nitin Gadkari, Union Minister, Road Transport, Highway, Government of India, His Excellency Thani, the Foreign Trade Minister, His Excellency Dr. Aman Puri, Consul General of India, Dr. Vishwajit Kadam, Minister of State, Agriculture Corporation of Government of Maharashtra, His Highness Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla, Umal Royal family, our title sponsor, His Excellency Saud Al Madri, Director of Hamre Free Zone Sharjah, Mr. Sajjan Jindal, Chairman of JSW Group, respected dignitaries, Mr. Mohammad Sharab, Vasu Shabji, and other dignitaries. The dignitaries from IBPC, IPF, TPA, ICAI, CEO Club, Fin Africa, Sadudama, BBNG, Saturday Club, MACCIA, GMBF Global members, and all my delegates come from 12 different countries. I, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, President of GMBF Global, welcome you all on behalf of entire GMBF Global team. We feel very proud to see overwhelming response for MahaBiz 2022, and we are very happy to inform you all more than 600 delegates are registered for this conference. It's a 15-year journey of GMBF so far, which started with the objective of transferring employee to employers, and we have created more than 100 employers in UAE who are giving job to more than 10,000 people at this moment. So it is a great achievement for GMBF. GMBF is a networking platform, and it is a non-profit and apolitical organization. We believe only on business network. We have more than 500 business and professional members who are sharing business with members on daily basis. Millions of dollars of business generated throughout our strong networking. Consistency in business networking is our key objectives, and our entire team strive for it selflessly, working for it to achieve our objectives. I salute my team who is working hard, working day and night for making this vision successful of MahaBiz. MahaBiz is a global star brand of GmbF now, and that is the reason you can see there are 12 countries people are participating in this event. We are very much sure that this 2 days event, the billions of dollars of business will be generated, and it is a contribution from GmbF to the economy of UAE, Africa, and India. Our team consistently worked hard since last 3 months to make this event successful. And today is very auspicious day of history of Maharashtra, where GmbF roots are. Today is Shiv Jayanti, our great Maratha warrior Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj birth anniversary. GmbF salute to Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj. Pandemic taught us many things in last 2 years. We at GmbF Global never stop at any moment. During pandemic, our team was on ground to support many with our GmbF Care mission. We have conducted many online business networking events and social corporate responsibility as far as pandemic is concerned. GmbF Global MahaBiz is for business, and we are very sure yesterday's CEPA agreement which taken place between India and UAE economic and commercial engagement to the next level, and CEPA is a game changer in mutual benefit for both the countries. $60 billion business going to change to $100 billion in next 5 years. So it is a great achievement, and we really appreciate for the CEPA agreement. We acknowledge presence of His Excellencies, Her Excellencies, UAE ministers for their support, and all our delegates for their support for this MahaBiz. In the end, I request an active participation of all as I declare this mega event open with commitment that GmbF will continue to be an active link in supporting the global growth of your business. Finally, I thanks to my wife, Sneha, as she gave me the freedom to work for GmbF MahaBiz and kept me free for 3 months, because day and night I was working with my team for making this event happen. So thanks to her. I also grateful to my entire GmbF Global executive team. They are selflessly working day and night to make this event happen. Special thanks to our Ashok Sawan, who put all his effort to make this event successful. Thanks all members, sponsors, well-wishers, His Excellencies, Her Excellencies, for blessing us for this event and join in a big number. Thank you very much. Jai Hind, Jai Dubai, Jai Maharashtra.
Very kind of you, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir. Thank you for the very warm welcome. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request you all to once again put your hands together for our Honorable Maharashtra Cabinet Minister, Mr. Vishwajit Kadam, sir. May I please request you to kindly join us here on the dais? Ladies and gentlemen, we are truly delighted to welcome our Honorable Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari, sir, who will like to address all of you right now, right here. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari, sir, has the longest serving Minister for Road Transport and Highways, currently running his tenure for over 7 years. He is also known for his work in the Public Works Department Minister of the state of Maharashtra, where, under his leadership, a series of roads, highways, and flyovers across the state were constructed, including the Mumbai-Pune Expressway, which is India's first 6-lane concrete, high-speed expressway. Shri Nitin Gadkari sir has increased the pace of road creation in the country from 2 kilometers per day to 16.5 kilometers per day in his first year and 21 kilometers per day in the second year, and in the end of 2018 to 30 kilometers per day. He is considered as one of the most efficient ministers in central government of India. Ladies and gentlemen, he also addressed the GMBF meeting in May 2020. And today, may we please continue the applause as he's live here with us. A humble request to our Honorable Minister for Road Transport and Highways, Government of India, Shri Nitin Gadkari sir, to address everyone here at the 5th edition of MahaBiz 2022. Thank you, dear sir, for joining us. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
His Excellency Dr. Thanuddin Ahmed Al-Jawadi, Minister of State for Foreign Trade, Sri Sajjan Jindal ji, Sri Sheikh Saud, CEO of Maria Free Zone, Sri Sunil Manvekar, President of GMF Global, estimated guests and dear friends. I am delighted to speak virtually with you on the GMBH Gulf Maharashtra Business Forum, and it is a global forum with more than 500 business owners and professionals in Middle East and Africa. This forum facilitates business and trade development for individuals and business connected to the Middle East and Africa and the Indian state of Maharashtra. MahaBiz is emerging as a great business networking platform for people connected to Maharashtra. Focus areas for MahaBiz 2022 are exports, imports, investment, joint ventures, technology transfer, and I will focus more on the exports because it is very important for India. Our dream of Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji to make India Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that is the reason that we have decided to increase more exports, decrease imports, and create employment potential and growth in the country. But we will focus more on the exports, and to be precise, our emphasis is on agri-exports. And this is the most important thing to increase the farmers' income, and it will also help India to get more foreign exchange. But at the same time, I know that, particularly in the Gulf area, this can be a win-win situation for both the partners, because India has got a huge potential for agriculture production, and there is a great need for all these products in Dubai. So I'm really happy that it is 100% a win-win situation. Maharashtra is one of the leading and progressive states in the country. I'm from Maharashtra, from Nagpur. And for export of agriculture products also Maharashtra is leading. Maharashtra ranks first in production of many fruits like grapes, pomegranates, banana, etc. and it mainly vegetables too. State holds the top position in production of cellulose pulses, dairy products and fishes. Maharashtra has got location advantage along with good infrastructure support. Maharashtra has a coastline of 120 kilometers, and it has a huge scope for marine products also, which has been good for connectivity. India's biggest seaport and most important container port international, JNPT, is one of the important ports in the country, not only in the country but in the world. An international airport, Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj International Airport, are around Mumbai. The ministry, from MahaBiz, we are making multimodal logistic parks. We are making logistic parks at Nagpur, Pune, Mumbai, and we are also in a discussion with the government of Maharashtra, State Minister, to start more multimodal logistic parks in Maharashtra. Actually, we are trying to get it railway connectivity for that, which can be easy to send the material to the ports easily. The most important thing which is very important for Maharashtra and for the country is how we can get but India it go up to 16%. For that reason, we have decided to reduce this logistic cost from 16% to 10%. For reducing the 6% logistic cost, we will be more competitive in international market. At that reason, we are making 22 green express highways in the country. That is exactly going to change the total scenario of infrastructure in the country. From Delhi to Mumbai, it will be only 12 hours. The road will be completed in the end of this year. Then Delhi to Dehradun, presently it takes 8 hours, it will be 2 hours. Delhi to Haridwar, 2 hours. Delhi to Amritsar, 4 hours. Delhi to Katra, 6 hours. And Delhi to Srinagar, 8 hours. And Delhi to Jaipur, 2 hours. We are making Chennai to Bangalore within 2 hours. We have a lot of green express highways now we are planning, and we are also planning for making of industrial corridors and connectivity to the ports. I am confident that by this 100%, we are going to reduce the logistic cost. Regarding development of ports, we have already increased the draft. In the JNPT, the draft for 14-meter draft was there. Now we have, at the time when I was shipping minister, we have go up to 16-meter. Even in Kandla port, it is 18-meter. Tuticorin, it is 18-meter. So for that reason, we can take the vessel of 2 lakh ton, and that can be a great thing where we can reduce the cost. At the same time, we are trying for making of alternative fuel. The most important thing, the fuel which we are making is ethanol, methanol, biodiesel, bio-CNG, bio-LNG, electric, and green hydrogen. Just in this week, I am going to launch green hydrogen car from Toyota, and where we are making green hydrogen in Faridabad, in Delhi, in IOC laboratory. So the next future for industry, for the transport, is the green hydrogen. We are also giving already advisory to the car manufacturers, scooters, two-wheeler manufacturers, auto rickshaw manufacturers to make flex engine. So we can easily use now 100% petrol or 100% bioethanol. For that reason, we are going to reduce the cost. 100% we are making LNG from biomass. And we have my own tractor in the country. First we have started. We are using rice straw. And with rice straw, we will get bio-LNG and bio-CNG from that. So these are technologies available. So these are the good things where we are trying our level best to reduce the logistic cost. The Maharashtra is one of the industrial developed state, and the most important thing related with Maharashtra is that is with the agriculture. Even in my area, we have got oranges, and actually we have exported oranges to Dubai, and we have got good market there. We are also now exporting the vegetables, fruits, and we have got already the plant for particularly availability for making of different type of vegetables we can send to Canada, all over the world from Nagpur. Actually, we have tremendous potential for onion, and onion where we have maximum export of onion towards Dubai from Nasik. So Ahmednagar district, this is also the important part of the Maharashtra where we can export, we are already export onion to the Dubai. The export in Maharashtra particularly is very high, and that is one of the things that 100% there is a huge potential. My suggestion to my all investors and friends from Dubai, that you can make the joint venture, we can take the new technology by which we can increase agriculture export from Maharashtra. At the same time, it will be more economically viable to get the all materials from Maharashtra to Dubai, Doha, Abu Dhabi, and also to the Gulf countries. This is very important. Presently, Maharashtra have agriculture export of 35,000 crore annually. The Gulf Cooperation Council consists of Bahrain, Kuwait, Oman, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, and the United Arab Emirates. GCC is one of the major export destinations for Maharashtra, with around rupees 5,500 crore of annual export out to GCC. So these exports is very important. The export, which includes fresh onions, 716 crores, buffalo meat, 653 crore, 653 crore, other fresh fruits, 506 crores, alcoholic beverage, 502 crores, other fresh vegetables, 449 crores, fresh grapes, 311 crores, miscellaneous 282 crores, non-basmati rice 263 crores, and processed fruit, juices and nuts 220 crores, and cereal preparations 210 crores, fresh mangoes 191 crore, pulses 175 crore, and processed vegetables 126 crore. It is from Maharashtra. I'm really happy that it's really a good thing that we have already got good relationship. Regarding dairy products, we have 122 crore turnover. Then cocoa, the products with coconut products had 112 crores. Mango pulp 86 crore. Sheep, goa meat and goat meat it's 72 crores. Other is 61 crore. Jaggery and confectionery 45 crores. Maize 31 crores. Casein milk protein 27 crore. Fruits and vegetable seeds 19 crore. Poultry products 14 crore. Cashew kernels 11 crore. And export to GCC from Maharashtra, total it comes to rupees 5,306 crore. But at the same time, there is a lot of import from the Gulf countries to Maharashtra also. Regarding aluminum waste, regarding different type of chemicals, and there are a lot of good imports also from the Dubai. And Dubai is one of the important center where we can capture the maximum markets of all the world. And that is the reason that in other field also, the Maharashtra is one of the progressive state. We have got all automobile giants present in Maharashtra. The Mercedes is a own manufacturing center in Maharashtra. Presently, our turnover of, I am also the minister in charge for transport. The turnover of our automobile industry is 7.5 crores. And this is supposed to be the highest turnover of the industry in our country, which is creating maximum jobs and giving revenue to the state and central government at GST, highest number one in the country. So now my planning is to make the automobile turnover up to 15 lakh crores. We are now already in the process of making cars from electric. We have got lithium-ion battery now. Now the technology is available. We are forwarding our technology towards green hydrogen, and that is the reason that 100% we will go up to 15 lakh crores. The all construction equipment manufacturing companies are also present, which are manufacturing their units and exporting from India. The most important thing where I will request you, particularly the people from the Gulf, the investors, that there is a huge possibility and huge potential for investment in Maharashtra. Making joint ventures, making technical joint ventures, starting the own initiative with new companies, there is a huge potential. I am keenly interested regarding the infrastructure. Every year we are making the infrastructure of 7 lakh crore. We have in my own ministry, when I was minister for waterways, shipping and ports, we have started the program of Sagarmala. We have 12 major ports, and with the development program of 16 lakh crore of Sagarmala, out of which 8 lakh crore program is already completed. Then we started Bharatmala. The Bharatmala is a road program, road infrastructure program, where we have already completed the projects more than 15,000 crore, 15 lakh crores. And our planning is the first phase is of 25 crore and second phase is of 35 crores, 35,000 crores. So 100% the Bharatmala by this program, there is a huge opportunity for investment. Already the all investor from Canadian pension fund, American pension fund, even from Australia, the Macquarie, different many companies are investing in India in a road infrastructure. So you can get good returns. I know that the returns which you are getting on dollars in the interest cost is very less. But if you can invest in Indian infrastructure, you will get good returns. So anywhere any company is interested to investment in India, we will make formulate the policy by which it can be easy for us to invest in India, in the Indian infrastructure. The 100% FDA is allowed in infrastructure, so it can be a great opportunity for all investors in Dubai. Regarding the other automobile industry, chemical industry, there is also huge potential. Even in the plastic and other products, the textile, there is a huge potential. As far as the cotton is concerned, the India is the most important state as far as the cotton is concerned. But in Maharashtra, particularly the Vidarbha area, where I am from Nagpur, we have cotton amply available. Presently, we are exporting our cotton, our thread, our cloth to Bangladesh. And we are the main exporter of all our cotton to Bangladesh.
And there is a huge potential because Bangladesh is one of the important #1 ready-made garment manufacturing country in the world now. So we are already exporting a lot of cotton and other things to Bangladesh. I feel that regarding the industrial parts, automobile parts, and different type of requirements from the Gulf countries, Maharashtra has got the huge potential. I feel that this is the time that we can make this win-win situation, collaboration and cooperation. For that reason, the most important thing is very important, that is cooperation, coordination and communication between the stakeholders. I am thanking the organizer for giving opportunity to create this facility with cooperation, coordination and communication between the stakeholder. I feel that sky is the limit. And here is this initiative from central government to boost agri-export is already, we are doing lot of initiative, making 46 unique product district class clusters have been identified for export promotion. Activated clusters by linking APOs, farmer producing organization and exporters. Because of linking the transportation, logistics and farmer producing organizations, we are now taking initiative in that. I am really happy that this is really a good venture. 100% by 100% the stakeholder from the Gulf countries and also from the African countries. And with the help of particularly the important role of your forum, 100% will be succeed to start new business and taking new ventures. I am really happy that presently the technology is very important. The innovation, entrepreneurship, science, technology, research, skill and successful practices. We name it as knowledge. And conversion of knowledge into wealth is the future. 100% lot of technology available in the world and the root is coming from Dubai. So my suggestion for all the entrepreneurs in Dubai, that with your good technology and investment, if you can come to India, there is a huge opportunity for
created the foundation for enormous employment opportunities both in India and in the UAE. In India, we're expecting over 1 million jobs to be created as an outcome of this agreement. And here in the UAE, with the increased exports and imports, it is expected that 140,000 jobs will be created. Prime Minister Modi mentioned that there are 4 pillars of this relationship: trade, investment, energy, and people-to-people contacts. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate the Indian community living here in the UAE, who have played an enormous role over the last 5 decades or so in building this relationship. And this relationship, this civilizational and cultural bond between the two countries goes back to thousands of years. We saw the two countries become comprehensive strategic partners in 2017, and today we are taking this comprehensive strategic partnership to the next level. This will also lay the foundation for several more trade agreements between India and other countries in the region. Truly, in the spirit of converting a crisis into opportunity, the two countries have shown extraordinary ability to negotiate such complicated agreements in the shortest possible period of time, signifying the deep bond of friendship and the brotherly relation between the two countries. Over the last 5 months or so, India has been making an emphatic participation at the Expo 2020 Dubai, and I would like to take this opportunity to compliment the state of Maharashtra for a very successful participation of Maharashtra here at the Expo 2020 Dubai. Congratulations to all of you. Magnetic Maharashtra shared its vision of realizing a $1 trillion economy and, of course, highlighting the opportunities of investment into Maharashtra, signing several important MOUs with key business entities here in the UAE. Prime Minister Modi also mentioned about the enormous support India gets from UAE in all strategic areas, and he highlighted how the government of Dubai, having signed an agreement with the government of Jammu and Kashmir, will be facilitating investments there as well, becoming the first country to support the socio-economic transformation of Jammu and Kashmir with investment projects. He also conveyed that India stands shoulder to shoulder with the UAE and condemns all acts of terrorism. And together, we would address this scourge of terrorism and bring peace and stability in the region. As natural partners, the two countries are also poised to foster collaboration and partnerships in the era of innovation. Together, we will co-create the next generation unicorns and in that process, address global challenges. 2021 has been a landmark year for India's innovation story. India created 44 unicorns in the last 1 year alone. And together, we'll be working closely with our UAE counterparts, bringing some of the young, talented individuals from India to Dubai and to the UAE to explore the opportunities, to use Dubai as a springboard, to use UAE as the gateway to the MENA region and beyond. So far, the India Pavilion has hosted close to 400 startups from India. And in the course of next 40-odd days, we will be bringing 400 more startups to the Expo 2020 Dubai. With these words, I'd like to thank all of you for being here. It's a real pleasure and honor for me to be sharing my thoughts on this very important day. The Consulate General of India, Dubai, has always been supporting the MahaBiz events, and we've been receiving enormous support from GMBF. And I would like to say that particularly the fact that Government of Maharashtra has a representative, Mr. Rahul Tulpule, who's been taking forward the engagement of the Government of Maharashtra at Expo 2020 Dubai and beyond. It is extremely helpful for businesses to have a continued conversation and to be able to fast-track business engagements. Thank you so much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aman Puri, sir. And we are so blessed to, of course, get to hear from you, because today, for all of us, is going to be a life-changing day. With everything that we've experienced and the fact that we met in 2020, 22 definitely is looking forward to brightness. And by your guidance, your support, we are true and, of course, excited to excel in our endeavors. A humble thanks to Dr. Aman Puri, Consul General of India. And now, I'm sorry, but sir, I'm going to request you to once again join us in the center as we request the General Secretary, GMBF Global, Mr. Vivek Kolhatkar, sir, to kindly present a token of love, a memento, to Dr. Aman Puri, Consul General of India. May we please invite Dr. Vivek, sir, here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, GMBF Global and MahaBiz have truly come together to give all of us this opportunity to excel. A humble request to our General Secretary, GMBF Global, Mr. Vivek Kolhatkar, sir, to kindly come in the center. So this is a small token of love. On behalf of GmbF Global and MahaBiz 2022, a memento for Dr. Aman Puri sir, a Consul General of India. Thank you, Vivek sir. Ladies and gentlemen, I truly want to be very honest, and I know the clarity is a little less. But let me tell you, since the world has faced a lot of challenges, I feel this challenge is very minuscule, but I sincerely apologize, and we'll do our best to increase and improve the sound quality. But at the same time, with folded hands, I'd like to genuinely apologize for the same. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all, of course, blessed to have with us Your Excellency. At the same time, today, the fact that we are all here for magnificent MahaBiz 2022 and GmbF Global, the credit goes to Hamria Free Zone. Thank you for being our title sponsor and for having the faith in MahaBiz and GmbF Global. It's time for us to kindly invite His Excellency Saud Salim Al Mazroi sir, the Director of Hamria Free Zone Authority. Ladies and gentlemen, having joined Hamria Free Zone Authority almost a decade ago, it is his inherent values of integrity, innovation, and competence, and his able leadership that have resulted in a spectacular growth of Hamria Free Zone, making it one of the largest and fastest growing industrial free zones in the MENA region. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency is well aware of the need for the corporate social responsibility and believes that efforts in improving society are critical to achieving progress. His Excellency Saud Salim Al Mazroi sir is today rated as a business leader with a promise and commitment, possessing a great potential to be a partner in the process of the economic development of the United Arab Emirates. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request each and every one of you to give Your Excellency a loud round of applause. But before we request him to speak a few words, let's take a look at the audio-visual presenting the Hamria Free Zone. May we please have the audio-visual? And only if possible, if you can dim the lights, please. Thank you.
Welcome to a world of new possibilities. The epicenter of excellence for the future-focused enterprises in Sharjah. Equipped with the cutting-edge infrastructure services and facilities for industries, including oil and gas, industrial manufacturing, marine, food, logistics, accelerator hub. Welcome to Hamria Free Zone Authority, where we believe in convenience, collaboration, connectivity, and commerce. These 4 pillars define our culture and strategy to ensure we stay ahead on your behalf. Located at the intersection of 3 continents, we are a facilitator for international trade, providing businesses a direct and easy access to global and local markets. We work hand in hand with our investors to ensure we drive value and create opportunity. Cost-efficient rates and service fee underpin our culture of acute fiscal governance and support for all our partners and investors. We are the dynamic ones, the creative thinkers, always willing to go the extra mile. Fueled by tomorrow's promise, we believe that a sustainable future is a consequence of our collective efforts to protect the planet. At Hamria Free Zone, we offer a wide range of choices for your business to flourish. World-class facilities, including bespoke offices, state-of-the-art warehouses, and prime industrial land. Strategic location to access global markets, boasting a strong land, air and sea network. With more than 6,500 investors from 163 countries, we are one of the largest and the fastest growing industrial-free zones in the Middle East, offering a wide range of benefits, including business setup in under 60 minutes, no corporate or income taxes, full foreign ownerships, online services, accessible anytime, anywhere, VIP services with an exclusive VIP lounge, dedicated call center for customer support. Be a part of our growing business community. Contact us today to discover how we can help empower your enterprise.
Empowering enterprise, Hamriya Free Zone. May we humbly request Your Excellency, please. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency.
Assalamu alaikum. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, valuable investors and partners, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for your kind introduction and for this opportunity to speak this morning at MahaBiz 2020. My name is Saud Salim Mazroui, and I am the Director of Hamriya Free Zone Authority, the largest and fastest growing free zone in the Middle East and MENA region. I want to begin and acknowledge the work that GMBF Global, under the leadership of Dr. Sunil, and their efforts to foster trade and connection between India, the Middle East, and the MENA region. So I thank you a lot for your team in organizing this beautiful function today. And I think this is something special after 2 years of being in this epidemic, and seeing everybody today smiling together here is a big privilege for us all to be together. We are pleased to be the title sponsor of MahaBiz 2020, a global business event bringing you all over 600 plus entrepreneurs from across the globe together for opportunities to network, share knowledge, and form meaningful partnerships. Ladies and gentlemen, the UAE is very keen to deepen its trade ties in fast-growing economies in Middle East, Asia, and Africa, and draw over $150 billion in foreign investment to reposition itself as a global hub for business and finance. Being the commercial and trading hub in the Middle East, UAE has maintained a strong trade momentum despite epidemic headwinds, and is keen to further strengthen its relationship with key trading partners as the global economy recovers and trade rebounds. The UAE and India have enjoyed a strong trade relationship for many years, and as these relationships continue to grow, we seek the trade markets growing and become more diverse. India is the UAE's third largest trade partner, with over $40 billion in non-oil trade before the epidemic in 2019 and 2022. The UAE is also the third largest export destination after the US, with exports valued at $29 billion. I think hearing the news yesterday that UAE and India have signed a new comprehensive trade pact targeting over $100 billion in the next 5 years is a very momentous historical day for both nations, and we are very proud of this going forward. As Africa is fast emerging as one of the most important markets for the UAE, and as the world moves closer to achieving a global economy, Africa's status as the most promising market of the new millennium can never be underestimated. The UAE has been keen to recognize the immense potential in the emerging markets of Africa and is working closely to penetrate new markets within the African continent. It is estimated that the UAE's total non-oil trade is around $25 billion. And these figures are expected to further grow in the coming years as UAE authorities make concrete efforts to further diversify the trade and business interests in African continents. In particular, the UAE is seeking to play a larger role in developing several key sectors in African countries such as infrastructure, oil and gas, mining, energy, food, transportation, logistics, ports, and IT. As part of its plan to look into further enhancing growth, the UAE is expecting over $150 billion of inward foreign investment over the next 9 years, and aims to become one of the top biggest global investment destinations by 2030. In one of the moves that seeks to boost growth, the UAE has announced a raft of economic and legal reforms, including long-term residence visas to attract investments to help the economy recover and grow, a 10-year golden visa, a 5-year multiple entry visa for the employees of the companies, has helped dramatically to change what the UAE can offer from a global perspective. The UAE has a long history of established free zones to attract foreign investment and businesses from the mid-80s until now. All the UAE free zones have flourished with foreign companies keen to take advantage of the commercial benefits that they offer and their proximity to major regional markets. Easy access to world-class logistic facilities has allowed the free zone companies to grow both regionally and internationally, further establishing the UAE as a global logistic powerhouse. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome this opportunity to introduce Hamriya Free Zone. Spread over 30 million square meters, is one of the largest and fastest growing free zones in the Middle East and the MENA region. The free zone has developed itself as a key player in the region by offering smart services, over 300 services running in our portal to make facilitation of running business easy. Cost-effective setups, packages from offices to warehouses, and land for lease on short to long-term leases. Hamriya Free Zone is keen to support Indian community in growing their business further. And today, the Free Zone has over 2,000 companies established. And we are very proud of what we have accomplished in the last
know that we have to try every bit to be the best version of ourselves. Today is that day where GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022 has given all of us that brilliant opportunity. So I want you all to have our visions intact, at the same time believe in making it possible. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please now kindly request our Honorable Minister, Government of Maharashtra, Dr. Vishwajit P. Kadam, to address all of us. Dr. Vishwajit, sir, holds engineering degree in computers, MBA Pune University, and MBA from Harvard University. Dr. Vishwajit holds a record of being the first unopposed MLA in history of Maharashtra in his first election. And in his second election, he created another record to win with the highest margin in the state of 1,64,000 votes. Today, he serves the Maharashtra government as one of the youngest minister with important portfolios of agriculture, cooperation, social justice, minorities, food and civil supplies, and Marathi Bhasha. Amchi Marathi Bhasha ho. Ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Minister Dr. Vishwajit P. Kadam is an academician and is the CEO of Bharati Vidyapeeth, which is one of the largest educational institutes in India, which runs 250 plus schools and colleges and the A plus graded university. It has campuses across India and overseas with degrees in medical, dental, law, pharmacy, management, and biotechnology, to name a few. He's the son of our Honorable Minister, Dr. Patangrao Kadamsa. Dr. Vishwajit continues to take the legacy of his father to new heights. Please join me as we now request Dr. Vishwajit P. Kadam, Honorable Minister, Government of Maharashtra, to address everyone at this gathering. And sorry, sir, this is a call for you. Whichever podium you're more impressed with, you can kindly go ahead wherever you want. Thank you, sir. Sure, sir.
A very good morning to the ladies and gentlemen and respected dignitaries sitting on the dais. We have Honorable His Excellency Dr. Tani Al-Zihudi, UAE Minister of Foreign Trade, His Excellency Sheikh Saud Al-Mazuri, Chairman of Hamriya Free Zone, the Union Minister for Road Transport, the Government of India, Honorable Shri Nitin Gadkari ji. We have Dr. Aman Puri, Honorable Consul General of India for UAE, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, President GMBF Global, my dear friend Shri Rahul Tulpule, Vice President GMBF Global, respected dignitaries on the dais, all the attendees, ladies and gentlemen. Let me first begin my few words by paying tribute to one of the greatest sons of India and the state of Maharashtra, whose birth anniversary is widely being celebrated in India as well as globally. We have Shri Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj Jayanti that is being celebrated all across India and globally. One of the greatest sons of India, our king, who in fact laid the foundation stone of India's Swaraj, India's freedom struggle during his tenure, who also laid the foundation stone on the ethics and morals of what the state of Maharashtra and India stands today. So if the organizers and the dais permit me, of course this is also a MahaBiz conference, I would like to state something here. Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj ki. Thank you. I thank GMBF wholeheartedly for inviting me for this conference and giving me one more opportunity to be a part of interacting with the Indian businessmen and Indian, especially Maharashtrian businessmen and entrepreneurs who are based in the UAE or especially the city of Dubai. This is my second occasion to be present here. Earlier, when I did come here, I came as just one of the guests representing the education sector from the state of Maharashtra in India. Today, I come here as a minister representing the government of Maharashtra, holding various portfolios of agriculture, social justice, cooperatives, and food and civil supplies. I have been hearing our Honorable Union Minister, Shri Nitin Gadkari ji, speak about our country and especially the rising bar of Indian economy and the kind of infrastructural development the government of India is carrying out today. Government of Maharashtra is no far behind, and I'm very proud to mention that government of Maharashtra is one of the topmost leading states of a country when it comes to economy, GDP, when it comes to the lifestyle for the people residing in the state of Maharashtra. Also for business opportunities, for creating job opportunities, whether it's also in the education sector, the farming sector, or industrial sector. Today, I would like to state that we are very proud that in the last 2 years, even in the times of the corona pandemic, the government of Maharashtra has taken great initiatives to in fact sustain itself and grow even a little further when it comes to industrial investments from out of state and out of country as well. We proudly mention as well as the first leading state in the country where ease of doing business is excellent in the government of Maharashtra. Our state is widely known for its tourism sector as well, but what will be widely known or unknown is for the educational opportunities that the government of Maharashtra and cities of Mumbai and Pune also host. Today, India is one of the leading states to provide educational opportunities, not only to students who come from Maharashtra or from India also, but in fact students coming from a large part of different parts of the world and mostly from the Middle East as well. So we do have students who come from Middle East, who are local Middle East residents and come to the city of Pune to study for their educational requirements. It's a great opportunity in the state of Maharashtra, and platforms like GBMF help people who do have their roots and connect with the state of Maharashtra, who are globally residents of different countries and cities like Dubai, which can keep on connecting and interacting and create business opportunities between two states and our people who are settled here. GBMF has done an excellent job of bringing all our people in the city of Dubai and UAE together. And for the last few years, it's grown from a small organization to one of the most leading organizations of Dubai and UAE, whom even the government of India and the government of Maharashtra listen to. I thank Shri Rahul Turpure and of course all the other dignitaries of GBMF who have consistently taken initiative to make this platform in one of the most leading platforms for this constant interaction between the government of Dubai, government of UAE, and also government of India and Maharashtra. Without mentioning or taking much more time, I would like to say that I thank the Honorable His Excellency for being present here today. It definitely gives a boost to the morale of all those who are working under the banner of GBMF to serve and perform even better. And these interactions have, in fact, statistically speaking, created job opportunities for the people of Maharashtra and people of India. The government of Maharashtra is one of the first governments in India to take initiative also in the vaccination and the COVID drive. I would like to proudly mention here that you may have realized that during the COVID pandemic, it was the government of Maharashtra's and Pune-based Serum Institute who took the vaccination to international levels and one of the first countries to develop a research-based pharmacy vaccination which has been made available to the entire Southeast Asia or the South African continent today. So these are the things that we are extremely proud of, and like I said, apart from India's economy or us, the country which is rising drastically in various infrastructure or developmental projects, the government of Maharashtra is not falling behind. And as like Gadkari ji mentioned, whether it's the agricultural sector, industry, tourism, or it's the retail sector, we create opportunities for a better living for our people and people who do connect with us. So I thank JBMF again for inviting us today and inviting all the people here for this excellent interaction platform where the government of Dubai and UAE also becomes a partner in making our lives here better. Once again, thank you so much for having me on this platform today. And again, today we celebrate Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj's birth anniversary, and it's a historic day for all of us here today. I once again pay my tribute to his legacy on behalf of the government of Maharashtra, and I thank GBMF and the UAE government and Dubai government on behalf of the government of Maharashtra for creating this platform and wonderful interaction. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Maharashtra.
Thank you, dear sir. I'm so sorry, but I request you to kindly be center stage here with us, as I'm going to take this wondrous opportunity of inviting Rahul Tulpale, sir, the Vice President, GMBF Global, to kindly present the token of love, the token of memento to serve, please, to our Honorable Minister, Rahul Tulpale, sir. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, feel free to applaud and put your hands together. We were at home and we had no reason to celebrate and to applaud. So please feel free to do the needful. Thank you. A humble thanks to our Honorable Minister, Shri Vishwajit Kadam, sir. Thank you very much to our esteemed dignitaries. Kindly take your seats. Thank you, Rahul, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please kindly invite Vivek Kolhatkar, sir, to kindly proceed further. Vivek, sir. A very good morning to you, Vivek, sir. Vivek, sir, I think this podium, I presume, is better, but what does the audience say? So if you want, you can please feel free to come here and join us. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Can we ask them to sit down? Okay. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to please request all of you to kindly give all our dignitaries, especially it's a Saturday morning and it's a weekend, and this is the beautiful month of February. It is on behalf of GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022. The room as well as our careers have simply brightened because of the presence of our esteemed dignitaries here on the dais. May I please request each and every one of you to give them a loud round of applause as we humbly request Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir, to escort our esteemed dignitaries on their seats, please. Thank you, sirs. Humble thanks to all of you. Vivek, sir, may I please request you to kindly take over.
Hello. We have one very, very important thing that is going to happen in next moment. We are extremely happy and we are blessed that Pujya Brahmavihari Swami, who is leading the temple, the first traditional temple in Abu Dhabi, is going to be the largest one, is going to be amongst us. So, Pujya Brahmavihari Swami grew up in UK. He was a top scholar. In fact, he was invited by Oxford University for medicine, but he preferred to leave that opportunity to come to India to become a sadhu at the hands of His Holiness Pramukh Swami Maharaj from that young age. He has been part of core creative team of BAPS, Swaminarayan Sanstha. He has been part of the team that conceptualized Akshardhams in Gandhinagar, Delhi, and one being built in New York City. Currently, he is overseeing the historic project of the first traditional temple in the Middle East being built in Abu Dhabi. Swamiji is an accomplished, thought-provoking international orator who has spoken at national and global meets, conferences, including renowned management schools, aspirations, spiritual, cultural, educational, medical, legal, governmental, scientific conferences. Swamiji was invited to address a global conference of human fraternity, Abu Dhabi, UAE, attended by more than 700 religious leaders from across the world, including His Highness Pope Francis. Swamiji was awarded an honorary PhD by Gujarat University for his contribution to social and spiritual upliftment society. Swamiji traveled across the world, studied global cultures, histories, and philosophies. So we are very happy to have blessings of Swami Param Pujya Brahma Vihari Ji. Rahul? 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 Yeah. We'll be we'll be playing a small video on the temple that is coming up, and then we will have blessings from Swamiji. Can I request for a AV to be played, please?
पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 In the divine presence of the Almighty, in the equally divine presence of my Guru Hari Pramukh Swami Maharaj, Guru Hari Mahan Swami Maharaj, in the most protective presence of the rulers of UAE, whose love and affection I have felt to the core of my heart in the most protective presence of the rulers. Many times I have been asked that is tolerance just a noun in the UAE? I stand before you as a living proof that tolerance here is not just a noun, it's a verb. We see it in action. It is not just a beautiful word. The video that you have seen is a result of a deep civilization and deep values that all of us experience. I know many of you have been staying in this beautiful land and in the hearts of the people for more than a few generations. And it is one of the reasons that you do not want to go back to your homeland because you have made this your home. And that's why a business meet of amazing proportions has been organized today. Let me first congratulate the organizers for creating this opportunity in these times of difficulty. Of course, we all know that last 2 years have been difficult. It's almost like shift delete. We had 2020 on calendar, but not in our life. We've had 2021, and yet we cannot remember it. But that does not give us a chance or a reason to feel low or sad. So today, as you have organized the business meet, most of you are here to seek opportunities. But let me also remind you, in a world of opportunities, the greater things that rely upon us are responsibilities. With great opportunity comes great responsibility. We have heard that business is built on trust. Vishwase vahano chale. Businesses are built on trust. But I still remember one small anecdote that one wise man had told me, that once there was a billionaire grandfather, and he always used to lecture his grandson that one day when you grow up to become a great businessman, a great trader, then you will realize the secrets of success. The little boy once insisted, he was just about 4 or 5 years old, and he insisted to his grandfather that, why don't you teach me the secret of success? So the grandfather said, I'll just teach you once, and you have to learn it for life. The boy agreed. So one fine night, it was pitch dark, the grandfather, with a little bit of light, asked that little boy to stand on top of a wall which was about 10 feet to 12 feet high. As the boy climbed that wall, he said, business is about climbing great heights. And as the boy stood on that wall, and the grandfather said, that can you see me? He said, yes. Do you know who I am? He said, yes, you're my grandfather. Do you think that I love you? He said, yes. Do you trust me? Yes. Then he switched off the light. Pitch dark. And then the grandfather said that jump, business is about taking risks and jumping, even in darkness. The boy whispered, he said, but granddad, I can't see you. He says, so what, you can't see me, can you hear me? He says, I can hear you. Can you hear the direction of the voice? I can. So trust me and jump. In that darkness, that boy took the leap of faith. And he didn't catch him. He dropped to the ground and the boy started crying. The grandfather said, lesson number 1, trust nobody. But I want to ask you that when trade begins with trust, and we have complicated it, super complicated it, where we gather in such conferences, but most of us are trying to measure each other with suspicion and not trust. So let this conference, Rahulji, be different. Let it be a conference of trust. That's how trade will begin. But before, I know trade begins with trust, but it is only sustained by truth. So 2 words from this conference. Of course, the title of the conference may be Learn, Unlearn, and Relearn. I want you to just learn trust, unlearn untruth, and relearn truth and trust. If these 3 things are there flowing through your mind, flowing through your veins, flowing through your heart, trade will become second nature. Let me give you a short history of trade. I am a monk. I have nothing to do with trade. That's why I have a reason that I can really take you through the short journey of trade. Initially, trade began with need and necessity. If you had something and you needed something else, and somebody needed something that you had, we bartered. It was the purest form of trust and trade. You got what you want, and they got what they want, and that's how initially it started with bartering. But when we started manufacturing, when we started creating, we needed a market which was perhaps not there. Now, most of our business is to do with luxuries and not needs. Any first invention is a necessity. The new versions are luxuries. How many times we change our mobiles? While we've not hardly used 5% of the older version, we still want the newer version. Why? Because trade is now focused on creating markets. So first, let me tell you, initially it was quantity. If you had a certain quantity and somebody else needed, you were at the top of your trade. Initially, everything is about having quantity. But then when there is so much of the same quantity, your focus shifts on what? Quality. I met a wise man in London a few years back, and he told me, Swami, in this entire world of rice, I'm still the king. I said, how can you still be the king? Where everybody produces rice. He said, well, Swami, the rice I produced is quality rice. And there is never a no need of quality. Even amongst an abundance of cars, the cars which are the hallmark of quality continue to sell at the highest prices. So first, trade was focused on what? Quantity. When we have abundance of something, it is shifting to what? Quality. But I also want to tell you that as the world shifts, there is something else that has been introduced in the world of business. I was in America, and we had gone to meet the owners of Salesforce. When we were sitting, suddenly one man entered, and after talking to us, he gave us his card. And I said, excuse me, so who are you? He says, Swamiji, I am the chief of equality. I said, what's equality to do with business? He said, don't you know? I said, I don't know. I know about quantity. I know about quality. Quantity sells, quality sells. But equality? He said, well, we have learned that people are our resources, not the product. And to make sure that people work best, there should be an environment of equality. If somebody feels that he or she has not been treated well because of inequality, that performance decreases, and when 1,000 people's performance decreases, our product decreases. When our product decreases, our profits decrease. So equality is perhaps more important than quality. Understand, when you are dealing with products and people, you have to deal with these sensitive ideals and ideas of people's hearts. So quantity, remember that word which you do. Quality, remember that as well. Equality is what really creates an environment and sustainability. But that doesn't end there. A few years back, to meet our spiritual guru, Prabhu Swami, one man who was tipped to be the president of an international multinational company that deals in billions and billions of dollars. So he came to meet us, the monks. And with him, this one American man was always with him like a shadow. And I said, even while we are talking in Gujarati, that American man is still sitting. So I asked that gentleman, I said, does he understand Gujarati? He says, no. I said, why does he keep sitting in every meeting that we do? He says, Swami, he has been employed by our company. I said, but you are the vice president. And what does he do? He said, his name is Frank. I said, okay. So I said, what does Frank do? He said, he's my stability secretary. I said, what do you mean by stability secretary? He said, Swamiji, like I take decisions which will affect millions of people, which will actually affect billions of dollars. So the company has appointed for $500,000 a stability secretary who keeps watching my moods. So if I've had a bad call from my wife, he'll say, hey, don't worry, it's okay, this happens to everybody, be calm, don't worry. So I don't make a wrong decision. This man's job is to manage my moods and keep me stable. Business has moved from quantity to quality to equality to stability. How often, if your mind is not stable, how often have we made wrong decisions which have affected the lives of thousands? Is not your mind as important as your product? Of course it is. So slowly as we've moved along, but one of the most astonishing fact I discovered in Dubai. You know that His Highness the Crown Prince of Abu Dhabi, with his greatest generosity, has gifted us free land to build the first traditional Hindu temple in this land. He has changed the history of civilization. It is not us. People congratulate me and us. No, we have been building temples for thousands of years. It is the rulers of this nation that have changed the history of civilization. With the warmth that they have invited us. But it does not just end there. If you discover and taste love in the highest authorities, but if you don't discover the same love on the streets of UAE, then there is a paradox. But I want to tell you, once we were in Dubai Customs, explaining to everybody, the leaders and the heads, of what the temple is, how it's going to bring harmony, the love it's promoting. Then soon after our meeting was finished, because a lot of our stone is coming from India, Italy, and we are carving them. So we needed help and assistance. Soon after our meeting, wait for this, one man stood up, a local Arab, and he gave me his card. I said, excuse me, so what do you do? He said, Swamiji, Your Holiness, I am the happiness officer. I said, a happiness officer? He says, yes, my role is to keep you happy and to keep the authorities happy, to make sure that you obey the rules and they don't have to ask you many times. My role is to keep everybody happy. I wanted to tell you, have we lost the idea that happiness is as important or more important than wealth? Well-being. We want to create wealth, but we should also create well-being. I want to tell you that from quantity to quality to equality to stability, at the end of the day, we should all be happy. It's no use being a billionaire grandfather who trusts nobody. He's perhaps the miserable of the lot. I would rather have trust and truth. I would rather grow beyond. So my only prayer in this conference for all of you is trust everybody in here. Once you start business, then honor that trust with trade and truth. Once you do that, you will be able to generate happiness within yourself and around yourself. Just don't be dealers of products, also be dealers of hope and happiness. Just don't accumulate wealth, also accumulate faith and love. When we do that, we become a little different. I'd like to leave you with a story which Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the finest president that India has ever had, a greatest scientist who created our first nuclear bomb and who said it should never be used. You understand, he believed in peace, but one thing he told me, that tell everybody, once you have love in your heart, once you have peace in your heart, once you have hope and happiness, then teach your children this story that I want to leave you behind with. That when you have a dream and when you believe in that dream, then focus on it. Once there was a colony of mice, rats. We all know, where do the rats live? On the ground or underground? They cannot live anywhere else. A big, huge estate developer bought that land. And all these rats, which were homeless now, they were waiting outside. They saw their own homes dug out. So as buildings started being built, the first floor, the second floor, the third, the fourth, it was a huge skyscraper. All the rats gathered together and said, hey, what's going on up there? The traditional family members told them that, look, our goal and our life is on the ground or below the ground. Don't think above the ground. Still, the little young rats, the little young mice who were hopeful and dreamt, they say, hey, but there must be something up there. We need to find out. Again, the elderly, the family members, the traditionalists, they kept saying, hey, all our generations have lived on the ground and underground. There is nothing up there. Still, a group of 10, 20 to 30 young, brave, bold, courageous mice, they decided to climb. All these heroes which were going up, the older family members came up and garlanded them. They prayed for them that, okay, you are going into some venture, you're going to explore, go ahead, our prayers are with you. But don't go too far. You know, when you are sending your children to study abroad, or when your parents sent you here, they said, yeah, go, but don't go too far. Be within our reach, be within our hearts. So all these elderly mice were advising the young brave ones who were going up. While they climbed the first or the second floor, there were shouts from below, how is it up there? And those mice who tried to answer, everything is okay, but it's still too high and we feel a little scared. Again, their fathers and mothers said, come back, that's enough, don't go, come back. Even those who were brave, who reached the fourth or the fifth floor, some had disease spells and fell down. Some got injured, some got wounded. Still, there were 5, 6 mice, they were going up and up and up. There were shouts from below, said, now it's enough, come back. Most of the mice returned back, but there was one mouse. He went up and up and up and up, reached the top. It was a huge explosion of celebration. That is one man who has conquered the skyscraper. And when he returned back, he came to a hero's welcome, achieving so much. And when everybody gathered, they found out that this was the only mouse who was deaf. because he could not hear the sound and the noises of the earth, he reached somewhere. I pray, once you are inspired, once you have that dream, once you have truth and trust, be deaf to the noises of the world. Success is awaiting you. God will guide you. Once again, I thank Rahul Tulpaleji. Can you please stand up? It is because of one man's love that I stand before you. What a great gentleman. And my prayers for all the dignitaries here today. Thank you for giving us so much love. We feel at home here. Jai Swaminarayan. Thank you very much.
Today, the orientation part, which helped me to understand the whole journey, is not less than a miracle. Something is there at a cosmic level which makes it align to happen, and it is going to be very magnanimous thing here.
इतना अच्छा लग रहा है आगे के वही लग रहा है जैसे हम मंदिर के अंदर है उतनी शांति उतना ही सद्भाव.
There's a harmony between Arab culture and India. They have carved camels in the stones, and that is something very unique.
Let the younger generation, like the teenage kids, they should know that they had laid a brick. So when they grow up, they can bring their children and show that we had laid a brick for the foundation of this market.
I'm sure for generations to come, this temple will stand out as the biggest contribution of this generation.
My son was so excited, and he said that we could bring Nana, Nani and Dada, Dadis. We also had an active role, so we can call it ours.
Once the temple gets built, I will share the temple's ideas and the innovation with my friends and tell them to come here.
Thank you very much, Jai Swaminarayan. We were all graced by His Holiness. May I please request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly take your seats as we shall continue further. A humble request to all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly take your seats. May I please kindly invite Mr. Ashok Sawant here as we request Sharaf Uddin Sharaf sir to kindly be here with us on stage. We like to present a token of love, a memento to Sharaf Uddin Sharaf. Ashok Sawant sir, our team of GMBF Global, to kindly be here with us on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to please request you all to kindly take your seats. Ashok Sawant sir, wherever you are, may I please invite you here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please kindly request Mr. Oren, our family of GMBF Global, to kindly present a token of love, a memento to Kamrul Hassan sir. Kamrul Hassan sir, may we please kindly invite you here on stage. Thank you. Thank you, Ashok Sawant sir. May we please invite Sharaf Uddin Sharaf sir to kindly join us here on stage as we like to present a memento to you. Sure, sir. Sure. May I please request Mr. Oren to kindly present the memento to Kamrul Hassan sir, please. Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir, I'm going to please request you to kindly present a token of love or memento to Dr. Vasu Shroff, sir. Your Excellency, we're going to request you to be here with us. We're going to invite you in the next 30 seconds on stage. Thank you. Our living legend, Dr. Vasu Shroff, sir. It is such a great honor for us, sir. And we are all extremely fascinated by Regal. We all love the Regal way. A humble thanks to you, Dr. Vasu Shroff. May I please request Mr. Dilawar, a family of GMBF Global, to kindly felicitate Dr. Ram Bakshani, sir. Thank you, sir, for joining us this morning. Thank you, Dr. Ram Bakshani, sir, for your humble presence. Feel free to put your hands together. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to once again request Mr. Ashok Sawant, sir, to kindly present our token of love, our memento, on behalf of Sharaf Uddin Sharaf, sir, to Your Excellency Yaqub, sir, please. A humble request to Mr. Ashok Sawant, sir. Please present it to Yaqub, sir. So you can join us here on stage as well, whatever comforts you. Thank you, sir. Thank you for accepting it, Yaqub, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. May I please request you all to kindly take your seats, as I'm going to once again request Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir, to escort Dr. Aman Puri, sir, here on stage. His Excellency Saud Al-Mazroi, sir, here on stage as well. And our Honorable Minister, Vishwajit Kadam, sir, on stage. May I please request you, sir, and our lovely team of GMBF Global to kindly escort our dignitaries. Our humble thanks to Your Excellency. Thank you, dear sir. May I please also welcome Honorable Minister once again and Dr. Aman Puri to kindly join us here. This is a very important moment for all of us, ladies and gentlemen. We are here to unveil the MahaBiz souvenir. And it gives me great pleasure to invite the committee members of GMBF and Mr. Vikas here on stage. But before we do the unveiling, please allow me to share a few words regards Vikas. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be very open and frank with all of you. Though you're wearing mask, I can still make out from your eyes whether you're smiling or no. So I think for all of us to come back, I know we've gained so much of knowledge, so much of strength, and we are all visualizing. Just to come back, may I please request everyone to put your hands together for all of us for being here with GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022. Thank you for getting back, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, one of the main purposes of MahaBiz and GMBF Global is to facilitate connectivity between the right people, which can facilitate collaboration and mutual growth. Today, we are over 600 plus delegates attending in an effort to allow each one of you to maximize the benefit. GMBF Global Souvenir, led by Mr. Vikas Bhargav, has put together a wonderful conference directory which will have listings of all visiting delegates so that even if you're not able to make it today, you always are ready. At the same time, have all the references and contact details to approach relevant people after the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Vikas has been a Commerce and Art College postgraduate, an advertising professional with 100 plus advertising and corporate films, worked on national award winning on 7 occasions, with 200 plus brands and product campaigns handled. Many international brands are launched under his name. Also, he launched 9 collector's editions, most iconic NRIs and the icons of Maharashtra. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please welcome Mr. Vikas and the entire lovely crew. The family of GMBF Global is here with us. So at the countdown of 5, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister, and Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, are we ready? Dr. Raman Puri, 5, 4, 3, 2, the grand unveiling, ladies and gentlemen, as we present the MahaBiz 2022 souvenir. Heartfelt congratulations to the entire family. of GmbF Global for putting in efforts to truly bring everyone together from different continents. And of course, at the same time, we're all here to share our bit, give the world everything that we have, and excel as entrepreneurs and as corporates. So thank you so much for this grand unveiling. This is a very, very special moment for all of us where I really need to thank everyone who's given us their support and love. At first, thank you very much to our title sponsor, Hamria Free Zone. As Hamria Free Zone and GmbF Global presents the MahaBiz 2022. Thank you very much to Link Middle East. Humble thanks to you, Link Middle East. And lovely thanks to Blue Ocean. Thank you, Blue Ocean. Thank you very much to Vedas International and Polaris, Samsotech, Crown Plastic, RK Thank you very much to Tata Ek, ISAS Beauty Salon, Naam Velour, Peshwa Restaurant, Vacation Crafters, Shin Lining, Start Power Equipment and Machinery Trading LLC. Thank you very much to Primitive Worlds Trading LLC, Parmar Computer LLC, and Mahir Trading. And now, we have with us the grand unveiling. We request our dignitaries to be here. So for the next 1 minute, we are also going to unveil something very special. That is the GmbF application. For the very first time, we're going to unveil the GmbF application. May I please once again request Dr. Sunil Manjrekar to join us here on stage. As we have the publishing of GmbF application. To do the needful, may I please introduce Janak Sarda and Abhinav from Blue Logic to kindly join us here on stage. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what is this application all about? Allow me to speak in few seconds about this. This has been developed by Mr. Janak Sarda and Abhinav of Blue Logic, along with Mr. Mahesh Shukla of GmbF. Blue Logic Digital is an artificial intelligence and digital solutions providing company which is based in Dubai. With a total team strength of 40 technology professionals in Dubai, Blue Logic Digital has worked with several brands in healthcare, hospitality, retail, pharmacy, and insurance in the region. This company has been the recipient of several prestigious awards. While Janak believes in leading by action and setting examples, he is a self-driven personality and a young leader at the 100-year-old Sarda family enterprise. He's currently managing operations at Deshdoot Group of newspapers and multiple editions all across the India, as well as Blue Logic Digital, Dubai-based artificial intelligence consultancy, leading in bots created for healthcare, travel, hospitality, and insurance sectors. He spent his entire life in the technology industry and is currently the Chief Operating Officer at Blue Logic Digital, Dubai. He and his entire team are currently focused on developing digital strategies using machine learning, artificial intelligence, and conversational AI for SMEs and large enterprise in the GCC. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join us for the grand unveiling of the application. May I please now request both of you to kindly join us here on stage, Janak Sarda and Mr. Abhinav, along with Mr. Mahesh Shukla of GmbF, to kindly join us here on stage for the grand unveiling. Thank you. Yes, sir. And we'll just press the remote and we'll have the unveiling of the application. So this is just, we are living in the world of technology. So we're just going to presume that's the remote in your hand. And we like doing that.
So we have the app on the phone.
Sure.
And we would be basically...
So would you like to tell everyone, because we have the app on the phone and we'll basically, of course, because everything is on the tip of our fingers these days, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll just press the app at the countdown of 5, sir.
Yeah,
so you want to speak on the mic and let everyone know?
So I'm pleased to announce here that Blue Logic has helped GmbF to launch themselves in a virtual space by creating a beautiful app. GmbF app developed by Blue Logic is now available on Android as well as iOS. Android, Google Play Store, and iOS iTunes. It is available. Wow. You can please go to Android or iOS Play Store and the iTunes and download. It just takes few seconds and you are up and running with the GmbF. Thank you, Simran.
Yeah, that's absolutely wonderful, dear sir. So at the countdown of 5, we'll have, yes, we're going to request Your Excellency, our Honorable Minister, to kindly unveil it on the mobile phone by giving it a press at the countdown of 5. Ladies and gentlemen, the grand launch and the unveiling of the application of GmbF. Five, 4, 3, 2. Heartfelt congratulations. Thank you very much for doing the honors. Thank you. I'm going to please request them to kindly be here with us on stage as we request Your Excellency to kindly present a memento, please, to Mr. Janak Sarda and Mr. Abhinav of Blue Logic, or on their behalf, Mr. Mahesh Shukla, sir, to kindly accept it. A memento, please. Thank you, my lovely ladies. Sorry, you'll have to run backstage. Sorry for that. And maybe please request. The memento is just on its way. Thank you. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, may we please humbly request you to kindly present the memento to the visionary leaders, Mr. Janak Sarda and Mr. Abhinav and Mr. Mahesh Shukla, to accept it on their behalf. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, please, to kindly do the honors. Thank you. And to honor Mr. Vikas for the grand unveiling of the MahaBiz souvenir, if you're here, Mr. Vikas, we look forward to felicitating you as well in a few seconds from now. Thank you very much. Mahesh sir and my lovely family of Vikas? Yes, Vikas sir. Your Excellency and Honorable Minister, we'd like to present a token of love, a memento to Vikas sir as well for the grand unveiling of the MahaBiz souvenir. Please. Thank you, sirs. May I please request my lovely family of GmbF Global to kindly join us here on stage to escort our dignitaries, please. Thank you very much, Mahesh Shukla sir, and our lovely family of GmbF. We humbly thank all our dignitaries. Thank you so much. And we are sorry, it was a little bit, Rahul sir, please, if you could escort our dignitaries to their seats, please. Humble thanks to Your Excellency. Thank you so much, dear sir. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now have very interesting panel discussion. That is innovation in traditional business. We always believe in taking the legacy forward, and times are unique and challenging at the same time. So of course, we need to be very innovative and creative and have our own ideologies in making our business a success. Our next panel discussion is going to be very interesting. But before that, we're truly awaiting the presence of His Highness. So we're going to wait till we have the presence of His Highness and then move ahead with innovation in traditional business. With the changing scenario, innovation is the key of business. And in this panel discussion, we will understand what, when, who, and how to innovate and sustain that innovation. You have your pens and the writing pads in front of you. Please feel free to pen down your questions if you need to ask the panelists any questions. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to introduce the moderator of our session in the next few minutes from now. But for now, may I please request you all to kindly rise. Ladies and gentlemen, a humble request to all of you to kindly rise as we welcome His Highness. Can we all rise, please? With folded hands, we humbly thank His Highness, Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla. Humble thanks to you for your amazing presence. We are truly honored, privileged, and overwhelmed to have the presence of His Highness, Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla sir, who's joined us here right now. May I please request you all to kindly put your hands together for His Highness and His humble presence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here for All-in-One MahaBiz 2022. As of course our keynote speakers, panel discussions, and we are here to felicitate our super achievers, for those who went beyond thinking, beyond boundaries, and have been supremely successful. It's time for us, ladies and gentlemen, to felicitate our awardees. Please join us to at first welcome His Highness, who's just joined us here. I'm going to speak a few words about His Highness, and then we shall move ahead. Ladies and gentlemen, Majestic Investments, Office of Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla, has been working in tandem with the business organizations and administrative bodies to discover venture openings that improve the business climate in Dubai. My lovely crew, a special token of love, a memento for His Highness Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla sir, please. Let's continue the applauses. We are truly honored by your humble presence, Your Highness. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the beginning of the Business Excellence Awards. And to join His Highness, Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla sir, may we please request His Excellency, Saud Al Mazroi sir, to kindly join, sir, to present the awards to our super achievers. Your Excellency, sir, is outside. If someone can invite him inside, please. Sir, I'm sorry. We humbly request you to come ahead of the table so that, because it is very precious for our achievers. Trust me, it's a dream come true. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, we are here to celebrate your success, to appreciate everything that you've achieved, and to applause for your super achievements. I know, ladies and gentlemen, it takes lots of sacrifices and challenges. And there we are as super achievers. Today here at GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022, we salute you for all your hard work. At the same time, we are all honored to be felicitated by His Highness Sheikh Majid Rashid Al Mualla sir, and His Excellency will join us pretty soon. Let's give it up for our super achiever as we present the prestigious Business Excellence Award to Mr. Abdullah Ajmal sir, who holds the distinction of being the first of the third generation to join the family business. Having served the business in various aspects, Mr. Abdullah has worked his way up and at present holds the post of Deputy Chief Operating Officer of Ajmal Perfumes. His core responsibilities include managing the company and the strategic planning for expansion of the business in terms of both retail and distribution. Born in Mumbai, Abdullah sir has moved from family business to the United Arab Emirates here in UAE in 1988. And of course, it's time for us to congratulate, maybe please welcome Abdullah Ajmal sir. May we please congratulate in the world of, may I please request Dr. Sunil Manjrekar sir to accept the award on behalf of Abdullah Ajmal sir. And allow me to continue the introduction. His mission is to introduce Ajmal perfumes to more countries in the region and worldwide and create a broader range of products for Ajmal perfumes to evolve into a lifestyle brand. Ladies and gentlemen, his vision is to take Ajmal on a global expansion path and make it a true international luxury fragrance powerhouse. For now, I'm taking a deep breath and I can already actually smell the beautiful fragrance. Let's give it up one more time as we present the prestigious Business Excellence Awards here at MahaBiz 2022 to Abdullah Ajmal sir. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the world of corporate training, let's truly congratulate Mr. Satya Menon. Mr. Satya Menon, the Chief Executive Officer of Blue Ocean Academy in the UAE. He's completed his PhD in Logistics and Supply Chain Management MBA, and as well as in Materials Management, FCIPS, Chartered Fellow of the Institute of Purchasing and Supply. He's a trailblazer in logistics and supply chain education in the Middle East with 25 plus years of experience, including consultancy and training. Ladies and gentlemen, with a strong expertise in procurement, he has assisted several organizations, including Siemens and Alphathame, to develop procurement audit plans and reduce financial risk to a great extent. Personally trained more than 30,000 plus professionals in the field of logistics, procurement, and supply chain. May we please give it up for Dr. Satya Menon, the recipient of the prestigious Business Excellence Award here at GmbF Global and MahaBiz 2022 for corporate training. Ladies and gentlemen, in the field of IT, let's put hands together for the Women Entrepreneur Award, and it goes to Miss Vandana Deshpande. Samsotech is a leading global software developer and supplier of hospitality and security solutions worldwide. It also provides business intelligence systems to travel and tourism industry. During the pandemic, Samsotech has implemented successfully easy-to-use digital system that facilitates easy registration, tracking, and managing the RT-PCR and the vaccination cycle. Ms. Vandana Deshpande, the director of Samsotech Group of Companies, is an IT professional, guide, and mentor. She believes success is a byproduct of hard work and perseverance. She enjoys building long-term relationships, be it business, family, friends, or with the colleagues at Samsotech. Congratulations, lovely lady, Ms. Vandana Deshpande, presenting the Young Entrepreneur Award, and it goes to Fit Out, Mr. Vijendra Survey. Congratulations to you. Vijendra Surveji, armed with a bachelor's degree in civil engineering and master's. Well, Vijendra ji is irrevocably hooked by this scintillating business environment after initially dabbling in the service industry, leveraging the incubation of his first construction-related venture, the Vedas International, which rose like a phoenix from the ashes, soon establishing itself as the go-to company for construction management, project management, budget, and cost monitoring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to the young entrepreneur, Mr. Vijendra Survey. Heartfelt congratulations. He has more than 15 years of international experience from all facets of the construction industry. And we take this opportunity on congratulating you, dear sir. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting the Business Excellence Awards in packaging, and it goes to Mr. Rakesh Patil. Big congratulations to you, Mr. Rakesh Patil, a man who made his mark in plastic industry, a self-made first-generation entrepreneur with a vision, hard work, dedication, perseverance, and strong belief in himself, and his dreams have expanded his wings in the Middle East, Africa, and India. He's the owner and founder of Crown Plastic Industries. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time for Mr. Rakesh Patil, the recipient of the Business Excellence Award in packaging. May we please give it up into the sector of supply chain services as we present the Business Excellence Award to Vinaya Pawar. Lovely congratulations to the lovely lady here. Mrs. Vinaya Pawar, advocate LLB from ILS Law College and LLM from the prestigious University of Pune, is the founder and CEO of Westcroft Commodities UAE. Mrs. Vinaya has been into business from the last 20 years and having a presence in UAE from the last 12 years, single-handedly, she's grown the organization into commodities and foodstuff. May we please give it up for the very magnificent lady, Vinaya Pawar, as we present the Supply Chain Services Business Excellence Award here on behalf of GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022 to Mrs. Vinaya. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me as we congratulate into the world of infrastructure our awardee, Harshvardhan Apte. Amazing congratulations to you, Harshvardhan Apte. Apt Global is a diversified business group offering a range of products and services which is built on 20 years of trust, reliability, and transparency, founded by Group CEO Harshvardhan Apte. Well, he's qualified mechanical engineer with over 20 years of business experience running multiple companies engaged in wine distribution, hygiene, cleaning products, real estate, innovative construction, green building products, and packaging. Ladies and gentlemen, here at the GMBF Global, a humble request to Your Excellency to kindly join His Highness to present the awards. Our awardees, kindly make sure you stand and you're gonna get this absolutely amazing moment to be with Your Excellency and Your Highness here and Dr. Sunil Manjrekar as you accept the award. Once again, let's continue the applause and congratulations to Harshvardhan Apte, sir. Presenting the Beauty Training Award, and it goes to Santosh Sapke from ISAS Beauty School. Well, he's taught internationally certified beauty courses like professional makeup, hairdressing, beauty therapy, spa therapy, nail art, and spa management. He's also into IT business, and ISAS systems help companies get complete insight and control of their businesses by implementing our industry best practice. Well, today here, we present the Business Excellence Award in Beauty Training to Santosh Sapke, sir. Congratulations to you, dear sir. Presenting the Young Entrepreneur Award, and it goes to Mr. Jain Parab. And this goes in Chartered Valuation category. He's the Managing Director of Najmat Al Murjan Real Estate Valuation Services, which is a top-rated company in UAE, incorporated in Jan 2018 in Dubai by highly qualified industry expert directors. Our clients are highly satisfied with the fast and reliable services is what Jain Parab says and always believes in being his best. He's receiving the award as the Best Valuation Company 2020 by Land Department, Government of India. Let's give it up for Jain Parab. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in congratulating in the field of hospitality and food production, Mr. Rajesh Baheti. Heartfelt congratulations to Mr. Rajesh Baheti. He's a quiet achiever with multifaceted personality. Holding diploma in cinematography, he's a professional scuba diver and a motocross racer. His businesses are operated in Pune, Mumbai, Dubai, and Ghana, in hotels, chocolate production, mining, construction, wind energy, and dental equipment. Let's give it up for the social leader who ran a kitchen with his entire family for almost 66 non-stop days during the lockdown in India, and of course known for his personal work as well as philanthropic work. May we please congratulate Mr. Rajesh Baheti. Thank you. We like the music. We appreciate it. Ladies and gentlemen, Innovation and Technology Business Excellence Award, and the winner is Tate Drisi Eshethi, the CEO and founder of Tata Tech Solutions, in business for about 12 years. He's Bachelor's of Engineering from Ethiopia. Tata Tech provides all IT solutions. Please join me in congratulating Tate Drisi Eshethi. Heartfelt congratulations to you, dear sir. As we present the prestigious GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022 award to, let's put hands together one more time for Tate Drisi Eshethi. Congratulations to you, dear sir. that ma'am is here with us, so we like to present the award to ma'am. Feel free, ladies and gentlemen. One day we will also reach there. So today is the day when we're going to have lots of panel discussions and a lot of ideas will be shared with all of you. At the same time, tomorrow in the morning, please join us at 8:30 a.m. I'm going to give you the description right after this. And for now, let's continue the applauses in the world of innovation and technology. We have with us our recipient, the CEO and founder of Tata Tech Solutions. Let's give it up for Tate Dressy Sethi. Congratulations, Julia sir. Ladies and gentlemen, our next award is extremely special. She's known as Nepal Ki Beti, presenting the Women Entrepreneur Award, and it goes to Sarita Adhikari. In Sarita's word, as a child growing up in a remote village in Nepal, she saw a lot of women in the hills of the Himalayas bringing racks of shawls at the same time each year to the doorstep of her village. And let me tell you a little bit more about the CEO of Expashima. Ladies and gentlemen, she's the one who gives all these ladies who stay on the hills of Himalayas this opportunity to make pashmina and export it across the world. They are sold in $20,000. Well, I really want to congratulate her because all the money that she collects, it goes back to those lovely ladies who truly have their living by making pashminas. Congratulations to Nepal Ki Beti, Sarita Adhikari. Ladies and gentlemen, please, we shall continue with the last few awards, and this one calls for the Social Warrior Recognition Award, which goes to Dr. Avinash Pulate. Heartfelt congratulations to Dr. Avinash Pulate, who's the Medical Director of Kumbhe Hospital, Dubai, which is an exclusive COVID-19 treating hospital under the government of Dubai. Well, let me tell you, so far, under his leadership, his team has treated a large number of COVID-19 positive patients who had moderate to severe symptoms. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give it up for Dr. Avinash Pulate, who's been a true warrior. And of course, as we always say, doctors are a miracle of God. And thank you for making our lives very comfortable. Congratulations to Dr. Avinash Pulate, presenting the Social Warrior Recognition Award and the Philanthropic Award to Dr. Abhijit and Manisha Sonavare. Congratulations to Dr. Abhijit and Manisha Sonavare. This is a very special medical couple who has dedicated their life and called Doctors for Beggars. Dr. Abhijit and Dr. Manisha Sonavne are working tirelessly to eradicate the practice of begging. They not only treat the less fortunates, and of course, they treat them with all humbleness and all their heart and soul. Wherever on the roadside, they encourage beggars to earn their living through small jobs like polishing shoes, selling tea or flowers, and they've been funding whatever materials they need. They've helped so many people to become self-reliant and sustain their families. They are known as Doctors for Beggars. May we please give it up one more time for Dr. Abhijit and Manisha Sonavne. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up to Mr. Anil Kale, our super achiever, as we present the Social Warrior Recognition Award to Mr. Anil Kale. He's a man from a small town in Maharashtra and the one with a very big heart and always been in front line to help those affected by disasters. Thank you, Anil Kale, sir, for doing all the fabulous work that you've been doing. At the same time, every awardee here has been an inspiration for all of us sitting out there and the world at large, because we're all this global platform where the world is watching us today here at GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Mr. Anil Kale. And now, may we please invite Mr. Dilawar Dalwai, Mr. Ashok Sawant, Mr. Sirish Adake, and Mr. Prasad Datar of GMBF team, who really coordinated all the GMBF work with a lot of care. And may I please invite Rahul sir. Thank you, Rahul sir. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, continue the applauses as we request the GMBF care work, which has been taken care by Mr. Dilawar Dalwai, Ashok Sawant, Sirish Adake, Prasad Datar. Thank you, ladies. I can see a lot of energy in your hands. I love that. And Mr. Rahul here with us. Congratulations to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, GMBF Global has done their best during these 2 years of pandemic, of course, to help the masses in every single endeavor. And we are truly thankful, and we express our deepest gratitude to the entire family of GMBF for, of course, being examples for all of us, at the same time, inspiring figures and our idols. Thank you, GMBF and MahaBiz 2022, for this very, very special moment for all of us. And now, I'm going to invite all our super achievers, our awardees, for our group photo op. So may I please invite all the awardees with your award to kindly join us here on stage with His Highness, His Excellency, and the President of GMBF, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar sir, for a group photo op. Our awardees, wherever you are, please join us, everyone, quickly. We'll have 1 minute for all our awardees to kindly join us here on stage. Thank you. Whoever is present, everyone, please join us here on stage. Thank you. May I please request you to go a little faster? Thank you. Please, all our awardees, please. All right, I thought you'll have your awards with you, but that's fine. So whoever has awards, please feel free to have them with you. Thank you. Ma'am, you can come here. Sir, you can come this side. Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, maybe please give it up for our super achievers, the recipients of the prestigious Business Excellence Awards 2022. You're at the utmost prestigious GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022 Awards for Excellence, Business Excellence Awards. Congratulations to all of you. As we all know, receiving awards is a bigger responsibility to still excel further. So we congratulate all of you. But somehow our awardees are not smiling. Sirs, the awards are all yours. Maybe please have the bright smiles on your faces one more time, a different pose for Instagram. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. Congratulations to all our awardees. Thank you to our awardees. Thank you to all our awardees. Thank you. You may. Yes, sir. Sir, please, 1 second. Sir is coming. Yes, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, do you want anyone else to join us? Please, we can do that. Sir, please join us. Sir, you can come this side. Please feel free to come this side. I think there's someone hiding behind the podium. I don't want you to do that. This is very precious pic for all of you. Please come this side if you don't have place that side, if you're hiding behind the podium. Please feel free. Come quickly. It's just going to take you 2 seconds. And I always like to give in my best because I like to have absolutely different postures, you know, from my Instagram, Facebook, Twitter, and all the social media handles. So thank you. I can see the brighter smiles on your faces. With folded hands, we're truly thankful to His Highness and His Excellency for doing the honors, along with President Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir. May I please request our dignitaries to be here. And thank you to our awardees, and congratulations, the celebration continues. Our dignitaries to be kindly here with us. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please now invite Mr. Sachin and Shreya Joshi to kindly join us here. And we request, thank you, Your Highness. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, music on, so I was thinking, okay, which audio visual is playing? But I was surprised. Let's take a look at this. This is a surprise for all of us. Presenting in Dubai, Peshwa Restaurant. Let's take a look at this.
भर परदेशात हे एकमेव मराठमोळ रेस्टॉरंट थाटात उभं असलेलं तर दिसतंच. शिवाय आतमध्ये प्रवेश केल्यावर त्यातल्या छोट्या पण लक्षवेधी गोष्टी, मग ती महाराष्ट्रातील संस्कृती जपणारी पेंटिंग्ज असोत, वेगवेगळ्या पगड्या असो, बिल काउंटरपाशी ठेवलेला दगडी खलबत्ता असो, डायनिंग टेबलवर मध्यवर्ती लावलेल्या पैठणीच्या जरीपट्ट्या असो, किंवा कानाला सुखावणारं फक्त मराठी संगीत असो. मला माझ्या महाराष्ट्राची, माझ्या घराची आठवण करून दिल्याशिवाय राहत नाही. दुबईमध्ये फिरायला या किंवा कामानिमित्त या, मित्रमंडळींसोबत या किंवा फॅमिली सोबत या, घरी नसताना सुद्धा घराची आठवण करून देणारं एकमेव ठिकाण पेशवा.
Peshwa, Maharashtrian cuisine for the world. I mean, very happy and fortunate to have a great dining experience at Peshwa. And if you haven't visited Peshwa, then definitely it's a must visit here in Dubai. We are here to have the grand unveiling. And what is the unveiling all about? I'll let you know in the next few seconds. But before that, please put your hands together as we invite Mr. Sachin and Shreya Joshi, who are like a family of GMBF Global. And of course, at the same time, they've done abundance of work during the last 2 years of pandemic. Let's welcome Sachin and Shreya Joshi here on the dais. Sir and ma'am, can we have you ahead of the table so that we have good photo ops? And Rahul Gokhale, sir, ahead of the table. सर टेबल के आगे आ जाएंगे तो अच्छे फोटोज आएंगे. So we are unveiling, as they always say, हिंदी में एक कहावत है, कौन से घर का आटा खाते हो कोई भी सुपर अचीवर होता है. We are here to, of course, launch the Atta by Peshwa. So thank you so much. So Sachin sir will speak a few words about Peshwa Atta and we have the grand unveiling. और वो हम आज of course launch कर रहे हैं. And now of course you can gain your health. We all know the importance of health. Health is of course the true wealth. And by having the natural bread, that's the atta that we are unveiling, Peshwa is here to make everyone healthy at the same time feel supremely good and tasty. Sir, I enjoyed the amazing food I had. So I had the son curry yesterday. And I also had mutter, which was made in the coconut gravy, and it has some Maharashtrian terms. So thank you. And we just love eating at your restaurant. We are big fans of Peshwa. And thank you on behalf of GMBF Global for being a part of our beautiful family of GMBF Global. Ladies and gentlemen, and now it's time for us to have your pencils, which are on the table in hand, and your writing pads. Because feel free to ask any questions from our moderator as well as our panelists. It gives me great pleasure, as I've already introduced Mr. Chirantan Joshi, who's the co-founder of the well-known brands such as E-Movers, Mobilia Furniture, The Leather Doctor, the Mom Movers, Homework Cleaning Services and Corporate Connections. And his burning desire is to have 1,000 plus families to make their living through the resources that he has created. He's at 700 families, so 30% away from his target as of now. He's a believer of constantly creating value by innovating the businesses he runs. Ladies and gentlemen, the panel discussion. With a changing scenario, let's know what is the key to the success of business. Let's give it up one more time for Chirantan Joshi as he shall invite our panelists here on the dais. Thank you, Chirantan.
Hello, hello. Oh, good morning, good afternoon. Sorry for being a little late. Conferences usually It's difficult to manage time because there are multiple people involved. So we're going to make it a great value session now. The panel discussion that we are getting into is innovation in traditional businesses. When we were discussing at the group level who wants to moderate this particular panel discussion, I raised my hand immediately because I am myself running few businesses and I always struggle with this constant question of how should I innovate, how do I manage innovation, what do I do next, where is the industry going, what's the solution, so many questions, and I love brainstorming about these questions. So my selfish objective of moderating this session today is the dignitaries that we have today. It's my pleasure to introduce them and bring them on stage. They are going to give their valuable inputs for all of us. And I'm sure in the next 45 minutes, we are going to walk away with some nuggets, some measurable, implementable things that you can immediately take back to your life and in business and start implementing from today. So on that promise, it's my pleasure to welcome our first panelist. He's a founder and CEO of award-winning logistic company called Premier Logistics. He's a good friend. He's been in UAE for over 30 years. And he's an avid believer of innovation and digital disruption. He launched Premier Logistics in 2016. And in 2 to 3 years, the organization became an award-winning organization. His focus is to create asset-light model in logistics industry. Logistics is a very, very traditional industry. And scale up the business and to expand to multiple countries by creating intrapreneurs. We are going to know more about what he means by that. Let's give it up for Deepak Kushlani. Our next panelist is the director of Samsotech Group of Companies, who believes success is a byproduct of hard work and perseverance. Currently, Samsotech, under her leadership, serves clients in 135 countries and have offices in Dubai, Singapore, Madrid, Cupertino. They are developers of hospitality and security solutions and business intelligence systems to travel and tourism sector. Give it up for Vandana Deshpande. Our third panelist, he is the COO at Blue Logic Digital, where they currently focus on developing digital strategies using machine learning and artificial intelligence for SMEs and large enterprises in GCC. They have successfully delivered and managed technology solutions in Singapore, USA, Australia, South Africa, and Middle East. Let's give it up for Abhinav Kotelgi. Welcome, Abhinav. Please. Last but not the least, our fourth panelist. He is the youngest of all. He has joined Al Adil Group as a cashier at the age of just 12. He is the elder son of the Masala King, Mr. Dhananjay and Vandana Datar. He went up the ladders through the business by learning the ins and outs while he was doing the cashier's job, and under his father's guidance, who we all know as Masala King in UAE and in GCC, he is currently working as a director of legal and HR at Al Adil Group. So please give it up for Rishikesh Datar. Thank you guys. First of all, thank you for accepting the invitation to be on this panel. So let's make it interesting and deliver some great value for our participants here today. I'm fine. Okay. So the topic is very interesting, and I'm sure a lot of you have multiple questions in your mind. In the next 45 minutes, I'm going to try and address many of those. As the topic goes, it says innovation in traditional businesses. So let's first understand what innovation means. So shall we start with ladies first? Vandana ji, how do you define innovation? What's innovation really? Because it's been so loosely used word. How do you define innovation?
Thank you so much.
I Need to switch on your mics, guys. Yeah.
Oh, it's on. Hello, hello. Thank you, Mr. Chirantanji, for this question. I would really love to answer it. What is innovation? To me, innovation is solving a problem which no one else has solved. So let me take you back to 2007, when we founded our company, myself and Mr. Deshpande. It was just before that we came across an opportunity, and one of the hotel requested us to find a solution where they had to send all the details, guest details, plus identification details to the police website. We went to different hotels, and one of them was Madina Jumeirah. It was a cluster of 3 hotels, and there it was very difficult for them because every day there were 800 to 1,000 check-ins, and manually they had to send all these details to the CID website. And it was cumbersome, it was chaotic, and they were literally struggling. That was when we decided, let us dive into this. And we came up with a solution which was a hardware and a software put together. We installed our first system in one small hotel after around 4 months. Today, I'm really proud to tell you that we have over 800 hotels in UAE using our system, and 1.2 million of passport or identification documents are scanned, read, and processed through our solution. So the problem is there, and we should solve it. That is what is innovation.
Thank you, Vandana ji, for sharing your thoughts on this. I'm going to go to Deepak. Deepak, how do you want to define innovation for a layman? Let's set the stage for innovation.
I think that's a very, very deep question, though. But to be honest, I think, when people think of innovation, they think of digital technology or the latest technology that's coming in. This is innovation. I think what innovation really is how do you create value, or how do you drive the revenue of an organization and its stakeholders? That's what I personally feel, that, it's all about driving value within an organization. And it's a very integral part of entrepreneurship. In essence, entrepreneurship cannot be done without innovation. And you're innovating in every single way. Be it the smallest thing from increasing employee productivity to going and decreasing your cost. I think it cushions you against a lot of volatility, a lot of risk for the future. So I think that's what innovation really is about, creating value for your stakeholders.
Thank you, Deepak. Over to you, Rishi. What's innovation for you?
I hope I'm audible everywhere. Nice, great. So, no, I would rather be, I'm very nervous, about the whole COVID thing. So my mask,
Okay.
I'd like to keep it on. Anyways,
So,
innovation.
I hope the guys are able to hear him clearly at the back. Perfect.
Innovation is, it's introducing new ideas and methods into something that is already existing. For example, Uber does not own a single vehicle, but through their application and online introducing technology, they have successfully taken the #1 position in logistics and transportation of people and goods.
Okay, thank you. Abhinav, I'm going to come to you with, let's look at the other side of the businesses. And we said innovation in traditional businesses. Some light on what traditional business are, how do you define traditional businesses, and why we chose this topic is because it's always considered that traditional business are mature ones, difficult to change. So do you want to speak a little bit more before we dive into the next?
So we work with a lot of traditional businesses. They've been in different sectors: hospitality, insurance, retail. And these companies have have built a legacy for themselves. They've been in the market for close to 30, 40 years, and their customers actually accept in the way they have been offering their services. What we are seeing is a massive shift. When we talk about innovation, the way we look at innovation while we speak with our customers or with the clients that we work with, anything which simplifies a process, which allows you to give maximum productivity in the same amount of time, is innovation.
Wow.
Anything which goes into say that, okay, traditionally we were doing brick and mortar, and now COVID moved to e-commerce. It's an adaptation to how people look of simplifying the process of delivering the same output. You don't have to walk into a store, use a WhatsApp, and you have a grocery delivered in your house. You know, it takes you minutes. So that's a complete different outlook that everyone, I think in the pandemic and in the recent past, we've all accepted it. So traditional businesses are challenging the new norms, or they're saying that let's innovate, let's do new things to bring more customers, add value to what we are doing, and yet, bottom line, be profitable.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. So the next question I have for you guys is why innovation matters, and how do we get that innovation mindset in the organization? Abhinav, let's start with you. Why does innovation matter, and how do we get that mindset?
I think one of the key reasons why every organization needs to innovate is competition, right? So, though we are sitting here in UAE, practically we are competing with brands in India, we're competing with brands in the US, and now it's not a geography-specific market as such. Everyone speaks about globalization. So, I think it's very, very important that everyone looks at bringing that innovation to their offerings so that they can compete with brands globally. Bringing innovation mindset is always a challenge, right? Because you're going through a set process, you have those fixed things to deliver every month, and you don't want to change. But I think with more brainstorming on ideas, with challenging the normal ways of working, I feel a lot of companies are innovating, and we have lots of examples which I can share in some time about how innovation has helped brand engagement, how innovations has helped increase profits and add value. You know?
Thank you, Abhinav. So I'll jump to Deepak now. Deepak, same question. Why innovation matters, and how do we get that innovation mindset? Because you run multiple businesses, you are yourself an angel investor, you work with startups. So from that angle, why does innovation matter, and how do we get that mindset?
I think innovation really matters to keep ahead of potential disruption in the market. Everyone's hearing about disruption, everyone's hearing about things going haywire all over, which you don't know would have happened before earlier. So I think it's to just keep abreast of the changing consumer needs and to keep ahead of the potential disruption. What it does in turn is, I think it increases organizational efficiency on a much larger scale, where, like I said earlier, it cushions you against the future risks by lowering your cost, by increasing your employee productivity. The second thing I would say is it also attracts a lot of talent and retains them. That's what I feel, that's what I've seen in my business, is because a lot of these new Gen Zs and millennials, they want to be part of a very fast-growing company. They want to be a part of the company that keeps changing, keeps evolving, and they have a purpose-driven mission, That's what I feel the talent is coming from today. They're looking at innovative organizations to be a part of. And of course, I think everybody knows innovation is also all about brand perception. You can take your brand to the next level just by innovating every single time. So like our colleague said here, that it's all about showcasing what the competition is doing and doing it better than them. I think the brand perception would help you take it further. So I think that's why it matters. That's my 2 cents, I think.
Okay, thank you. Vandana ji, from your experience, who is really responsible for innovations within the organization?
Sorry?
Who is really responsible for the innovations in the organization?
In our...
No, general, from your experience of running businesses, working with your clients, it's a generic question, who is responsible for innovations within the organization?
See, we are into selling products. So I feel the customer to whom you're selling the products, we get lot of input from the customers. Like how do we, for example, you can't sell same product to the same customer. So when you are in the field, from market analysis, from what they, it's because you have to be emphatic, you have to understand what is their need. And then see, innovation, many a times, I mean, I feel many a times, and my experience also, we have had products, but they did not fly. It happens. I mean, there is no 100% guarantee for success. So it is important that you understand what your customer needs, and then like I will tell you what we exactly do in our company is we have an innovation team, we have an incubation team, and then we have an implementation team. So innovation team brainstorms the ideas. Then there is an incubation team, it makes prototypes, and then, but that's not enough because we have to go and sell the products. And only when money hits our wallet, that's when it is successful. So implementation team, when you implement it successfully, that is when the cycle is complete. So again, I feel your question, like the customer whom we are selling the products, he is the one who keeps giving us ideas, and we call the customer as our guru. He teaches us.
Fantastic.
He is the one who gives us ideas, and yes.
Oh, fantastic. I think, would you all agree that in the first 10 minutes of the session itself, I'm sure your pens and diaries are out and you started making some notes. There are some valuable inputs happening here. I'm sure every one of us can take few nuggets. So, Rushi, in your organization, this question is for you and your organization. Who is responsible for innovation?
I got to say I'm on board with Miss Vandana over here, Mrs. Vandana. Lovely name, by the way. My mother's name is Vandana too. Okay. So I'm on board with her because the customer is the one who does introduce the innovation. For us, Aladal Trading Co.'s philosophy is that the customer is our God. So in general, whatever the customer says, you listen. And it comes through reviews, feedbacks, multiple ways they actually want to contribute. And once their contributions are heard, that is when they truly grow their loyalty towards your brand and towards your product. And I think their majority of our innovation comes from the customers itself.
Thank you. So we all agree that customer is the initiator of the innovation, right? But what happens next when you get that feedback, when the customer wants certain things, the customer wants a certain value to be created? Abhinav, you want to throw some light on that? So yes, customer is the initiator of the innovation that you as a supplier want to drive, but what happens after within the organization when you hear that feedback? How do you handle that?
So feedback, I think, like everyone is agreeing, feedback is the most important thing because you build everything on the feedback. I might build the best of the product, which might not be the fit to the market, you know, and when you actually get consumer behaviors or consumer stats on how they're using the product or how they're perceiving it, that's where you actually run your iteration to say that, okay, we need to modify these processes. But having an MVP go to the market with the shortest possible time is the key to actually building a successful product. Just to give an example related to this, we're working with one of the leading insurance companies in the region, and they launched a pet insurance product recently. And the idea was that we don't want to sell a pet insurance in the way we sell life or health. Because life health is a very commoditized business, and all you have to look at is the premium and the coverage. But pet is something which is very emotional to you. So if there are pet owners in the audience, they would correlate that. As pet owners, we can speak about the most stupidest thing our pet do for probably hours together, and we still enjoy it. We laugh about it. So it's a very emotional connect when we're trying to, sell a pet insurance. So while working with this company, what we were told is we want to build a portal where the engagement with the brand is much more higher, or it needs more higher engagement. Now, with the technology boom that is happening, we are fortunate that we are in the era where AI and machine learning is really picking up really well. So we came up with this solution of upload the picture of your pet. We will recognize the breed and the type of the pet it is, and we will calculate the premium just based on one image upload. So it simplified the process. It was a new way which no brand in the region was doing. And customers actually gave a feedback saying, oh, this is new, this is innovative, we loved the way it is. Success and failures are always going to be there when you implement something new. But trying that and taking the step ahead needs courage, and I think that is something which a lot of brands in the region are doing. So feedback-driven, consumer-driven engagement, behavioral analysis, I think these are a lot of important factors to really make innovation move forward and adopt it by the customers.
Right.
If I've answered that.
Yeah. So my personal experience also has been, as in customer always initiates it, but within the organization you say Jaisa Raja Vaisi Praja, right? So it has to be driven from the top. If the top has no buy-in to it, then there are bottlenecks to creating innovation,
Absolutely.
right? Would you all agree to that? It ultimately, the top needs to drive. So if you are sitting on the managerial chair, it's our responsibility to keep that open mind, listen to the feedback, encourage the youngsters who want to innovate, and allow them to innovate and entertain such conversations in the meeting and not put them under the carpet. Yeah. So coming back to Deepak, can you share one or two real-life examples in your industry, okay, where you've innovated and the team and the customer has appreciated it, and you've created tremendous value for your internal and external customers?
Sure. Well, I come from the logistics background. It's an age-old industry. It's probably one of the oldest industries in the world. When I entered logistics, I actually entered for the reason of innovating and changing a few things, because everyone was running a very traditional business here. When you do a particular shipment, on average, there are 23 documents that go behind one shipment, just on average, which has to be then the original bill of lading has to come to Dubai, and then, things are changing, things are moving. So we've been doing a lot to actually innovate the entire process of streamlining the actual process of shipping and then storing it within the warehouse. One of the things we've done within our warehouse is provide our clients with real-time view of their inventory. So the clients actually know how much inventory is within our warehouses, and they can, just by a click of the button, they can request an inbound or an outbound shipment. They don't even need to pick up the phone and call anybody and request that my shipment is coming in or my shipment needs to go out. It's just a click of a button, inbound, outbound, and that's when it sends a message to the entire operations team to keep the goods ready for the containers arriving. That's one example. The other example that I'm actually looking to implement, and I've not been able to do it yet, call it, I think I would say, more of an acceptability and courage for me also, is something that I saw in Singapore, in one of the largest logistic companies there. While I was standing and just looking at the entire logistics facility, we were at a mezzanine floor. And we're just looking at the entire logistic facility and the operations, and all of a sudden I see drones flying by. And it just amazed me, looking into innovation, looking into technology. I love all of this stuff, it's very futuristic. You see drones flying in the warehouse. I actually happened to ask the chairman, what are these drones for? He's like, they're for inventory management. We don't need to send our staff to actually sit and manually scan each and every item and put it on the warehouse management software. The drones automatically do it. They will scan at a scheduled time every single day. So that's the kind of innovation that is coming into this industry, specifically in my industry, if I was to talk about. I think times are changing, so it's better to be ahead and start implementing it as soon as possible. I agree that customer feedback is very important for innovation, but they're just sowing the seed. The management has to be very open to change. The management has to cultivate a culture of innovation within the entire organization. That's what I feel personally.
Thank you, Deepak. Vandana ji, do you want to share an example for our audience of real-time innovation that you've done for your client that has worked in the next 30 seconds?
Sorry, repeat the question.
are you able to share a real-time example of an innovation that you have done for your client that has created value?
Sure. Let me tell you, we are in hospitality business right from 2007 till 2019. Now, we have customers based in 135 countries. So we have all products for hotels. Then we have business intelligence solutions for the tourism industry. Now, 2019 came, and we all know there was a pandemic. Everybody even knows that tourism and hospitality was affected the most.
Yeah.
But during crisis, what happens is, number one is government spending increases. This is worldwide. And we concentrated on our business intelligence systems, which we supply to tourism industry. That is governments. It's a very complex system, but we focused on that. So that is one, and which gave us good returns. That number one. Number two, we entered healthcare. Because what we did, as he said, customer, though he decides, management is the one who has to look into all ready for change. So we both, as founders, we decided where there is opportunity, let us go there. And then we decided to enter healthcare. We designed a ePCR system, a EVAS system, which is totally online registration for PCR, for vaccination. And then there is a back-end system for management to have it's a cloud-based system. So they can see all the reports, whoever has vaccinated. It is around 5,000 to 10,000 daily records are saved, and it is offline. Like we supplied the system, that particular company, they used to carry luggage bags and all the accessories within. And they used to go to remote places. After we introduced this system, now they carry smartly iPads. They have all the registration online, and then they go do the PCR or whatever, the patient ID is mapped, the assessment form is done, the consent form is done, and everything is done on an iPad. So this was an innovation, and during pandemic, it really helped us. So I believe we have to keep doing something new. I mean, we don't know when the crisis and what time, how will it happen. So that's...
Yeah. Thank you for sharing. I'm going to come to Abhinav and then to Rushi. Abhinav, so usually when we talk about innovations, we get examples from technology industry, right? You yourself run a technology company. But are you able to share a technology innovation and a non-technology innovation real time that you come across? Because I don't want to pass on that message to the audience that innovation is all about technology. It can be about non-technology steps that you're taking is also creating tremendous value. Are you in a position to share that? So I know it's maybe a wrong question to ask for a technology company, but I'm asking you both, so please take that freedom to share both.
So I totally agree. I think every successful innovation is something which is not overshadowed by technology. Right. So if you build a product and you have to educate a customer how to use it, then that's not the product that is going to be in the market. Like, I'll give the smallest of an example. WhatsApp is our day-to-day life these days. And you take any age group that we are in today, right from a 3rd, 4th standard kid to probably a 70, 80-year-old person, and you don't have to teach them how to use WhatsApp because it's so simple to use. And that's actually a way of communication innovation that has happened. Now, coming back to the question of which technology or how was the use of technology done for an innovation, and I'll just give a small example here. So just to interact a bit with the audience, how many of you have been to Atlantis, the Lost Chamber Aquarium? Right? And do you know how many species are there in the aquarium? Just to let you know, there are about 300 species. So when you go to the aquarium, you actually look at 300 fishes over there. Can you, between the three of you, name 15 species that you know of? Shark, stingray, clownfish, Finding Nemo, I don't know the name of that fish, lobster. That's it, right? So we spend practically about an hour in the lost chamber looking at the beauty of the species over there, and we don't even know what their names are. Where do they come from? How do they, how are they in Atlantis? Now, if I tell the audience to say that, okay, download an app for Atlantis and then you can understand the species, we are not going to do that, right? We are going to be there for an hour. We would probably enjoy that experience and walk out because that app is not going to be used anywhere later on. What our company actually did was we made a very simple application, and I'm not trying to do sales here, but just from a solutioning point of view. So what we did was we built QR codes which allow you to just scan and open a page which is called as The Ocean Tales. Next time you are in Atlantis, take a look at it. It's called The Ocean Tale. All you have to do is point your camera, your device camera. It need not be a professional camera. Don't be a professional photographer while you are watching the experience over there. Take a picture, and in less than 7 seconds, our application will tell you what species you are looking at. And that engagement with the complete conservation of marine life, Atlantis, the Lost Chamber, this aquarium, it launched in June 2021. Until now, they have close to about 500,000 scans that have happened in the application. Most of the people who are using the application are non-tech savvy people because they can use browsers and they can use the phones and cameras, and that's the functionality. So this is a way of bringing innovation without really overpowering technology and saying that download the app, this is how you do. Don't do that, just a camera phone. Second question is about non-technical innovation that you looked at. I think, everything that we look at which is being used these days is somewhere or the other empowered by technology. So if you really feel that it is impossible to detach technology in today's age, it's slightly tough. As far as I know. I mean, inventions and things that have happened in the past. I think calculator is one of the best innovations we've had, which is a non-technical, pre-programmed machine learning, one of those earlier days, and it's still innovative and still people use it. So I feel these days, technology, digital, they go hand in hand with the innovations.
Okay.
That's my way of
So,
looking at it.
thank you all for sharing, and I think these panelists are going to be available with us, but since we are running a little late and we are pressing on time, I'm going to go to my last question, but that question is to all of you, and we'll quickly answer that starting with Rishi. How do we really, they say, how do you teach the tricks to the old horse? Because you are in the family business, right? You have 50-year-old business, your parents are in the business, your chacha, mama, everybody's in the business, and you want to innovate. And you want to make changes. So how do you teach the new tricks to the old horse? That's the question.
Well, it's through patience and persistence, pleasant persistence. That is the right way to actually get their minds here to change. Because it can even be me, 50 years from now, if something new is introduced to me, I'm going to be scared of it because I don't understand it. So you need to slowly make them understand it, and eventually they grow to the idea.
Yeah, thank you. Deepak, you're in the same situation.
Yeah. I think for me, when I look at how to teach the old horses, it's more about employee engagement is what is key. Give employees a reason to care about the business. Give employees a reason for that growth. Once the management starts coming in and saying that, do you care about the business? This is what we're doing. This is what it next. Because what happened in my business, for example, is there are a lot of traditional mindsets within the business, which is blocking a lot of innovation. What I actually did within my business was to get an external consultant on board. Because when the employees think that when it's coming from the management, it must be a thought-out process. We don't have a say in it. It's coming from the management directly. But when you have an external consultant come in, what it does is it's a level playing field now. Everyone can give in their opinions, their suggestions, so everyone's involved. So inclusivity is key. Every person should be given that inclusion to make sure that they're innovative in their process, and that's what I call entrepreneurship when you explained it. Entrepreneurship is when I start telling my employees to become entrepreneurs themselves within the organization. So I think inclusivity and employee engagement are two things that I would definitely say.
Thank you. Vandana ji, the question is, how do you measure the success of innovation?
We use CRM, which is Salesforce, and every report, whatever we want, is available in that. Like to measure success, suppose we have launched one product and we have installed it in maybe few countries, or many a times we start it with UAE because this is where we are based. So how many support calls are we getting? Suppose that a particular product has been installed in, say, a few hotels, or how many support calls are we getting? That is the main thing which shows, are there any bugs? So this way we can get to know how healthy or how good, how bug-free the product is. And then success in terms of monetary, there are MIS system reports which we get every 2 weeks, which we look into it, like what products are sold in one territory, because as I said, we sell it over 135 countries. So which particular territory, which products are doing well? And if something is not doing well, then we go deep into it, why it is not doing. But these reports are fantastic. And sitting at one place, looking at the dashboard, we can get all kinds of reports. So measure that success, measuring the success.
Thank you. As they say, what gets measured gets managed. So just to summarize quickly, since time is pressing, Simran is looking at me all the time and telling me time up, time up. I'm going to quickly summarize. So thank you, participants. They are all going to be available here. If you have any questions, you can interact with them. Just wear your masks while you interact with them, just for their own safety and your own safety. I think we talked about it needs to be driven at the top. Customer generates the feedback, but the top management needs to be open. They needs to create that culture within the organization to license to question everything in the meeting rooms. Yeah, license to kill James Bond, we know. So we have license to question in the meeting room. That's the culture we need to create for innovation. And I think, yeah, so that's the beginning, right? Yeah. And what gets measured gets managed. At the end of the day, every data has a story to tell. You know how to read that story really. So every step that you're taking towards innovation, make sure you're monitoring the data, tracking the data, so that you understand the true story of the data and you actually can measure the success of the innovation. Guys, on that note, thank you very much. You've been a wonderful audience, and our panelists will be available for further discussion. Over to you, Simran.
Thank you. Thank you so much. That was truly amazing, Chirantan Joshi. I'm going to request you all to kindly come ahead for the group photo op. At the same time, request Mr. Ashok Sawant and Mr. Prasad Datar or Mr. Dilip Khedekar sir to kindly join us here to present the tokens of love and mementos to our moderator as well as our panelists. A humble request to Mr. Ashok Sawant and Mr. Dilip Khedekar sir to kindly join us here on stage. Sir, please, I'm going to request you all to come ahead. Where are our friends from the media, photographer? Please come ahead. Yes. I think you can move a little bit to the left so that we come in the center. Ladies and gentlemen, MahaBiz, the window to the future. We had truly an interesting session, so I'm going to request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly put your hands together for this truly amazing session on how to go ahead and, of course, achieve success. So thank you very much to Chirantan Joshi, who moderated the session brilliantly. Thank you from Aladil Group, Rishikesh Datar, from Samsotech, Vandana Deshpande, from Blue Logic, Abhinav Kotalge, and Premier Logistics, Deepak Kushlani. Thank you so much for the brilliant session that we had. Well, ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., I know it's a Sunday. Sunday is, of course, a fun day. It's also immense fun day if you excel in your business. So we have speed networking in the morning from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. p.m. is for being with your loved ones. So I'm going to please request you all to kindly join us tomorrow, Sunday in the morning at 8:30 a.m. onwards for speed networking, which is derived from speed dating. So we're going to date on work. Thank you so much. Thank you to each and every one of you. A humble thanks to our title sponsor, Humria Free Zone. Thank you very much to Link Middle East. And a humble thanks to Blue Ocean for all the love and support that you've given to MahaBiz 2022 and GMBF Global. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's time for us to move ahead with yet another interesting panel discussion. Well, ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming the moderator of our session. And this session is going to be on the new way forward. Online marketplaces. It's a different world altogether. We're living in the world of digital completely. So we're going to truly invite our very, very brilliant entrepreneur, Mr. Mahesh Shukla, who's the founder and managing director of Value Manage Group of Companies. Ladies and gentlemen, Value Manage is into outsourcing, technology, and restaurants business. Mr. Mahesh is an ex-corporate banker who's worked for multinational banks and an executive committee member of GMBF Global and the president of Maharashtra Mandal 2022. May we please give it up for Mr. Mahesh Shukla to take on and invite our panelists here with us. Thank you, Maheshji. So this is a pre-lunch session, so I can find and see a lot of energy in you, which of course our panelists will also give us a lot of energy so that we eat less and we are healthy. So over to you, Mahesh Shukla, sir. Can I have the microphone, please, my lovely technical team? You know, everyone from the technical side is a little bit at peace because at least we're sounding a little bit all right. Thank you, guys. Thank you for working it out. And thank you to each and every one of you for making it completely remarkable for all of us. It is because of your presence. Yes, sir, over to you. I was waiting for your microphone.
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to MahaBiz. I can see everybody is really enjoying the session. There is a lot of networking happening around, and the session just now finished by Chirantan. It was very interesting, and about traditional business and how innovation can improve your business. So it was very interesting. Now we are moving on to another interesting subject, which typically we all know about online marketplaces. We use it every now and then. We go and buy something on Amazon. We go and buy something on any other such places. But how it is evolving, where it is going, and who are the market leaders who are using this business model to reach their own clients. So I would like to, we have all experts, so I would like to invite on the podium Mr. Avinash Babur from insurancemarket.ae. Please welcome Mr. Avinash Babur. Thank you, Avinash. Avinash Babur is the founder and CEO of insurancemarket.ae, which is the largest insurance platform in the UAE, with over 150,000 policyholders and 500 plus employees. Great, Avinash. Their flagship brand mascot called Alfred is a household name in the UAE. They have, brace your breath, they have 18,000 Google reviews with a 4.9 star out of 5. So it's a wonderful, Avinash, and we really look forward to speak to you and understand what you think about online marketplaces. Our next panelist is Kedar Kale. Kedar is from Hala Kareem. Kedar heads finance at Hala. It is the world's first public-private partnership in ride-hailing formed as a joint venture between Kareem and Dubai Roads and Transport Authority, which is RTA. He has prior experience working across diverse sectors and in different finance functions. He is qualified chartered accountant and CFA, and he has a keen interest in technology and its impact in transforming business. Welcome, Kedar. Thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Raminder Singh. Mr. Raminder Singh is a founder and CEO of Celefi. I'm sure it would be very, very interesting to know what is Celefi is all about. Celefi is a first of its kind fan experience platform that creates exciting opportunities for celebrities, fans, and brands alike. Raminder is also a reputed EdTech professional. We will interact with Raminder very soon. And our next panelist is Mr. Kishore Dharmarajan. Kishore is the CEO of SEO Souk and the world's first digital agency to provide 700% ROI. He is a metaverse expert. We're going to know from him what is metaverse and what is he doing in that sphere. He has a company called Burj Meta. BurjMeta.com is the world's first B2B metaverse where brands can own their own buildings. So if anybody wishes to buy a building on metaverse, Mr. Kishore is here. So I welcome all of you. Thank you so much for sparing time. We are a bit running late, but you had a lot of, can you hear me? Yeah, you have a lot of patience to stay around and you have come here. Thank you so much. And I'm sure we will have some interesting information to be shared with our audience. So they would love what he's going to talk about. Okay. So let us start. What I want to basically, before we move, generally what is happening is, we all know, online marketplaces have been evolving over past 2 decades. We all know about it. But before we move on to online marketplaces, I would love to know from, let me start with Avinash first, about how did you think of insurancemarket.ae? Insurance is such a complex business. So how did you think of going online and still you're talking about doing great business? So please share with us.
Right. So I think every business thinks about how they can, move their customer experience online. Like you rightly pointed out, some are more complicated than others. So my context is insurance, which is a regulated business, complex business with, product commoditization being at a minimal. So my story is that, my father started a traditional insurance brokerage firm in Dubai in 1995. I came into the business in 2010 and saw great potential to, move certain parts of the customer experience online and to put that into a shop front that, makes it more accessible for customers. And that was the whole idea behind creating insurancemarket.ae and building a brand out of it.
Wonderful. So I think you have started off 10 years ago, but I think you have been a pioneer in the insurance market where you actually started it selling online and giving a customer experience online. Now I would move to Raminderji, because Raminderji, you have a very, very intriguing concept. I was just, we had a chat that day, and I was just wondering, how did you think about this? Bringing fans, celebrities, and the brands, you're putting everything together on one platform.
Yeah, first, I'd like to thank you for inviting us here. And you very rightly said, it's a very interesting concept. And it came through because of a real problem. We were wanting to do an event. I'm from the EdTech background. And we were launching something here in Dubai, and we thought, let's have some Indian celebrity influence for that event. Even with some connections in that industry, I could not manage to get the right influencers or celebrities because it was such a unorganized, it still is, sector where you don't know if you're really reaching out to the right person or the right channel. And that's where I thought that I have brought in technology into education for more than 20 years. So I thought, why not do the same to the entertainment, celebrity, engagement kind of industry? And that's where we started, and I'm really thankful to celebrities, users, fans, brands. They've taken it so well. So that's where it started. and we are going, I would say, double the speed what we started, and we've onboarded a lot of very interesting people. And celebrities, when I say celebrities, it is not just, typically when you say celebrity, it's the Bollywood, one would think. But if you come on our app, you'll see people from the sports to culinary to authors to any famous face who fans would like to interact with. So that's how it started.
Wonderful, wonderful. I think if you're a fan of some celebrity, I'm sure one day you're going to download the Selfie app and going to see what is happening in their lives. Yeah. So I'm very intrigued because it's an online business, and he had a very different concept. Why I'm again and again talking about it, because if you have an online marketplace, any different idea you may have, you can actually bring it into reality. Similarly, insurance, when we're talking, so that is a takeaway. If you have a traditional business, if you take it online, definitely you can give a customer experience, and you can really slowly transform your traditional way of business into the digital business. Now I will go to Kedar. Kedar is also another unique example here, because he is a finance head in Hala. Okay, now Hala is a public-private partnership with the UAE government, RTA, and Karim. Now, how it is different from Uber or Ola's of the world? So, what is Hala is all about? If you can share with us.
Firstly, thanks for inviting us here, and really happy to be here. I think in the simplest of ways, it's basically, think about any country where an e-hailing app was launched. What happened to the local taxi industry was that it eventually phased out, and then Uber and Ola started replacing it. Like, let's say in India, for example. In Dubai, the quality of the taxi service was always top-notch, right? The RTA, in its wisdom and vision, was basically able to modernize the industry rather than allow it to happen from external, like an external competitor emerging. So the joint venture was a great way to take this industry onto the digitization path. And they brought on, obviously, Karim as a partner. And the same taxis which you could street hail were now accessible on an e-hailing platform as well. So that's where it originated from, and that's how it's going currently.
Wonderful. So technology can enable all such ideas which we are talking about, and that is where we are talking about what online marketplaces can do. So thank you, Kedar. We will deep dive into each of your industry very soon and what is the way forward. But before going there, now each one of you is representing one industry, like yourself from transport or hail ride industry. He has a very different segment altogether, Raminderji, and he's from traditional insurance business. Now, I want to ask Kishore. Kishore is an expert. He's a metaverse expert. Let me tell you, there is a group on the LinkedIn, which is digital marketing group, and he has more than 100,000 LinkedIn fans. So Kishore looks very simple, but the kind of fan following he has and the kind of knowledge he imparts to all the people he keep talking is very unique. So he's a very personal friend of mine, and I wanted him to come here as an expert and enlighten us that what exactly online marketplaces have changed, or how it is helping each of such businesses. So Kishore, please.
Thank you, Mahesh. Thank you for the kind introduction. And I'm sure most of you are here to understand about new opportunities, because everyone in networking groups are looking for leads, referrals. They want new ideas. So I've come to you with a couple of billion-dollar ideas, and feel free to use it as per your expertise and knowledge. So if we break down the online marketplace, we can roughly divide it into 4 areas. And now I speak here because we have been involved with multiple industries, as Mahesh said. So we are not restricted to one industry. We are able to see a holistic view of the entire marketplace. So if you break down the online marketplace, you can see 4 distinct patterns. At one end, you will see the super commerce, wherein players like Amazon and eBay and Etsy and all of those large players. Now, if you look at the Indian market, it could be the JioMart and the Flipkart. So these are the areas which typically businesses need to avoid because it is virtually impossible to compete with the large players. But the other end of the spectrum, you have the Kirana commerce, which is where the big opportunity is. And this is powered by brands like Shopify, wherein they are connecting small mom and pop shops in India called the Kirana shops, wherein you can use their platform and you can go online, you can connect it with your PO system, and you can actually start selling. So the immense opportunity, the billion-dollar opportunities are actually in the Kirana commerce sector, and we'll come to it as time permits. Thank you.
Thank you, Kishore. I think there is a point here what Kishore is saying. Basically, there are many such platforms, and especially for the SMEs. So we don't have to invest billions of dollars like Amazon or like Kareem. If you are a traditional business, you definitely can taste the water by launching your own marketplace. There are a lot of players in this market who help. Actually, they help all the SMEs in building such marketplaces. You must have seen our just now one JMBF app which was launched, and we've got the help from Blue Logic. So I just want to ask this question to Abhinav also, because Abhinav is from Blue Logic and they help most of the companies on the e-commerce area. So Abhinav, would you mind telling us about how you help SMEs or the brands or the corporates in building such marketplaces? Please come. Why don't you join us here? So that would be, I would love that. Yeah, please just want to. Yeah, please share your thoughts on this.
So, like I said earlier, e-commerce is really booming, and COVID actually has taught everyone that you need to move to a digital platform to be able to service your customers when they are not able to go out. So, be where your customers are. That's the underlying statement, right? Everyone is online. We are browsing. Our phone time has increased so much that brands like Instagram, brands like Facebook are also allowing you to initiate e-commerce. So take the smallest of the product, cakes, household products, which are household entrepreneurs. When they build solutions and they don't want to have a large enterprise commerce platform like Sir was saying, Shopify or something like a Magento or a Salesforce Cloud, these platforms, Instagram, Facebook, social medias, are also giving you an opportunity to build an e-commerce platform. And it's something that we've seen which is picking up so well specifically in restaurant business. The Zomato and the Talabat of the world are now a part of your day-to-day utilization. You keep looking for offers, you'll keep looking for engagements with your brands so that they use the products more and more. And e-commerce, I think, be that for any brand these days, people are trying to be on that online platform to start the sales. Yeah.
Thank you, Abhinav, because this is very important from the SME perspective, that if you want to build a marketplace, you can, and there is enough help available in this market or in India to build your own marketplace. So now the crux of the matter is, we all know online marketplaces. We all are involved in a different way, each of these different businesses. Where it is going to go from here? Because we see there is so much of innovation and so much of new dynamic technology is being introduced every day. We are talking about all kinds of personalization, all to understand the customer expectations and give the customer experience or the user experience. So in that case, I would like to ask, ideally to begin with first, Raminder, that how they are going to see Celefi growing from here. Say another 2 years down the line, where do you see Celefi and how it is going to change?
Sure. Very good question, because it's no unknown fact that online doing business, buying, selling has been there for long in whichever form, and we today call it as a marketplace. So we started almost 20 months back with a very basic marketplace where fans and brands could come and interact with celebrities, engage them for various requirements. It could be as basic as requesting a birthday wish for my father because he's a big fan of Rekha ji or something of that sort. From there on to now, how we have scaled is that we started adopting technologies like machine learning, artificial intelligence to understand what is that the user is looking for. Because we are big time into content as well. Like every celebrity on our platform has a micro channel which they keep uploading very unseen content from behind the scenes, or let's say they'll enjoy cooking, they'll put those content, and it's a subscription-based model. So fans who really want to know what their celebrities do or their stars do, they do come and subscribe those channels to see that. Now, I can easily say machine learning and artificial intelligence is gotten into the basic technology framework when it is a marketplace kind of setup. So we utilize that, and I'm very proud to say that in the pandemic, because we are a pandemic-born startup, in these 20 months, we were able to successfully bring in $3+ million worth of business for celebrities who didn't have work otherwise because of theaters closed, shootings not happening, all those things were not happening. But we could offer them this new channel of monetization, and we brought that business. Now
And I hope we have that extra edge of energy, because we've been doing a lot of thinking and grasping everything that we are learning. And that's the motto of GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022. Learn, unlearn, relearn. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm so delighted and thrilled to see so many people in the room post-lunch. I know we had a great networking session. Miss Leila, welcome back. So happy to see you. But do remember, ladies and gentlemen, that tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m., we'd like to invite all of you for speed networking, which is just like we have speed dating, where you get one-on-one with everyone for 2-minute span, and how you have to introduce yourself will all be taught to us tomorrow in the morning. We don't need any learnings per se, so that we just have the right content for the 2 minutes to express ourselves. So remember, 8:30 tomorrow, Sunday morning, we look forward to meeting all of you at the India Club. The venue is the India Club, right from 8:30 up to 11:30 a.m. in the morning. Please have a date with us at GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022, so that everything that we gain, the fact that we're meeting everyone here today and tomorrow, let's sit on the table and make sure all the proposals turn into positive proposals and we go ahead being the best version of ourselves in the business front. My humble thanks to our main title sponsor for all the faith that you have in MahaBiz 2022. Thank you to Hamria Free Zone. A humble thanks to Link Media East. Link Middle East, thank you so much for being our sponsor. Blue Ocean, it's always been wonderful connecting with you. Thank you very much to Vedas International and Polaris, Samsotech, Crown Plastic, RK Me, Tata Tech, Name Valuer, Peshwa Restaurant, Vacation Crafters, Shinling Start Power Equipment and Machineries Trading LLC, Primitive World Trading LLC, Parmar Computer LLC, Mahir Trading. Ladies and gentlemen, and I need to thank all of you for being here with us. My name is Simran Ahuja, and it's truly amazing to meet you every second here for MahaBiz. Right from 2018 MahaBiz to 2020 MahaBiz, and now 2022 MahaBiz, which is utmost magnificent. Absolutely amazing to have all of you. So what do we have in store for you now? As I said, post-lunch, it's all about feeling rejuvenated and revitalized. It's always the thought which first comes in your mind. And how about getting to hear from His Holiness Sadhguru? So ladies and gentlemen, tighten your seatbelts as we will take you on a spiritual journey to be both the best version of the spiritual world and, of course, of this human living that we're living. I'm going to mention the beautiful feeling that we always say we're all spiritual souls going through this human feeling. So, right now, it's time for us to take at the audio visual of our very own beloved Sadhguru. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to introduce Sadhguru. He needs absolutely no introduction. His words are wisdom, and he has an answer to every question. The quest for learning and the thirst for learning never ends. So, here we are to answer all your questions so that tomorrow, when we meet for speed networking, you've already learned, unlearned, and relearned. Ladies and gentlemen, with folded hands, we like to thank Sadhguru for this very special session only with us at MahaBiz 2022. A gentle reminder to all of you to kindly have your mobile phones on the silent mode, please, so that we all can grasp everything that is spoken. And more than just listening, to actually make sure that we put it into our lives so that we could be the better versions. Ladies and gentlemen, His Holiness Sadhguru, ranked amongst the 50 most influential people in India. Sadhguru is a yogi, mystic, and a visionary. He has been conferred the Padma Vibhushan, India's highest annual civilian award, accorded for exceptional and distinguished service. Sadhguru is a speaker and opinion maker of international renown. He has spoken at various forums across the world, including the UN World Headquarters, UNESCO Headquarters, World Economic Forum, the World Bank, the House of Lords, TEDx, Microsoft, and Google Headquarters. He's also been invited to speak at leading educational institutions, Oxford, Stanford, Harvard, Yale, Wharton, MIT, amongst the others. Over the years, Sadhguru has launched mega ecological initiatives. The movement's Rally for Rivers and Cauvery calling address the urgent need to revitalize Indian rivers and, of course, at the same time, all the issues related to it. Well, the movements Rally for Rivers have already been recognized, and they look forward to solutions, issues related to soil, water, and the climate change. Recognized globally for their wide reach and impact, these initiatives have become game changers by establishing a global blueprint for economic development that is ecologically sustainable. Sadhguru has been invited by the UN, UNE, United Nations Environment, and UNCCD, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertification, to discuss global solutions to the world's ecological issues. Sadhguru's celebratory engagement with life includes an active involvement in fields as diverse as architecture, visual design, poetry, painting, sports, music, aviation, and motorcycling. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 decades ago, Sadhguru founded the Isha Foundation, which is a non-profit human service organization with human well-being as its core commitment. The foundation has initiated powerful yoga programs for human transformation and well-being and path-breaking outreach projects to uplift rural communities. Isha is supported by over 11 million volunteers in more than 300 centers worldwide. It's time for you to grab your phone and have a selfie of yourself, because I would please request you all to kindly hashtag MahaBiz 2022. You get exactly 40 seconds. So please make sure you get your mobile phones out and have your selfie. You can have your click with your loved ones as well. So 40 seconds and do hashtag MahaBiz 2022. So how many of us got our selfies done? I can't see. Okay, one. Thank you. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to welcome His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayandi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. May I please request all of you to kindly put your hands together for His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayandi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. A humble request to you, Your Excellency. It's truly an honor for us to have your presence here with us. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We're all honored and blessed to have the presence of His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayandi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. A humble thanks to you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, as I said, it's the words of wisdom. It's time for us to learn, relearn, and of course, unlearn. So it's learn, unlearn, and relearn. To get into that perfect act, let us truly get to listen from our spiritual guru, Sadhguru. Please join us for this most brilliant feeling of getting to listen to Sadhguru and rejuvenating ourselves, at the same time, revitalizing ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, we're all truly thankful and grateful for the presence of Your Excellency, Dr. Thani bin Ahmad Al Zayandi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. We always look forward to exchange of trade, and of course, we're all global citizens of the world. Dubai is everyone's favorite place. We all look forward to doing business, to staying here, to sending our children for school, because it's also the safest place to be. At the same time, absolutely an outward appeal, aesthetically, it's beautiful. Business is always great. Our next session, ladies and gentlemen, is extremely important for all of us. And may I please Post-lunch, make sure that we're all wide awake and request all of you to kindly put your hands together for His Excellency Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zaudi, Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade, who was appointed as the Minister of State for Foreign Trade in July 2020 to oversee the development of non-oil foreign trade and the expansion of global trade partnerships and increase exports. In addition to supervising the portfolio of retaining and attracting the best talents and competencies, serving the strategic orientation of the UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency also leads the efforts to enhance the UAE's investment climate in order to achieve the country's economic interests and strategic goals, thereby strengthening its position as a prime destination for business and investments at both regional as well as global levels. May we please humbly request my lovely crew, my lovely family of GMBF Global to kindly escort Your Excellency onto the dais. And for everyone, may I please request all of you to join me in welcoming from deepest gratitude and deep within our hearts, Your Excellency, Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zaudi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. Humble thanks to you, Your Excellency.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Namaskar, everyone. Very good afternoon to you all. It's my pleasure to join you all today at the inauguration of the MahaBiz 2022, the Gulf Maharashtra Business Forums, biannual conclave for SMEs, businesses, startups, and entrepreneurs. Thank you for having me and inviting me to be here with you all today. It is of particular significance that I join you all the day after the historic Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement was signed between UAE and India. And I just came back from Delhi after doing the signing ceremony. This milestone achievement will pave the way for a new era of cooperation and collaboration between our nations and unlock a new era of progress and prosperity. It will ensure our ambitious, outward-looking economies are better prepared to face evolving global realities as we emerge into a new post-COVID world. Our stronger, deep relationship is built on a firm foundation. India is the second largest trading partner of the UAE, accounting for 9% of the UAE's global trade and the 14th of its non-oil trades. At the same time, the UAE ranks as India's third largest global trading partner after America and China, and first in the Arab world, accounting for more than 35% of India's trade with the Arab countries. The non-oil foreign trade between the two countries totaled 170 billion dirhams in 2021, indicating a 66% growth compared to 2020 and 8% growth compared to pre-pandemic year of 2019. Over the past 10 years, the total volume of non-oil foreign trade between the two countries has exceeded the 1.4 trillion dirhams. Meanwhile, the value of mutual investments between the two sides amounted to nearly 60 billion dirhams by the end of 2019. India is the second largest investor in the UAE. We only add to those achievements in the coming years as the UAE-India CEPA comes into effect and our private sector maximizes its many opportunities. As you all know, the UAE is home to a large and vibrant Indian expat community who are making sizable economic, social, and cultural contributions to our country. An increasing number of Indian business people and investors are choosing our market to establish their commercial ventures, further contributing to the vitality of the UAE-India relations. I commend the efforts of business support organizations such as GMBF to facilitate private sector collaboration between our nations. It's clear that the CEPA have now signed
will further accelerate these connections and will serve the people in both UAE and India by creating more jobs, expanding economic activities, and helping us access international markets. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, colleagues, in 2020, the global pandemic hastened the UAE's transition into a flexible and sustainable economic model. Despite the negative and the challenges, we saw this period as an opportunity to reset our national agenda. Over the course of 2021, the UAE government launched a series of bold reforms to build an economy ready for the next 50 years. Amendments were made to nearly 50 federal laws, the largest set of legislative changes in the country's history, with the aim of enhancing the UAE's business environment and reinforcing the UAE's status as an ideal destination for work, investment, entrepreneurship, education, and life. The impact of these reforms of people's trust and business confidence has been incredibly positive. We saw an early rebound in business activities, tourism, trade, and investment. But 2021 not only marked our return to business as usual, it saw the UAE's hosting of Expo 2020, the country's Golden Jubilee celebration, and the launch of new vision for the next 50 and mega projects for the next decade. Our goal is to accelerate economic growth and double the UAE economy by 2031. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, all these economic developments are creating unprecedented opportunities in our market. Therefore, it is a very exciting time for investors and entrepreneurs from around the world to be here in the UAE. The UAE's business environment is ready to support them in every way possible, be it legislative, regulatory aspect, or to be it in terms of infrastructure, facilities, and incentives available. I'm confident that the latest edition of MahaBiz will contribute to taking this message far and wide, and I look forward to its to its outcomes and blustering a new UAE-India economic partnership. Wish you all the best, and thank you so much for the invitation.
A humble request to Your Excellency to kindly be with us on stage. May I please request our President, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir. So this is a very special token of love from our hearts. A humble thanks to you, sir, for your presence and for sharing with us everything UAE has to offer to the world. As we all, I'm so sorry, Your Excellency, just a little ahead of the table that we have. This picture is extremely valuable for us. It's precious for us, please, sir. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Please continue the applauses as we humbly thank Your Excellency, Dr. Thani bin Ahmed Al Zayodi, our Honorable Minister of State for Foreign Trade. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, for doing the honors. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to please request all of you, and thank you for being here so much on time, and we all look forward to, of course, being a part of the best place in the world as regards trade and commerce is concerned. And right now, as I said, it's time for us to rejuvenate and revitalize. We have with us His Holiness Sadhguru's special message for all those who are here with GMBF Global and MahaBiz 2022. Because we are all spiritual souls going through this beautiful human experience. Let us all be the best version, and this is what the motto of MahaBiz 2022 is. That is, learn, unlearn, relearn. With folded hands, we are truly thankful to Sadhguru for this beautiful message. But I'm going to still request all of you to kindly put your hands together and applause for ourselves for being a part of the magnificent MahaBiz 2022. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have the audio visual, and if possible, to dim the lights as well.
Namaskaram. My warmest greetings to all the participants and panelists of MahaBiz 2022. GMBF is a wonderful channel for strengthening business ties across the business hubs of India and the Gulf region. This indeed is the need of the hour, that we should ensure that whatever transactions happen across the world happen with greatest possible ease and efficiency and with the least amount of friction. The days of ironclad national boundaries are over. With increasingly porous national and regional structures of trade and culture, it is crucial that as global citizens, we learn to work as one. This is also our endeavor with the Conscious Planet movement to save soil. We want the citizens of the world to think as one and speak as one voice so that the democratic governments and the political parties across the world have the necessary backing from their citizens to take the right action. Only when citizens show their commitment will democratic governments be motivated to chart out long-term policies to safeguard the soil for our health and future survival. It is not just about our lives, it is about every other life. And above all, it's about the unborn child that is the future, because right now we are using up the soil, what belongs to future generations. We are already using it up. As business leaders, you have a strong voice when it comes to lending support to this cause. If we all come together in the decisions and actions we take as nations, we can ensure that the policies we define are for the benefit of everyone and not against anyone. When we step up and commit that we are willing to make short-term sacrifices and course corrections for the larger benefit of the humanity, for the benefit of the future generations of human beings and every other life. From 21st of March 2022, I'm riding as a lone motorcyclist from London to Delhi and then down to southern India to the Kaveri Basin. In nearly 100 days, covering 30,000 kilometers, we will be going through several of the Gulf nations and also passing through Maharashtra, of course. We will be going through your regions. I want you to please understand, this is not my planet alone, this is our planet. I look forward to your support on the journey, and beyond that, we have to make this happen, that we regenerate the soil, turn agricultural soil into organically rich and living soils for ourselves and for future generations with substantial biodiversity in all the soils that we tend to. This needs to happen at the policy level, and then definitely action will come forth. Let us all come together and let us make it happen. We are talking about climate change, carbon emissions, and global warming and various other aspects, but we are not addressing soil. Soil is the habitat upon which zillions of lives thrive. Once there is no richness in soil, then you have forsaken the planet in many ways. Every responsible scientist in the world and the UN agencies are clearly saying we have only 80 to 100 harvests left. That means approximately 45 to 50 years of agricultural soil left on the planet. By 2045, we will be producing 40% less food than what we are producing right now, and our populations will be 9.3 billion people. The food shortages that could manifest in the next 25 years, the consequences of that is unimaginable. Civil wars will unfold across the world once there is food shortage. What we are facing now is soil extinction. Why is soil becoming extinct? Where is it going away? What is happening to our soil? We must understand, if you add organic content to sand, sand will turn into soil. If you remove all organic content from the soil, soil will become sand. In normal agricultural soil, the minimum organic content should be between 3 to 6%. The most minimum is 3%. At least this minimum to keep the soil alive, to keep the soil as living soil is a must. Agricultural soils across the world, the depletion is so heavy. In most countries, more than 50% of the topsoil is already gone in the last 100 years. The nutrient levels have dropped significantly. The level of micronutrients you would get from your food in early 20th century to what you are getting from the same food now has dropped 90%. If you ate one orange in 1920s, what you got from it, now in 2020, if you have to get the same, you will have to eat 8 oranges. This is what we have done to our food.
Soil is the biggest ecosystem on the planet, and so few people know anything about it. 1 teaspoon of healthy soil probably contains more microbes than there are people on Earth.
The microbial life in the first 12 to 15 inches of topsoil is the basis of our existence. It is this magic beneath our feet which has produced the life that we are. This first 12 to 15 inches of soil is the basis of life for 87% of life on this planet, including you and me.
We have to begin to recognize that what we call our soil, Mother Earth, is a living organism.
Open soils, ripped open by plowing, open to sunlight, is the basis of destruction of microbial life. So the focus should be on agriculture, the focus should be on seeing that land is under shade as much as possible, some kind of shade, grasses, herbs, bushes, trees. Conscious Planet is launching Save Soil movement to bring about a policy change to regenerate soil. As a part of this, I'm 65 and I'm riding 30,000 kilometers, a lone motorcycle journey, 30,000 kilometers across 24 nations to activate support from the citizenry to assure the governments long-term investments will be appreciated. So it's extremely important that soil regeneration is enshrined in the policy of every government on the planet. We must change the narrative on the planet that soil is a wealth, a legacy we have received from previous generations, and we have to pass it on as living soil for future generations. We are in a cusp of time. If you do the right things now, in the next 15 to 25 years, we can significantly turn this situation around and regenerate the soil. But if we allow this to progress like this for another 30 to 40 years, after 40 years if we attempt this, then it could take 150 to 200 years because that much loss of biodiversity would have happened. From 21st of March for 100 days, the whole world, every human being on the planet should talk soil. We must hear the word soil, save soil everywhere to see that the narrative on the planet changes towards the most vital aspect of our life, the soil. Each one of you should reach as many people as you can to make this happen. Many global leaders and influencers are already participating in the movement. Be a part of this and let us make it happen.
From my part, as much as I can contribute.
We are going to save the soil. Do your part.
And saving the soils.
Our future, our children's future, and our planet's future depend on it.
Save the soil. We know what we must do, so let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen. Let's make it happen.
Let's make it happen.
Except on planet Earth. Thank you, Sadhguru, for showing us the way, for showing us how to save the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, we have with us a brilliant message by our living legend, Mr. Sajan Jindal, who's an accomplished business leader and a second-generation entrepreneur. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Sajan Jindal had the foresight to lead the steel industry and JSW in particular on a transformational journey, contributing significantly to India's growth philosophy. Recognized globally for his impact on the steel industry internationally, Mr. Sajan Jindal, the chairman of the World Steel Association, which is one of the largest and the most dynamic industry associations in the world. He's the first representative from an Indian company to serve in this role. We are delighted to play his audio-visual, which is a message as well, and of course, talking about businesses in the best way possible. May we please take a look at the audio-visual by Mr. Sajan Jindal.
Ladies and gentlemen, it gives me immense pleasure to address the Gulf Maharashtra Business Forum, GMBF, Global MahaBiz 2022. Over the past decade, GMBF has emerged as an active platform for enabling trade development and business growth across Middle East and Africa and the great Indian state of Maharashtra. I strongly believe that MahaBiz 2022, like its previous editions, will enable you all to explore new opportunities and foster meaningful partnerships to thrive in an emerging, bold new world. Speaking of opportunities and potential, you will notice that history has always been characterized by pre and post eras. There was a pre-pandemic world, there will be post-pandemic world. We are at an inflection point with dramatic realignment underway in the social and economic order. And I think there is a world of opportunity that lies in each facet of this transformation and transition. The individuals and organizations that will gain in the new world are those that adapted to the changing circumstances effectively and found opportunities in uncharted territories. The pandemic has taught us one key lesson about the power of collaboration and the need to look outside our comfortable silos to think of solutions that be deployed faster and at scale. The need to create a richer ecosystem that celebrates successes and encourages risk-taking has never been so pronounced. The idea is to create sustainable business that are always more valuable tomorrow, and it's already taking shape. Harnessing the power of technology, new age entrepreneurs and enterprises are taking on behemoths at home and across borders. They are solving problems at scale, from making healthcare accessible to solving last mile issues, from fueling financial inclusion to using deep technology to build products for a global market. Let me share a short story of these three young entrepreneurs from Nasik in Maharashtra. Their names are Jayesh Tope, Pushkaraj Salunke, and Pritesh Mahajan. They have built the first of its kind electric two-wheeler with utility attachments called Revamp Moto Mitra. The EV promises to revolutionize e-commerce logistics, or let's say last mile logistics, while making the life of delivery workers and leaving a green imprint. Entrepreneurship is all about being gutsy, being afraid, and yet doing it anyway. And the best part of it is that unlike vaccines, they don't need to be discovered. It is in our DNA. There will be detractors on the way, but listening to your gut instinct is the most crucial aspect. I still remember the time when I decided to set up a large integrated steel plant in India. I was discouraged from several quarters and even called out for being overambitious. I wonder whether I would have been addressing you today had I listened to those voices. My belief stemmed from my ability to never lose focus, to be prepared to take calculated risks and not get deterred by failures. Now, talking about MSMEs, they are a crucial cog in a nation's overall economic growth, employment generation, and regional development. Thus, it becomes imperative for such enterprises to be competitive at the national level, enhance sustainability, and to build capacities to deliver scale. However, the primary challenge lies in their inability to engage with global value chains and increase their competitiveness. To enable MSMEs navigate the testing times, the Government of India launched a technology platform called Champions, creation and harmonious application of modern processes for increasing the output and national strength. The platform enables businesses to capture emerging opportunities and explore new possibilities in manufacturing products for the national and international markets. The JSW Group is proud to do its part in enabling MSMEs to reach their full potential and enhance their competitiveness. We launched a one-stop platform, which is called JSW for MSMEs, a portal where they can explore a range of bespoke services and avail special pricing on our products. I strongly believe that the 21st century belongs to India, and Africa is the world's next growth frontier. India and the most countries in the continent enjoy a very cordial diplomatic and trade relationships. With 50% of its population below the age of 18, Africa can look forward to a demographic dividend in growth in the next decade, similar to that enjoyed by India today. However, challenges remain, especially related to power shortages, accesses to credit, and digital divide. I strongly believe that young Africans with a little support from outside can script their own destiny of progress and prosperity. This creates immense opportunity for African business to invest in India and take advantage of its growing market, while Indian business could help strengthen the region's manufacturing capabilities. There also lies tremendous potential of cooperation in the areas of clean energy, information technology, and financial services. Whatever be the partnership model, it has to be responsive to the needs of African businesses. A prospering middle class, pervasive innovation, exponentially growing digital infrastructure, and above all, strong political will and a favorable regulatory environment suggest that the Indian story can only surprise on the upside. In India's sustained development, the state of Maharashtra has played a very crucial role with established presence across sectors, contributing around 20% to India's GDP and 25% to India's exports. Today, Maharashtra not only houses the nation's financial capital, but also continues to strengthen its industrial prowess. With its robust infrastructure, strong industrial as well as services sector, and a conducive business climate, Maharashtra remains at the epicenter of rapid growth. The JSW Group's belief in the state's present and future is reflected in our continued investment in Maharashtra across the construction and building materials value chain. So far, we have committed rupees 43,000 crore across the steel, energy, infrastructure, cement, and paint sectors. Further, rupees 20,000 crore of investments are at different stages to be completed by March 23. Our steel plant in Raigad district, which now has the capacity of 10 million tons, is India's single largest port-based integrated steel plant, besides the second largest steel plant in India. Under the Magnetic Maharashtra 2.0 initiative, the JSW Group has recently signed 2 MOUs worth rupees 35,000 crores to help boost the production of green energy by setting up pump hydro storage and wind power projects. These projects, when commissioned, will not only lower the state's reliance on non-renewable sources, but also bring socio-economic development and contribute significantly to the worldwide efforts to tackle climate change. As the Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav reaches its fever pitch to celebrate 75 years of India's evolutionary journey post-independence, we all need to harness the power and potential of India 2.0, fueled by the spirit of a self-reliant nation. Let's renew our commitment to make a difference to millions of lives. I thank you for your time, and I am confident that the next time you assemble, we all would have forged stronger partnerships of progress and together moved a few steps closer to our collective goal. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you, dear sir, for, of course, giving us the insights and allowing us to be in this business Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for that round of applause because it's all about everything that we're grasping and carrying with ourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to please request Mr. Ashok Sawant now to kindly join us here to felicitate a very amazing, talented lady who's here with us. She's intelligent in her endeavors. At the same time, it's always her work that speaks volumes. May I please request all of you, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly put your hands together for Ankita Nalavde. And I request Ashok Sawant sir to kindly be with us here to present a token of love to our lovely lady. May I please request Mr. Abbas Ali Mirza. I'm going to request him to stay back on stage for the panel discussion. Abbas, may we please request you to kindly present this token of love, a memento, to Miss Ankita Nalavde. Please come, Abbas Ali Mirza, sir. Come, Ankita, come ahead of the table so that we have a good photo up. You're looking lovely, Ankita. Thank you. It's a small bouquet of flower, but trust me, every petal has a beautiful fragrance. Thanking you for being here with us. Thank you, Ankita. And we were waiting for yet another interesting panel discussion. I'm going to request Abbas to kindly be with us here on stage. As our next session is on how do we actually go about doing business. It's the 5 W's, what, when, and the likes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to welcome, as he's already here on stage, the session moderator, Mr. Abbas Ali Mirza, our 21st Chairman Session, ISAR, UNCTAD, United Nations, and author of 15 internationally acclaimed books published by Willie, USAP, and the past president of Indian Business and Professional Council, IBPC, Dubai. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 consecutive terms elected as the chairman by the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI, Dubai chapter. It gives me great pleasure because it's gonna be pretty much interesting to hear this extremely fabulous orator. And besides this, he's also an amazing singer. And I think that's the reason he's the mix of both arts and commerce. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request Mr. Abbas Ali Mirza to take on and invite all our panelists here on stage. And at the same time, we have with us our esteemed dignitary, our living legend who's joined us here. I'm going to please request Dr. Sunil Manjrekar to welcome him here on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, may I please request all of you to welcome Sir here on stage.
We have today in the panel Paras Shahdatpuriji, the chairman of Nikkei Group, and he's a veteran in UAE, and he's a good human being, and he's a very dear friend of GMBF. So I welcome Parasji in GMBF MahaBiz 2022.
Thank you. I could hear around 12 people applauding. I think we can all do a better job, ladies and gentlemen, and make sure we all awake. Everyone sitting behind. Please, come on, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, you'll get to hear not just how to do business and how to excel, but how to be ace businessman by Sir. Thank you very much, Sir. Abbas, you can kindly take over. Thank you. Sure, I'll do that. Sure. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please invite our panelists for this session. May I please invite Mr. Rahul, sir, here with me. Rahul, sir, Please, can you join me here to invite the panelists? We both will invite them together.
Thank you, Simran.
Thank you.
It's such a distinct
Appreciate it.
honor and a proud privilege to be part of the GMBF. Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, the president, has done a wonderful job in putting this together. Of course, Vivek ji is here, Rahul ji, all the people, the great committee. They have put together a wonderful summit. This is my second time that I'm being part of this. And we have a wonderful panel discussion. So I'd like to start. Please put your hands together for the committee and especially Sunil ji. Sunil ji, please stand up. Thank you. I have the pleasure and the honor to be inviting my panelists. Of course, the first one to come on board here is Paras Shadatpuri ji, the chairman of Nikai, past president of the Indian Business Council, the current governor, and of course my very dear friend, and I would call him the friend, philosopher and guide, and a great speaker. I'd like to also invite Mr. Abdullah Ajmal, the COO of the Ajmal Perfume Group. Of course, you'll hear him speak in the panel, so I do not want to now say much about him, and you will hear him. He's one of the brilliant speakers that I have heard of and have known. Thank you. I can say, my dear friend, such a great honor to welcome you, Mr. Muhammad Al-Ali, who is the managing director of the first Abu Dhabi Bank, FAB, and of course, a great human being, and also a great distinction. He's also Mr. Asia. Yes. We have also amongst us another panelist, Neha Soni. Neha, please come on. She is the CEO of Quorum 8 and a leading mind, one of the most brilliant people I've seen in the blockchain, and she's done wonders. She addresses the IIM Ahmedabad at the young age of maybe 25, 26, a great alumni of IIM Ahmedabad and a great speaker. Come this side, maybe Neha, just to balance. I would like to start with Paras Bhai. Paras Bhai, Julius Caesar once said that I came, I saw, I conquered. I pretty much see the same pattern when you came to the UAE as a diplomat, ex-diplomat, and set up his business and made it an empire. We would like you to share a few thoughts for us, your visionary thoughts, which you have used in building your empire, so that people here will get benefited from.
Good afternoon, dear friends. A great platform to talk to you. Abbas Bhai said it, Julius Caesar was Julius Caesar, and if I become 0.1% of that, that will be a big achievement for us. Yes, I did come here in 1987. It was absolutely unintended visit, very accidental visit. I quit my diplomatic service, and I was on my way to London to set up my company. And I had never ever come to Dubai, I had never ever seen Dubai. So there was a flight, Emirates flight from Delhi to Dubai and connection to London after 2 hours. And somehow we missed the flight because the flight from Delhi came late. And I had to stay here for about 22 hours. So the moment I arrived at the airport, I didn't know what to do. I didn't have visa. So I approached one of the immigration officers there, and I had learned a little bit Arabic in my diplomatic career. So I just talked to him in a very broken Arabic language. And then he comes up very cutely, says, "Bolo Baba, bolo kya mangta?" So I said, "Oh, I thought you are an Emirati, but you are an Indian." He said, no, I'm an Emirati, but I can speak your language. So anyway, he gave me the visa within 10 minutes, and that was the first time I saw Dubai in 1987. The total population of UAE at that time was below 2 million. I think it was 1.5 or something like that. And alhamdulillah, today is 10 million. That is the story about my career, that I decided not to go to London. I did go to London next day, but I wrapped up everything. I saw this place, an amazing place, even in 1987, when the life was not beyond the trade center. Trade center was the farthest end of Dubai. But what I liked here was very, very welcoming, warm people. When I went to the Fahidi Street, as you would know, everybody speaks my language. The biggest school, Indian school in the world was not in India, but in Dubai. And that was the Indian high school at that time with 7,000 children. So I said the schooling is available here. The banking facilities were very good. The telecommunication was extremely good. At that time, India had not yet opened up. It opened up in 1991. So it used to take 8 years to get one telephone line. So here the telecommunication was amazing. I decided why to go there, and I had 2 small children. London, England is a little bit more permissive society. So I decided to set up my office here. I came back after 3 to 4 months. Rest is history, as they say. The journey, I don't think that I have grown at the same pace as Dubai has grown. I was just seeing yesterday, I went to Chamber of Commerce to meet the president of Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Hamad Bouamim. And I went there after 3 years. Every time you go, you see absolutely new Dubai. I don't know what's the magic. And the places are not empty. They are fully occupied. So even the Chamber of Commerce has had a new total look. So this place is very inspirational by its character. When you see from a desert, now you go right up to Expo 2020, it's an amazing city. And it's all construction and construction and construction. So something is there in this place which makes you inspired, which pushes you. Guys, think, if I can produce Dubai from the desert, why can't you grow in your own business? So this is a magical place. It's really, we are living through the magic. We are living through the growth story. So along with this growth, we have also grown. Alhamdulillah, today we have about 6,000 white-collar employees by and large. We have diversified into various different lines of business. People know me only as Nikai, as Abbas Bhai also introduced me. But Nikai is about 15 to 20% of our business. The rest is the staffing, outsourcing, digital transformation solutions, FMCG, and logistics, as 3PL logistics. So, alhamdulillah, this place provides you all what you can look for in life. Amazing living conditions, safe and sound, good financial support. My dear friend who's sitting next to me is heading a unit in FAB. And just now I was talking to the minister, and he also talked that how we can support this initiative, particularly of the SIPA, which you know has been signed yesterday. It is a comprehensive economic partnership agreement, which is almost equivalent to a FTA, but it's much beyond FTA. This is what I was just talking to him. In fact, yesterday I called him when he was in Delhi, that this is a very major strategic and comprehensive, all-inclusive, not seen elsewhere. India has, for the first time, signed such a deal with any country in the world. FTA is only, sort of an agreement, but really, let me tell you that this free trade agreement has been going on since Sheikh Al-Lubna was the minister in 2007, 2008. It took that long, but the entire progress has been done in the past from September onwards, which is less than 5 months. In fact, yesterday I heard it was done in 88 days with 881 pages.
UAE is a country where we've been always known as a country of tolerance, country of love of all nationality. There is no any differentiation on color, nationalities, religion, and any type of things. All of us, we are in a same umbrella living. You have mosque, you have church, you have temple, you have everything. This is one of the things that we call it a unique nation, which is we love it. I feel I am beside my brothers, my sisters, whether from India or from any nationalities. Today, the funny things that Mr. Abbas was pushing me to say, and coming back to my dear friend Paras, I would say, adding to Mr. Abbas what he said, Paras, he's an encyclopedia of a good experience about somebody who had a rich experience. And I was talking to him, I said, Paras is as rich, as unique like Paris, okay? And that is exactly what I said today with this all the nation we are here. So coming back to Mr. Abbas, he said, you tell the audience that you are also knowing their language. I said from the beginning when I was a child, we always used to see the Bollywood movies. I picked this whole dialogue of the Indian movies where I felt I'm in love with that culture. So I would say today, Abbas told me, you have to say something that audience has to hear this.
Yes, yes, please. Can you put your hands together before he recites the Shairi? Yes, sir.
And I think the best thing to say, there is nothing better than Indian poetry. To send a nice message to the audience that UAE is a country that open for any nation, open for any language. I would say, ये दुनिया में जो भी होता है हो जाने दो, खुशी का मौका अपने हाथों से ना जाने दो.
Wow. Can you repeat it, please? Can you? Mukarrar Irshad. In Urdu, we say mukarrar, means once again, encore.
I would say, ये दुनिया में जो भी होता है हो जाने दो, खुशी का मौका अपने हाथों से ना जाने दो.
क्या बात है.
So for those who don't understand Urdu, I would say, no matter what in this world has, ये दुनिया में जो भी होता है हो जाने दो. Whatever in this world is creating sadness, leave it. खुशी का मौका अपने हाथों से ना जाने दो. Keep holding the happiness in your hand and give that happiness to everybody.
Excellent, excellent, sir.
My pleasure.
Thank you so much.
I would say thank you to everybody. Thank you for today. I had privilege to discuss with His Excellency Minister of Foreign and Trade. This is an honor for him to be here. That's showing how important this community, how important this. The trade, the communications, the collaboration between UAE and other countries. We have colleagues come from China, we have colleagues from India, we have colleagues from all over the world that they are so happy to live here and build a solid relationship between UAE and other countries. So I would say salute to all of you, salute to everybody who loves UAE, and we are here an open arm for everybody to invest, and please enjoy Expo 2020.
Thank you very much. I'd like to share a small anecdote. There were 3 people who went to swim and they unfortunately drowned, but then they were saved by an angel, and the angel said, now these 3 people, let me tell you, one was a UAE national, like my friend here. One was an Indian national, and one was another national who lives here. So the fairy said that, okay, since you've been saved, you've got one desire to ask for. So the Indian said, take me back to India. He disappeared, went back to India. The second nationality said, take me back to my country. He was gone. When it came to the UAE national, he says, I love my friends, bring them back. So this is how the UAE nationals love. And you can see a very good example of how my friend has now recited a poem. So I give you the title of Mirza Ghalib of Dubai. That's great. Okay, let's carry on the panel discussion. Very interesting. We've got, of course, the stalwarts here. Parasab, since you are not just a businessman and an ex-diplomat or a former diplomat, but I've heard you speak on the economy, India, UAE. Can you throw light on a few things that you believe are the new highlights and how things are going with the India-UAE economy?
Certainly, I'll be happy to say a few words on this. Friends, for a small population of 10 million UAE, out of which the Emirati population is just about 1 million only, or 1.1 million. Imagine such a small country being the second or third largest trading partner of India. You have seen USA, which supplies literally everything from aeroplanes to all the other high-tech things. You have seen China, as they call the manufactory of the whole world, everything coming from China. But India is the second biggest trading partner of UAE. And this is thanks to all of our friends here who have done this miracle. And let me tell you, this agreement, which has been signed only yesterday, will see India achieving $100 billion of bilateral trade only. And that will be by far the biggest than UAE's trade with USA or China or with any other country. Thank you. Thanks. In fact, even for India, UAE can be the biggest trading partner for entire India, and India has a huge population, importing all sorts of material, oil, or aeroplanes, or military hardware. But UAE is going to be the biggest trading partner. Now, how does this happen? It's not a matter of just coincidence. It's the great relationship and bond harmony which is enjoyed by the two leadership of India and UAE. I have been in the Indian Business Council as president twice, and of some other organizations also, even before the Indian IBPC was born. Earlier also I was chairman of another economic. We have all tried our best. How do we increase the economic relationship with India and UAE? It's simply because this is the great place where everybody is welcome, as my friend Mohammed said it. This is a place which welcomes everyone. After all, it's not a coincidence again that you have 205 nationalities of the world with 193 countries in the world. The 193 members are there in the United Nations, but we have 205 nationalities which are not yet members of the UN. So that's what UAE is. And this is how they have attracted every single person. So what we are trying to now achieve is a great investment between the two countries. You will be again surprised that UAE is the place where Indians have maximum amount of investments. It's not only that UAE is also putting money there, but Indians have put in multiples of what even UAE has done. UAE has by now, till now, about 17 to 18 billion dollars of investments in India, whereas the Indian community has put in here almost about 80 billions of investments here, both in the real estate and the businessmen like us who have put in money here. So this whole relationship is going to be absolutely unique, which you have never seen with any other country. And this is thanks particularly to the visit of Prime Minister Modi in 2015, reciprocated by the leadership of His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan in 2016, again in 2017 when he was the chief guest at the Republic Day of India. then the visit of Prime Minister Modi again, and third time, and the fourth time he was supposed to be here in January, but unfortunately because of COVID it could not happen. They met yesterday virtually. Inshallah, next month he should be again here. So we have to take this example of this unique relationship which is called comprehensive, historic, economic, bilateral, food security, energy security, defense cooperation. You have the complete range of cooperation, and we hail this cooperation. Therefore, we say, long live the friendship between India and UAE.
Thank you, Paraji. Thank you very much. Okay, we are running short of time, so I've got a closing question for each of the panelists. Neha, I hope I can call you Neha. You're a friend, and of course, I've learned a lot from you. From the audience, if someone wants to invest in cryptocurrencies, do blockchain, what would be your advice? I mean, how would they go about it? Very quickly. Also, we have someone in the audience who is come all the way from London and China. She is the expert, so she's going to be also asking you a question maybe. Anything that you'd like to share quickly?
Okay, so regarding the crypto investment, generally we look for the product. What is the viable product and what is the future of it? For example, there are upcoming technologies like Metaverse, DeFi, the technologies, the tokens which are working into this field, in the future technologies. I think that is the major and the good investments you can make in the crypto, because that might be not growing like a pump in the market, but in future it will definitely be there, because a lot of applications will be built on that. For example, I would say Ethereum, the BNB coins, because these technologies are already adopted by so many platforms already working on them. So definitely these has to grow in consistency. Again, I am not authorized to give any investment advice, but this is my personal opinion which I have given here.
Thank you. For all of you, just for your information, 16th of Feb, the greatest investor on earth, as he's called, the sage of Omaha, he used to call cryptocurrencies as a devil kind of an investment, but he himself has invested $1 billion in cryptos, or a bank rather, which is based out of cryptos. So I think the world is going. El Salvador, as we all know, is a country that's actually adopted crypto as their currency. And as you know that the Bitcoin goes, the highest point it reached was 68,000 or 69,000, but it fluctuates. So I think, as you rightly said, we have to go with caution. We can't just, invest. Abdullah Saab, you are a great businessman. I have seen you grow from strength to strength. You're in the business of perfume. So when we come to you, we feel happy because we smell the great perfume. Now, for the audience who's sitting away from you, not for, coming near you to smell the perfume, give them few thoughts that they can carry back with them to their homes. Where 3 traits of leadership that you would like to share with them?
Wow, he always comes back to leadership. The thing I'm weakest at. 3 traits of leadership. I'm sure most of us have read, have experienced, and practiced various different types of leadership, be it participative, autocratic or democratic, etc. Frankly, I am not an expert in leadership, but I would like to share with you my own philosophy of leadership. I have a style of leadership which I like to call servant leadership. Wow. Excellent. Servant leadership, in my mind, is a concept which actually works down up, where if you are thinking that we work for the people who work for us, I think that's the leadership that works the best. And that's the reason I like to call it servant leadership. I know it sounds a bit archaic and sounds a bit like servitude, but in my mind, it brings about the conscious combination of humanity, servitude, and ambition. In the process, you're also trying to show the people that you're working with and working for in that way that there is a greater future. Everybody has a right to conquer their own future. And that, in my opinion, is the best leadership. It's not about how many people you lead, It's how many people who have worked with you, grown, gone out, and still can pick up the phone and call you boss.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I have again my friend here, Mohammed Bhai, and I would like you to share a few thoughts on something that you have done in your own field where people love you for what you are. I know that everyone that I speak to in your organization, they say he's one of the best leaders. And also something about the economy, the way it's going, especially the SMEs. Any thoughts?
Well, you can hear me, right? Yeah. Some people, they call it SME, some people, they call it commercial banking, and some people, they call it business banking. I mean, this is all under, a small and medium enterprises. They are considered as the best engine in drive economic growth. When we talk about this segment, we talk about 94% of the businesses. And as well, this sector, it's a development of natural human resources, where we talk about 42% of workforce of employees who's working in that sectors, 42%. And we're talking about 40% of GDP. That's why during pandemic, the entire world, including the UAE, government, central bank, they supported SME as the main engine and main foundation of any economy. And that is exactly the importance that how we can see in any nation. In Europe, you evidence that most of the companies, like in Holland, in Germany, those people who got affected from pandemic, they got supported, especially in SME, 30 to 40% of return and supported from the government, because it's a chain of economy, chain of the strength of the country. That's why they got supported in like this. And I encourage, today we talk about SME, and I encourage everybody, today we have the foundation, we have the landscape in the UAE, how we get support first from the government, second from the regulations, third from the environment. Today we are sitting, we are hearing that on the other part of the world, they are getting affected from the storm, natural things, and a lot of effect from the crisis. Thank God, touch wood, we are here. We have a government support, we have a people, safe country, and I encourage everybody to invest in the UAE.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We are running short of time, but I would be remiss if I do not thank the panelists for giving such beautiful thoughts, enlightening thoughts, to have taken us through waves of leadership, to SMEs, to economy, and of course, blockchain. So with this, I would like to close the session and once again thank all the audience for being such a patient audience and for listening. And I would like you to put your hands together for this great panel.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Abbas Ali Mirza. I'm going to please request you all to come ahead of the table for a group photo op. And maybe please invite Mr. Mahesh Shukla and Sirish Adake to kindly felicitate them with a lovely bouquet of flowers. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, sir, for kindly joining us. May we please invite Mahesh Shukla, sir, and Sirish Adake, sir. Rahul Gokhale, sir, may I please request you to kindly join us. Present the lovely bouquets to all our panelists. the most interesting session of the day. Getting to hear from the stalwarts. Invited by Abbas Ali Mirza. Kind thanks to all our panelists and Abbas for moderating the session extremely well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Our next session is on Untapped Africa. And for this panel discussion, may we please invite Mrs. Fayomi, while she's going to invite some delegates from Africa. I'm going to take this opportunity and invite Mr. Sirish Patwardhan, Mr. Jayant Deshpande, and Mr. Rakesh Patil to kindly join them. Ladies and gentlemen, Africa in general is an emerging market. Some people say that the next decade will be of African business, while Dubai provides the perfect gateway to Africa. And to know more about opportunities in Africa, we welcome our African delegates along with Mr. Sirish Patwardhan and Jayant Deshpande, as well as Mr. Rakesh Patil, who shall represent Indian businessmen in UAE. Ladies and gentlemen, the moderator of this session is Mrs. Fayomi Yinka, a pioneer staff and former director of Nigerian Investment Promotion Commission, that is NIPC, has held various positions around the world, including joining the Nigerian National Vision 2020 team and participating as a juror on the BBC World Challenge and serving as a governor of Brent Council in the UK. Her interest in global affairs has taken Yinka to over 80 countries. With over 30 years working experience with various multinational concerns on development projects in different countries, with study trips to over 80 countries, she has promoted financing of oil and gas assets and also facilitated investments to some African countries. Please, even if you don't have businesses in Africa, I'm going to please request you all to kindly explore the opportunities in Africa, since they say the next decade will be the decade for the Africans. Ladies and gentlemen, may we please give it up for the lovely lady, Mrs. Fayomi, and our panelists are Sirish Patwardhan, Jayant Deshpande, Rakesh Patil, as well as our lovely friends and dignitaries who've joined us from Africa. Thank you very much. Fayomi to kindly take over. Is Fayomi here, sir? Thank you, sir. Can we have the microphone on? My lovely sir. The lovely crew, the fader's on. Guys, the fader's on, please. Sir, can I keep this?
Hello.
Sir.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. For those who are wondering about whether my name is Mrs. Fayomi, my name is not Mrs. Fayomi. My name is Ebele Okeke. Unfortunately, she couldn't be here today, so I'm representing her, and I shall be moderating the panel. Just by way of introduction, I think this panel is likely to be probably one of the more interesting and exciting sessions that you will see today. Everybody's business, if you're in business today, whatever you're doing, whether you're in retail, whether you're in transportation, logistics, manufacturing, your business is likely to be directly or indirectly affected by Africa. Just my business, Altica Partners, it's a Dubai-based, Africa-focused investment firm, and we help a lot of the GCC investors who are looking at Africa to make smart investments in the continent. We also invest into fast-growing African businesses We invest ticket sizes between $3 to $25 million across multiple sectors in businesses in Africa. So I'd like to welcome all my panelists on board, and I'll have each of them start with briefly introducing themselves and what they do. And then we'll go on to talking about a series of questions.
Yinka, who's joined us here, Mr. Anthony Yinka. Anthony, you want to come the other side so that... Absolutely, we have all of you in the center. Thank you. Thank you to each and every one of you.
I'm Mr. Anthony Denga, from President and founder of African Grain and Seed.
I'm Shirish Patwardhan. I represent RKME International. We are professionally managed raw material for going into various verticals, which includes coatings, plastics, personal care, cosmetics, construction, and specialty oils for transformers, white oils for various different uses, and so on and so forth. Also, we do have manufacturing of specialty additives and car coolants, brake fluids, and so on. I'm delighted to be here in front of you, and whatever will be my contribution, you are most welcome to ask.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jayan Deshpande. I head Samsotech group of companies. First of all, thank you very much to GMBF for giving us this opportunity to share our ideas. We started our company in Dubai, and presently, we have our installations systems in over 135 countries in the world. We are present in 38 of the 54 countries in Africa. That's my introduction. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Rakesh Patil. Thank you, GMBF, for giving us this opportunity to be on this panel. Little about myself. I started after initial career in India. I lived in Africa, in Nigeria, basically for 3 years. There I saw the opportunity, the potential of African market. Then I decided to start my own business. And then I moved to Dubai in 2004. So, and since then we are supplying machineries, industrial machineries to African countries, basically East and West Africa. We cover almost 34, 35 countries there. And 70% of our exports or business is from African market at the moment. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Grace Matabi. It's really a pleasure to be here and to be part of this panel. Briefly, I am a lawyer, entrepreneur, and an advisor. I'm representing LMG Management, and basically what we do is we help people and companies set up projects and businesses in Africa and other emerging economies. I also have, I'm also a partner in an engineering company which is based in Ghana and Ivory Coast. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Grace. So I think maybe Grace will start with you and have all the other panel members answer this key question. What do you see as the current key opportunities in Africa at the moment? And what are the most interesting sectors that you think members of the audience should be paying attention to?
Okay. Currently, what I've been advising a lot of companies is to look in the solar industry in Africa. So right now, I believe that Africa is prime for investment. But how do you enter that market? With electrification of countries being very important, a lot of African countries have, what do we have? A lot of sun. But you have a lot of countries that also suffer from problems with powering the nation, which affects so many other aspects of the communities, meaning the schools, the universities, the hospitals, if you don't have this. So I believe that a big investment opportunity in Africa has to do with sustainability and solar energy. This is where the next wave is coming. I hope that that answered your question.
Absolutely. I think that's very topical right now with global warming. We're seeing a lot of initiatives trying to target climate change. Rakesh, you wanted to?
Yes. My view is in Africa, due to lack of some resources, a lot of trade is happening, a lot of import is happening. So there's huge potential in local manufacturing, which most of the African countries are now promoting, giving some incentives. Government is doing pro-manufacturing policies. So that's why we started supplying machineries to African continent. And with my experience, I have seen some companies who started in 2005 with, let's say, 1 or 5 machines. They are doing now turnover in billions or multi-millions, I would say. So there is huge potential in manufacturing, and I suggest to look into that field in African market. Yeah.
Hello. Africa is a large continent, and also population is increasing, so there are enough and more opportunities. We started in Dubai in 2007, and immediately we had this financial crisis. So we started to develop our business in the Middle East, and slowly we started developing our business in Africa. What I would recommend each one of you if you want to develop your businesses in Africa, is to analyze your own competitive strengths in that market. What is that you can add value to African segment or African market, whichever. So confined to your domain expertise, find out a niche market that you can address rather than you going and trying to address every type of market. So whatever market you are now, maybe in India, maybe in the Middle East, find out your niche where you can penetrate African market and consolidate your presence in Africa. Thank you.
Hello. In terms of African investment, at this stage, I'd say Africa is completely open for a lot of transactions. Now, this like our other panelists has put forward, needs a bit of consulting, but you have to identify which area in which you want to focus on. Now, as an African who has invested personally into African countries, you'll realize that the products that you already are used to, Africa will most probably adopt to and will respond, and this will give your investments a higher capital, let's say, uptake from what you do in your own countries. Because we have untapped human resources, but also the market. Africa is a big market. We are, I think, the largest growing market at present. So whatever field you decide to look at, be it in food sustainability, energy sustainability, and of course in infrastructure, you have a big table to play with. Thank you.
Yeah, Africa. Africa is definitely a region where Dubai, as a biggest trading hub in this part of the world, always look for. Every fellow businessman, I won't say particularly Indian, but every fellow businessman always has got some or the other way connected to Africa by either supplies or some investments and so on. Many of my very close dear friends has got a lot of investments in Africa in few countries, and I can definitely say in my sector which I work, there is a great scope because Africa is a developing market. The demands are growing, and when it comes to raw material, the demand what they have, slowly the demand will increase to such a level that they will need an infrastructure to manufacture all those items. And that is what Arkemi definitely possesses the required technological knowledge and partners and so on. So I look forward for the opportunities with friends next to me. Thank you.
Thanks. I think there are so many common themes here, but one of the themes I picked up on was the population, the size of the markets. When we speak to investors in the GCC specifically, and we explain to them the population growth that's going to happen in Africa over the next 20 to 30 years, I mean, many of them are astounded. If you look at some of the cities in Africa, look at Lagos, for example, in Nigeria, where you have more than 20 million people in one city, which is almost the size of, it's bigger, certainly bigger than many of the populations of many of the countries in the Middle East. So that's one of the things. So I think, in summary, whichever sector that your business is in, there must be opportunities for you to be thinking about right now. And I guess the next question to the panel is, what's, in terms of the ease of doing business in Africa, versus the perception versus the reality, you see and you hear, once you tell people about Africa, often some business people are slightly concerned, slightly nervous. What has been your experience in actually activating your business strategy in Africa? Bearing in mind that Africa is 54 countries. We're not talking about one country specifically, right? There's a lot of diversity there. And I'd like to ask some of the panelists what their experience has been. Maybe Rakesh, you want to start with that?
Related to ease of doing business, I would say West Africa has a community called ECOWAS, Economic Community for West African Countries. Similarly, East African countries have, East African Community, EAS. So within that East and West Africa, they have made business very easy, like free trade. Like recently, India and UAE has done the free trade agreement just yesterday. Similarly, East and West Africa already has this pact. So let's say if you want to start some business, let's say in Kenya, in East Africa, and you can cover entire East Africa and invest, let's say Nigeria, which is one of the developed and more potential in terms of population. So if you start from there, that's what I have done. Then you can cover the whole West Africa and utilize the free trade pact done by ECOWAS and East African Community.
Can I add? Those are correct in regard to the institutions, but I want to talk a little bit about understanding the link between culture and doing business in Africa. So when you're doing business, and I hate to use the expression in Africa, because like you said, it's so many different countries. How you do business in Kenya and how you do business in Nigeria is going to be very different. So it's very important, the first step is to make sure that you understand the country that you are going into culturally. And secondly, you have to make sure that you have a strategic partner in that country. I know this is not necessarily a topic that people like to address, but Africa is also a continent where it's who you know. You need to know people. So you can go in there and without knowing anybody and then go through all numerous steps and you'll still start a business. Or you can go in there with a correct strategic partner and fast track everything. So this is very important. In addition to the institutions that exist, you have to make sure you have strategic partners on the ground and you understand the culture which you are going to start business in. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. In Africa, like you said, it's a lot of different African countries. So I'll speak from the southern sector, which I've done a lot of my business in. Now, Southern Africa provides you with a challenge, like the rest of Africa. Cultures will differ. This will also play a part in government cultures are different. Political cultures will be different. But that doesn't stop the business, because the market in Africa, like we're saying, is growing. Now, if you intend, and I hope you do, to look at investing or directly boosting your business through these structures, the ease of business in Africa is the governments themselves, firstly, right? The people, secondly, right? And thirdly, the institutions that you're dealing with, because you have to deal through a step-by-step strategy. It's easy to look at Africa as a jungle. That's because most probably you haven't tamed the horse. So if you walk around with the horse long enough, you get to understand where that way there's a snake, it will jump, and where it's been cheated before, it will resist. And these are all my own perspectives of doing business in Africa. So the ease of business has become so open because every country wants investment to come in. Every single culture wants a change from no electricity to a lot of electricity. So it plays already to the narrative of welcoming investors into Africa. Thank you.
Yeah, go ahead if you...
Actually, I agree with they have covered everything, but still I will say ease of business has to increase. Simultaneously, you can say protecting and banking with pace of, you can say, class A kind of availability of banking. That's all.
Yeah, I think that feeds nicely into the next question. So there are opportunities. It's not as challenging as it's often made out to be to do business in Africa. For me, in the financial services sector, the number one question I get from investors or promoters who are going into Africa is about currency risk. You know, if I put my money in, am I sure how am I going to get my money out? Is the value of the money I put in going to be equal to the value I bring out? So currency volatility and currency availability often tends to be one of the most pressing questions that we get to see all the time. And I'd like to invite the other panelists and ask them, you know, what other common challenges are promoters or business people experiencing when they enter Africa, maybe from your personal experiences back home or with the few businesses that you have you started in Africa.
Hello. The most difficult question to answer is how to start and which countries you should address. Africa, as everyone knows, has 54 countries. I will tell you what we did. We are primarily addressing IT sector and hospitality to be more precise. So when we decided to address the market in Africa, we narrowed down to 4 countries to start with, which are more focused on hospitality. First one was Egypt. Egypt has a lot of tourism. Morocco. Third one was South Africa. And fourth one was Kenya. So once you identify which are the potentially larger markets for you, then it is easy for you to address those things. Rather than you focusing on every country and every market segment, decide which market segment and which countries you want to address. Then you become more focused, and then it best is to find right partners there. We could find out resellers or partners where we could trust them, and they could represent us there. So the end user did not feel anything abnormal to deal directly with a company overseas. Rather, they were dealing with a partner which is in their own country. I think I would suggest that the best way to expand or enter into, most people have this challenge, how to enter a new market, how to enter, maybe it's Kenya or Nigeria, whichever. They do not know. So best is to find out which a right partner and then enter into that market. That way your chances of succeeding are much higher than otherwise. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you want to?
So regarding the financing, one of the key things is it depends on what kind of investment you're trying to make in Africa. So if it's just maybe a businessman wanting to start maybe selling something, then you look for a distribution. But I'm going to answer regarding bigger projects, okay? In regard to this, it's very important to identify what are the priority projects in the country you're going into. Because if it's a priority project, the government most likely has received funding from World Bank or IMF or some other institution for this project. And usually you can find some kind of system to make sure that your project gets funding, whether you do it through a BOT or PPP or whatever kind of legal structure you want to set up for the funding. Sometimes people also get country guarantees and they go to Exim banks for funding. So when you are doing an investment, one, is the investment a priority for the government? If it is far easier to finance those projects than a project that no one really is interested in. So that's one avenue.
Thank you. I think I want to pose the next question to both of you gentlemen. I think Anthony mentioned something around, the diversity in Africa, and you're dealing with multiple different countries, different cultures, different ways of doing business, different objectives from different governments and so on. I want to just ask about some of the cultural differences or cultural aspects that investors should be taking into mind when they are doing business in certain African countries that may not be sort of apparent to an outsider when they're coming in.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very good question. With my limited knowledge for few countries of Africa, I will say that why don't I pass this to Mr. Jayant, who has got 38 countries covered with, where I got very limited this thing. But I will say I was always been happy dealing with African countries because number one, they are quality conscious when it comes to using raw material. And secondly, it's a definitely growing market. But Mr. Deshpande, I think you should address this more than me.
Do you want to take that, Mr. Jayant or Rakesh, any of you?
Regarding
Regarding the cultural differences.
Yeah, I think culture is very important. Let me give you an example. When we were dealing with American companies, Americans normally trust you very fast. If you check in Asia Pacific, they take much longer time to trust you. So in Africa, I think it's important that you must appreciate all the cultures. No culture is, like every culture, once you start enjoying the culture, you will love that, you will like it. So once you start liking the culture, you start trusting them, they start trusting you. I think that is very important to build a long-term relationship with every customer, and it can happen only after you start appreciating their culture and understanding that they come from a different environment, different backgrounds than what you have come up or we have been grown up. And once you start appreciating the culture of everyone, you start building good relationship with everyone, and that helps you to do business. Thank you.
So, go ahead.
Okay,
if you want to answer that.
Okay, so culturally, the diversity of Africa is not a hindrance, firstly. Yes. Right? It's more or less like it's complementary because of our different cultures constantly. If Indian business came into Africa, we have room for acceptance of the culture because our own culture is so diverse right across the river. So it's not like it's the borders that separate us as Africa. But as an investment destination, I'd agree completely with the gentleman who just spoke now, that the minute you are open or acceptant to the different cultures and the different regions in which you are intending to do the investment in, right, you'll realize that they will most probably welcome you more because your culture is most probably at a differently advanced level, right, than our own. And it's not that anything's bad about our own culture, but or anything is worse than your existing culture. But it's the meeting of the cultures that usually makes Africa seem much more homely. We are taught to grow up expecting different cultures to come in. Thank you.
So I think there might be some members of the audience who are listening to us and thinking, why should I bother with Africa now? My business is doing well, I'm doing well in Dubai or in India and so on. I would think about Africa later, right? It's not priority number one right now. And one question I want to ask my fellow panelists is, why should investors and business people listening to us now start right now looking at Africa, right? Why should they start activating their Africa strategy as opposed to postponing it, in years to come?
This respect, I would like to say Africa is a continent with 50+ countries and 1.3 billion population. So there is mass market and huge potential that Africa is, like they say, Africa is the future. That is why I would recommend and ask all the entrepreneurs or the established business players to invest in Africa and target Africa as a potential market, set up the base, either it can be trading or manufacturing, but that's a potential market because considering the population and the requirement of the continent.
Want to take that, anyone?
Yes. My answer to that is as simple as Coca-Cola. Coca-Cola is everywhere. But in Africa, we drank as much more than anywhere else in the world. So it just goes to show that as long as you are looking at focusing yourself on growth, being in Africa now is the only answer. Being in Africa now, I'm sure you might be waiting to see the trends of the politics, the trends of COVID, but that's not going to change Coca-Cola. We are a consuming continent. We will consume anything, technology, tech, education. We are consuming and producing. So Africa is Coca-Cola now, Pepsi. Let me put it that way.
I think also it's a very youthful population. So there's a lot of youth. I think in Ghana we have a figure of something like 70% or something of the population is under 50. I mean, it's a huge youthful population. I know these are the similar figures in other countries. So in regard to any business expanding and making sure that you have the workforce, this is another bonus for investment on the continent. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Grace. And linking in terms of the practical aspects of doing business in all these countries, regulation and the role of government is very important, right? So, one of the things that business people need is an enabling environment for them to come in, open a business, get the licenses, get their staff in. A question I want to ask, maybe starting with you, Rakesh, because you've been there on the ground, is, how can investors and promoters, mitigate against some of the risks that regulation poses, and what practical steps should they be taking when, setting up their business in a specific country and making sure that they are in touch with what the rules are and they abide by the rules to ensure that their businesses thrive and are not caught out by any regulatory challenges.
Okay, I would like to notify two challenges in Africa. One is the political instability and currency fluctuation. Apart from that, the major role which everybody should consider and look into is the government policies. I'll give you an example. Like, I would not name the country. One of the country overnight banned the plastic polybags. Since I'm into plastics, I know hundreds of companies which overnight they had to shut down because it was a total ban. There was no time frame given to them. So that's why it is very important to either study or see the forecast of the government, their policies, the upcoming policies before entering into the market, and then you can strategize your business accordingly.
You want to take that?
Hi. You should also consider the taxation. Many countries have signed up with the UAE regarding the avoiding double taxation. So you should make sure that you are aware of the taxation so that you don't, that when you are getting the money back, there is no withholding tax. All those things, formalities. We have done business with almost 38 countries in Africa. We did not notice any country having withholding taxes. That is one. Second thing is that maybe some countries have very, very specific legal documentation that need to be done. Without that, even if it is a $1 shipment, it gets stuck. So make sure that you are familiar with all the legal documentation. This is only for some 1 or 2 countries only. Otherwise, we did not see any government regulations that there are no import, unless what he has recently observed about polymers. But generally, we did not see any import restrictions for IT-related products in any of the country, either import or export-related restrictions for our type of business. Thanks.
Yeah, you want to contribute to that?
Actually, when we say ease of business, we expect that clarity into all the norms required for environment, required by government, quality assurances at its place, and so on and so forth is expected. And as I expect that slowly but steadily, Africa, entire region, will place it as per the norms given by government directives. And more we will be conducive to have much investment done in terms of manufacturing with the raw material locally available. Especially Africa, few countries I observed are very rich into minerals and like cobalt and so on. So look forward for that.
Thank you. I think we're running out of time. It's the last question would be around strategic partnerships. So in many, there are different models of entering a new region or a new country. In some countries, there is a model of, having a local partner versus, you coming in and trying to set up the business on your own. We're all here, we're meeting new people, we're networking. I just want to get the final opinions of my panel members around partnerships, about potentially working with Africans to do Africa, as opposed to you doing it on your own with your own people. What's better, and what are the different kind of practices and best practices that one should bear in mind? Maybe Grace, you want to start with that?
I think partnership is very, very important and integral to doing any kind of business in specifically Africa. But I would also add, you need to make sure you do your due diligence. You do some research on who you're partnering with, what is their track record, do they have the ability to make whatever project or investment you're trying to do on the continent viable. So yes, partnership is important, and also making sure that you find the right partner.
Anthony, any comments on that?
Yes, partnerships are crucial, especially for an onward-looking investment into Africa. I'd always say it's important to meet someone who could be on the ground for the meetings you can't attend, because at the end of the day, representation is key. Because they're going to represent the bigger business that wants to see itself in Africa. Now, in my case, I'll speak for Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe being a land-linked opportunity country sitting in the center of Southern Africa, if you don't have a Zimbabwean, who is in Zimbabwe, right? You already are running this race with one leg tied behind you to the next leg, really going nowhere. So it's important to partner with Africans who can either go into other African countries on your behalf for the same business and sit down and discuss opportunities with your governments. Thank you.
Thanks. I think we've run out of time. In case any questions,
sure.
We're all available around for.
We can always network
questions.
because we just have the last session.
Yeah.
So all our
So I just want
panelists and our moderators here with us, please feel free to ask them any questions you have in your mind right after this last session. So I'm going to take this wondrous opportunity of thanking all of you. Thank you so much. To do the honors, may I please request Mr. Dilawar and Mr. Vivek to kindly present a token of love, our mementos to all our panelists, while I'm going to request all of you all to kindly step forward for a group photo op, please. Thank you so much for giving us the right insights of what investing in Africa is all about and what partnerships are all about to grow well. So I'm going to request you all to come ahead of the tables so that we have a good photo op, please. Everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, and thank you, sir, for doing the honors. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I have some very important announcements to be made. Yes, of course, we have the session of the day, the panel discussion, to be moderated by our very own President of GMBF Global, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar. But before that, let me make these very important announcements while we simultaneously congratulate them. For all those who are looking forward to getting their RT-PCR test done, in case you're traveling, you need to get your RT-PCR test done, then please do visit stall number 17, that is Real Health, to get your RT-PCR in subsidized rate here at MahaBiz 2022. That is stall number 17 for your RT-PCR in subsidized rate. And of course, we look forward to meeting all of you for speedy networking tomorrow in the morning. So for a change, on a Sunday, you need to wake up a little early and make sure that you're really taking and making the most out of this. So today, whatever we've gained, let's materialize it tomorrow. We look forward to meeting you all at the India Club. The venue is the India Club, 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. Post which, of course, we shall all go to the expo to experience Expo 2020. So see you all tomorrow, and right now, I please request you all, ladies and gentlemen, to kindly put your hands together for Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, and this is the impact of business associations. As we always believe that all these business associations in every country, including our very own GMBF Global, to know the relevance of these business panels and how to really do impact with them, this is our next roundtable, which is moderated by our very own president. So I know we super few of us, but the applauses could be thunderous. May I please one last time request each and every one of you, ladies and gentlemen, to applause for ourselves at the last session of the day, which is of course very, very important, because we need to know how to make the most out of these organizations, how to approach them and make sure that we do business with them. Thank you, Dr. Sunil Manjrekar. I'm going to request you to kindly invite your panelists.
Hello. Thank you, Simran. So this session, we are going to conduct the role of industry association and business association in UAE and India. So I would like to invite Mr. Sundar Nirani. Mr. Sundar Nurani. Mr. Dilip Sinha. Welcome, sir. Mr. Dilip Sinha. Yeah, he must be outside. Dilip Sinha. Then Mr. Subrata Mukherjee, the IBPC President RAC. Mr. Tariq Aziz, the Chairman of CEO Club. Mr. James Matthew, ex-IBPC General Secretary. Shripad Kulkarni, the President of BBNG. I will invite, only one person is missing. Mr. Dilip Sinha. He was here. Mr. Dilip Sinha. I think we can continue with the discussion. Mr. Lalit Gandhi is there? Yeah, I think he's not there. Welcome, Mr. Dilip Sinha. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the last session, and we are running short of time. And I'm sure you enjoyed the whole MahaBiz since morning. So, this session we are not going to spend more than 30 minutes because everybody is tired. So, I will not ask many questions. I will ask only 1 or 2 questions only to my panelists. So, I just wanted to introduce our panelists. I will start from Mr. Sundar Nurani. He is a fellow member of Institute of Chartered Accountant of India and currently is the chairman of largest overseas and most vibrant chapter of ICI, Dubai. He has 25 years of work experience in the statutory audits. So welcome, Mr. Sundar Nurani. Mr. Dilip Sinha is the vice president of Envient, an electrical connection and protection solution company. Sinha has held leadership position in global MNC like Honeywell and Rockwell Automation and was named one among the 100 most powerful people in 2010-2011 and leading trend journal in the UAE. Recently, he was with the IBPC, General Secretary. Till recent, Secretary General.
Recently, yeah.
So welcome, Mr. Dilip Sinha. Mr. Subrata Mukherjee, presently working with the ceramic subsidiary of Rack Ceramic as a senior management professional holding MBA with international trade, Master of Commerce, CFAS, and many other qualifications he has. Mr. Tariq, I welcome Mr. Subrata Mukherjee. Mr. Tariq Ahmad Nizami is the founder and CEO of CEO Club Network Worldwide, which is the largest business networking club in the world. He has education from USA with more than 36 years. And he is an internationally known figure as far as CEO Club Worldwide is concerned. Along with me, Mr. James Matthew. He is my dear friend, and we work together for the IBPC 1 or 2 events, and we were together for the Pravasi Bharti. And then I learned from him how to manage the organization, association. So welcome Mr. James Matthew. And James Matthew is the managing director of UHY James. And welcome Mr. James Matthew. With me, our other panelist is from India, Mr. Sriranga Kulkarni. He is also a dear friend of mine. He is having the rich experience and he is the president of BBNG. So I will start from Mr. Dilip Sinha. My question to all the panelists, only one question. In order to run the organization, the leadership quality is very important. So how leadership quality will are playing the role in business forum? So my first question to Mr. Dilip Sinha.
Thank you, Sunil, and Jai Maharashtra, and welcome everyone. It's a great pleasure to have all of you here. I'm from Mumbai, but been here for a quite long time. Now I'll just come quickly to the question. It's about leadership, and I think for anything to succeed, whether it's a forum or an industry, leadership is very important. You know, leadership makes or breaks. If you have good leader, and then you have a great team with you, I think there is nothing can stop you from becoming successful. A good leader is one who gives the right direction to the team, but also empowers the team, allows them to do the thing, to utilize their best capability, allows them to grow. And these are the companies, if you look at most of the successful companies, I've worked with Honeywell, I've worked with Rockwell, now with Envent, all American MNCs. And one thing I saw in common, a chairman of $40 billion company comes and he puts hand over you and calls you by your first name or calls you buddy after probably a few meetings. Just imagine the kind of confidence when I was growing up as a young manager and all, and then was in leadership position. So when I came in the leadership position and when I had to talk, I could talk straight. I was transparent. I would give good news and bad news alike. So that's about good leadership, that inculcate that, empower people. And when we talk about the forums, forums are playing such an important role in terms of connecting the businesses, in terms of benefiting the businesses. I won't go into the details of that at this moment so that other panelists, but a leadership is something which is a must for successful organization or a successful forum. And I do see a successful forum here, Sunil, so congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Dilip Najim. My question to Mr. Tariq Nizami, as you have international organization, tell us how the role of industry bodies and association can be beneficial to the business.
Thank you very much for the question. And first of all, I'd like to thank Dr. Sunil for giving me the opportunity to share the panel today. I think the bodies and association definitely doesn't matter which country and which part, they play a very key role. Key role in a way that the experts, the focus groups and everything, that's how we all learn. That's how we grow ourselves. That's how we see where the technology, which direction the industry is going. So the role of not only the bodies, the role we play in the bodies is very important. Because every input that we give, and especially if you look at the current environment of technology, current environment of the way the business structure is done, the environment is changing, the way of doing business changes. We are all a global business people. Even Dubai is a perfect example for multicultural environment. There are so many associations and business councils, and IBPC doing a great job. There is a great the agreement signed yesterday between India and UAE. Definitely IBPC had to do a lot to give the input at the inside of the business community, inside of the what is required for the local business community to make that agreement a success. So playing a role is one thing, but getting information from your other counterparts, your like-minded people, which is very important. Especially for me, I network, I see people, I meet people. I never stop learning. We learn from other people. We learn from other people's experience and see how we can use that experience in our benefit. And giving the input to any association, being part of any association or commercial body, giving them where the structures are, making the regulations, the government policies and different things. So we all have to play. So it is very important that you should be part of it one way or the other of any organization, business councils, and a multicultural environment is very important. And again, I say Dubai is the perfect example for the world that what we have here, and I think other countries should follow and see the harmony between the different nationalities and a working environment. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Tariq. My next question to IBPC President of RAK. What role RAK IBPC playing for the business community?
First of all, very good evening to all of you, and my sincere deepest gratitude to the UAE leaders and Dr. Manjrekar Sahab for giving me this opportunity, and the entire staff who has done this excellent event, and of course my good wishes, and thank you for our panelists who are here veteran in their field, and we pray for basically in a happy, healthy, wealthy and prosperous UAE. As far as IBPC is concerned, we are basically based in Ras Al Khaimah, and we are having a small bandwidth, and we are now trying to reach to connect it with the high bandwidth to provide the better services. And we are basically based on the industrial zone. We are having huge industrial zone, and I could see that there is a lot of potential to connect all the business people and the communities from India to supply, particularly in the manufacturing segment, all the products in UAE and particularly in Ras Al Khaimah, because in Ras Al Khaimah, if you see, there are lot of big industries like rack ceramics, glass companies, cement companies, motor vehicle companies, pharmaceutical companies, and lot of other things, as well as the hospitality sector. So in those sectors, we are contributing, and we would like to contribute further through this association. And that's how basically we are playing the role. Thank you for this.
Thank you, Mukherjee. My next question to Mr. Sundar Nurani, ICI Chairman. Now, what are the emerging trends in the accounting world? And how, as the chairman of the biggest overseas chapter of ICI, you are ensuring that your members are up to date with their knowledge, the technical knowledge, and covering various aspects various subjects to enable them to excel them in their professional career?
Thank you. It's a very interesting question, very timely question for the transformation which is happening in the accounting world. Some of the major changes which is happening is the announcement of new standards which are coming up, like for example the ESG standards or sustainability standards which will be shortly coming up for the disclosure purposes. And in terms of any business, if you see, all the businesses are getting into kind of transformation, whether it is technology or the emerging trends as a blockchain. So you name anything, the business is getting impacted. We, the Dubai chapter of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, what we do is to ensure that all the members of the chapter, they get the update about the latest developments happening in the accounting and technological world by organizing various continuous professional events. Like as I speak, tomorrow we are having an event to discuss about the corporate income tax, which is applicable in UAE from June 1, 2023. Also, the changes in the commercial companies law, which was recently passed, which was applicable from January 2022, and the anti-money laundering, which is core attention which all the regulators are paying to. So the core objective of the chapter is to ensure members get their technical knowledge updated on a regular basis so that they can contribute towards the national building of the UAE as well as India. Thank you.
Thank you, Sundarji. Now my next question to Mr. James. James, you have run IBPC very nicely. I'm witness for it, and a lot of activities has been taken place when you was there as a general secretary, and I experienced it. So what is your opinion about the business forum, how they can contribute, how they can have the sustainable model?
Hello. Yeah. Dr. Sunil, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Fellow panelists, 30 years I've been in the UAE, and I've been very actively in the public life, almost like 4.5 years in an IBPC, and almost like 8 years I've been actively involved in ICAI, where I retired as a chairman there. One of the vibrant chapters, overseas chapters outside India, the best chapter, I must say. So, just to answer your question, how does this sort of forums help in business? I can see you have put up an amazing show for GMBF. It's, I think, the 6th year, 500 plus, 600 plus people. The first and foremost thing which comes to my mind is the networking opportunities. Today, you can see that, unfortunately, more number of people are outside because they love networking because today the networking opportunities gives a platform for all of you to showcase who you are and what sort of business are you into. Because unless and until you interact, unless and until you showcase yourself, what your capabilities are, I think nothing is coming in. So the world is moved into that side. The print media has gone out of it. The social medias have come in place. So the platforms like business councils, we've been able to bring people from diverse backgrounds, different businesses, and showcase them. This is a member spotlight. There are quite a few number of events where we give opportunity for members to know each other. And more interestingly and more importantly, there are some struggles and challenges which the businesses would be going through. Say, for example, maybe the electronics division, the group, or maybe the computer group, or maybe the textile group. These are people come together and they put those as a platform and they present their challenges, and those challenges are actually conveyed to the Vice Chamber or maybe to a regulator as a collective force. These sort of opportunities, I think as a business forum, we've been able to successfully handle this. So I think apart from being a networking platform, we try and help the businesses. For example, today I received a circular from the Institute of Chartered Accountants, the Dubai chapter, that there are any challenges, any particular sections you need to touch upon on the corporate income tax. This has to be compiled because we have got around 2,600 chartered accountants. We bring forth those challenges together, and we can compile this and collectively put this across to the FTA. I think it carries a weight. Before 2008, before the CDA, the Community Development Authority, was born in UAE, we had, I'm from the state of Kerala. We had 80 plus organizations here, and they stopped, and today they got 1 or 2 organizations because they just wanted to all of them to come forward into one platform and collectively put forward their thoughts for the betterment of a business and the professionals here. Thank you so much.
Thank you, James. My next question to Mr. Sripath Kulkarni. Mr. Sripath, you are running the BBNG in India. What difference you see in the forums in India and forums in UAE, and how your networking is happening in India as far as your forum is concerned?
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Mandarekar. Actually, the role of networking or style of networking doesn't differ. The role of organization plays a vital statement there. The kind of leaders like Dr. Sunil Mandarekar or Kollatkar, they have vision, they have mission, and they have passion. The moment people like you are passionate to bring business people together, business is transaction. Transaction needs 2 sides. One who is interested to transact, another who is ready to transact. And joining those 4 hands without having any disturbances and disruptions, without killing anybody's interest, वाटा घाटा नहीं होना चाहिए, वाटा घाटी होनी चाहिए. True. Actually, the organization plays a vital role because of this passion of you people. Like I know since last 6 years we are associated. Fortunately, this time I could come here. But prior to that, our Brij Mohan Chaudhary and Jagdish Kulkarni, Shweta Inamdar, in India we were conducting conferences for you. Because Sunil Mandarekar has told to do this, Kollatkar has told to do this, then Tulpule has told, then Shukla has told. And so we used to get in continuous informations that GMBF want BBNG as a friend organization to promote their event. Bring in as many people as possible. There is a threat of Corona 1, Corona 2, then Corona 3. Everybody is afraid. Everybody's housemates are not ready to allow him to go. There is a risk. Despite of that, for your word, when people come, you understand what organization should do. Rather, you have digested it. It is flowing in your blood. As far as GMBF people are concerned, networking is flowing in your blood. Passion is flowing in your blood. You know what is to be done and how it is to be done. Everybody agrees. The 7 states, Dubai and all, UAE, they have developed infrastructure and everybody is trying to copy or maybe just follow the same. We are also trying to follow the same. When we are following, as far as BBNG is concerned, we are following you. So what an organization should do, you are teaching us, and same thing we are doing. So
thank you very much, Sripadji. It was
so
exciting.
BBNG, or as a vice president, as a president, as a secretary, I have worked with Nasik Industries and Manufacturers Association. I have worked with Ambad Industries and Manufacturers Association. I have worked with CII, FICCI, and GIZ, German Industries Zusammenarbeit, as well as Laghu Udyog Bharati, again in India-specific movement of entrepreneurs. Every organization must have passionate people like Kolatkars and Manjrekars. Organizations do well.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sripadji, for your inspiration to GMBF. My next question to Mr. Dilip Sinha. How we can improve the networking more, and how we can guide to our delegates, how they can improve the networking tomorrow?
Thank you. Very good question. I think every business council's effort is to network better amongst its members and with people outside. Very important. There are few points I would like to make. One is sometimes frog is inside a well and frog thinks this is the world. When the frog comes out of the well, realizes the world is very bigger. So not in any negative sense I'm talking about it, but in a positive sense, with my experience with Indian Business and Professional Council Dubai, that networking among members is very important, and these kind of forums or events or activities are the best places that they can network. But it's also much more important to network with other countries, states in India, because there are a lot of Indians here. So between Emiratis and Indians here, between Indians and Emiratis here to Indian businesses, business diaspora and governments in India. If that networking happens, and then little bit going beyond, networking with other countries, businessmen, so that you can expand your ambit or your influence, and you can expand your market, your customers, your network much bigger. If we do that, definitely we get much more value from the networking across in the business councils. And I think industry will play a very important role in that, in supporting such networking events. One is for the business, your own businesses, development, either you own the company or you work for it. Second is for understanding the policy issues that are there in businesses and communicating through the business councils or associations to the government, be it here, government departments, or be it in India. And third important thing is doing the kind of events which really are professional and business-like. Yes, once or twice some cultural social events can happen, but very important to keep that and keep doing it consistently so that we have a sustainable, long-term networking opportunities and relationship that you all or all of us can develop. So that's what I would suggest. Thank you.
Thank you, Dilip Sinha ji. It's a good encouragement for our people. My next question to Mr. Tariq. You're doing the business networking from last 30 years. So what is this CEO club? And if our members, our delegates, they wanted to join the CEO club, so can you brief about the CEO club and what is the benefit from the CEO club they will get it?
Thank you very much. This journey started in US. I live in US for 40 plus years, so I founded this CEO club. I'll tell you a little story that how I founded this thing. I was going in my college life and I was the International Student Association president. And I was doing a lot of activities and everything that. And then my teacher asked me in one of my class say, what you will do after that when you become CEO? I said, well, maybe I'll form a CEO club. And that is where the journey started. And this is a journey from US that only CEOs and high executives can join. We give them a platform where they can meet their like-minded people, grow their network, grow their business, buy, sell, joint venture, partnerships, and it's open for all nationalities and all industries. So in the US, we have presence all over the world, but my journey that in Dubai, I'll tell you that started 16 years ago, that I landed in 2005, first time here, just to explore the freehold properties here, and now it's been 16 years that I'm still here. And I only knew 2 people when I came. So you can see how I have now thousands of members here in last 16 years. So it's all about how you meet people, how you convert my main goal is these business contacts should be converted into contracts. This is how you can grow your business. And I think we all, our focus is completely to invite new members, so that's opportunity for different members, different industries, and opportunity for the other way around. So totally is focused on a business by invitation only organization. We are very glad that we are under the patronage of Dubai Royal Family for last 16 years and a proud winner of Dubai Quality Award. And lately we received Dubai Expo recognition from the chairman of Dubai Expo. And I tell you why I'm very firm believer of Dubai as a success story for everybody, that I came, like I say, 16 years ago, and today in Dubai Expo, we are managing more than 15 country business delegations from different parts of the world. And all goes to our hard work, all goes to our team effort, and all goes to our board members and advisory that we listen, and we always grow and follow up the technology. And I always a firm believer now that startups, the young generation, that I strongly believe that we all in the businesses that we should listen to them, and because they have great ideas and we should support them in every shape and form, because that's the future.
Thank you, Tariq ji, for a nice insight from the CEO club you are given. My next question to Mr. Subrata Mukherjee. Subrata, you are running the IBPC RAK. I think you have more than 200 plus members. So how that 200 plus members our delegate can be connected with them? If they want, now there are many members, many delegates, they came from India, Africa and other countries. So what mechanism you can guide us so that they can get the benefit for your network?
Thank you, Doctor, for asking these questions. See, I have been involved with IBPC RAC as well as in the Ras Al Khaimah. I have been with the industries for last 15 years. So the opportunity and the scope, what I could see that a lot of countries, as you said, not only India to UAE and vice versa, other countries also can participate and play a big role. And being an IBPC as an association, we would like to, contribute our part to connect the forum. And not only that, what I have seen my practical experiences, the bringing business and establishing and to make the business sustainability, there are many factors as involved. Like one of the factors is basically the manpowers and the workforces. So what we have focused that not only for this side, that how we could focus on the manpower and, give it, some sort of awareness campaign to the laborers or probably the blue collar workers, workers who are involved into this, industries and the manufacturing segment. And that is why we do, do the events along with the CG office in Dubai to educate them, all those aspects, the financial aspects and the health aspects and all. So this is how basically we could do the contribution.
Thank you, Mr. Mukherjee. We are running short of time, so I will ask one question only, and then we'll wind up. My next question to Mr. Sundar Nurani. For women empowerment, for means the female chartered accountant, what's your plan?
This is a very good question. In fact, next month, March 5 is International Women's Day. With reference to that, we are planning a very big event. We are calling some of the top industrialists women entrepreneurs to motivate our women members. When it comes to the institute globally, we have more than 325,000 members and 700 students, CA students across the world. So out of that, 30% of the qualified chartered accountants are women and 40% of the students are women and girls. And you will be surprised, in September 2021 examination, the final examination, all the top rank 1, 2, 3 were by the women. And I thought somebody will clap, but I mean, so recently we had another examination results for December 2021. First rank and third rank both were by women candidates. I think they left the second rank to a boy. But other than that, I think it's outstanding performance by women. I'm not sure how many of you would have followed the results of the CA. Recently, we had in Mumbai an auto rickshaw driver's daughter. She came out first in the CA. So in CA, dedication and hard working is required, that all our Indian women and all the women across the globe they are dedicated, they are hardworking, and if they want to have something, they know they have the passion to have it. So we are working across all the organization to ensure that there is proper women representation in the board and in the companies. And most of the chapters and branches across India and overseas, we have at least 1 or 2 women who are leaders in the chapters and the organizations across the globe. Thank you.
Thank you, Sundarji. My last question to Mr. James. James, I have seen quite active since long time. You are active in all the forums. Now you are active very much in the Tableon. So can you explain to the delegate how they can get the benefit from the Tableon? Tableon.
Okay. Thank you, Sunil, again. I know the time is running out, but before I answer that, I just want to bring in another dimension. When we attend these sort of conferences, we see, wow, these events have been done so well. Everything is put up very well, nice. But what goes behind the curtain is something which, as I can see, all of us are sitting behind the curtain and does work. As Sunil and his team, entire team, I'm sure they would have sleepless nights, hard work, almost like 14, 15 days before an event is put through. And hats off and thank you. Once again, put a round of applause for all of them. Lots of hard work and commitment goes behind that. I'll just take you to one incident which happened to me personally. I'm sure all of you know Robin Sharma is a celebrated author, from whom I learned the 5 a.m. club mantra. I'm sure many of you are 5 a.m. club members. On 25th of February 2012, when I was the vice chairman of ICAI, Dubai chapter, we were to hold an event wherein he was supposed to speak to almost like 1,300 members and guests. And he was to be picked up the event was it was around 3 p.m. And 1:30 or so, I was supposed to pick him up from Armani Hotel. So the person who picks up his car number and everything has to be given, because that's where because these are celebrated authors, they normally want that sort of things to be done. And I was leaving my home, just about to get into the car, and my wife fell down from the stairs, and I had no option except to call my best friend who lived across, and he and his wife came and took her to the hospital because she had a fracture. And me as a person, because there are 1,300 members waiting, I need to pick him up and bring him to the venue, and show has to go on. So sometimes that sort of a commitment, it's only a personal story. You know, throughout the event, I wasn't aware what was going behind at my home, but then the show had to go on. So it is a lot of commitment, hard work has to go when whoever takes this sort of leadership role and such sort of organizations. And to answer you, Tablon is a networking event organization wherein a lot of people come in. Of course, they pay a registration fee to come in. This is the first time I have seen people paying money to register and do a networking. Because a lot of those evening events, we do meet people, they come in on a free invite and they come in and do. Here they pay 250, 300 dirhams and they come and they got a speed networking, they got session 1, session 2, session 3. So wherein you can introduce yourself, you can get to know them, and you can basically sell. Thank you.
Thank you, James. Thank you, James. Now, last question to Mr. Shripad Kulkarni. You have seen the MahaBiz 2022. We are at the end of the session now. What message you will carry to Maharashtra for business community from this conference?
Yeah, message to Maharashtra from the scene over here. There are ample opportunities available. Sunil sir, there are many problems of this particular business generation as on date. People who enter into business, who have crossed 60 and 65, they have completed their tenure of 30, 35 years. Maybe in UAE, maybe in Maharashtra, maybe in all over the world. The tenure is completed, they are 65, successor is not there. Successor is not there. There are many businesses interested to have good succession. There are good candidates who can come forward, meet Mr. Sunil Manjrekar, tell that, yes, I have very less money, but I have passion. I can earn my sweat equity. I'll work 20 years with this organization. Let him give me 1% per year. I'll become 20% owner after 20 years, in addition to my salary. But I'll run this business. Otherwise, there is a possibility for Maharashtra or for UAE. You have started free trade zones recently. But all over the world, all businesses are today in dire need of succession. So young entrepreneurs, we must see there is always a virtual world of startup. Everybody knows startups are successful 1%, 0.5%. Okay, everybody may not create a unicorn, but are they creating at least a horse? Are they creating at least a donkey? If nothing is being created, their years are going away. And their work passion is getting killed. We as an organization, GMBF, maybe BBNG, maybe NIMA, MCCI and all, we should think, we should have our senior veterans to put together, ask them what is your situation. Can there be amalgamation with a youngster? So my advice will be for coming GmbH after 2 years, you should see that 1,000 people from Maharashtra come here and get a small opportunity here. We have 730 days. We have 730 days. One person a day is good enough. We will work together. I will help you.
Thank you.
We are also conducting an event on 29th of April at Hotel Orchid, Pune. It will be a conference of BBNG. I cordially invite. In my last conference, if you believe, with help of chamber, I have given 20 minutes for GmbF only. Because I know people should go. केल्याने देशाटनं सामर्थ्य आहे चळवळीचे, जो जे करील तयाचे, परंतु तेथे भगवंताचे अधिष्ठान पाहिजे, ते नक्की आहे. बट वन मस्ट हैव मूवमेंट. और आपका पैशन बहुत अच्छा है. यू आर टू गुड टीम. पूरे दुनिया के साथ नेटवर्क कर सकते हो. एक मी मेसेज नक्की देऊ शकतो की उद्यमेनहि सिद्धंती कार्याणि. उद्यमेनहि सिद्धंती कार्याणि. कार्य उद्यमानेच सिद्ध होतात. न मनोरथही. केवळ नुसते स्वप्न बघून होत नाही, शेकचिल्ली होतो त्याचा. उद्यमेनहि सिद्धंती कार्याणि न मनोरथैहि न हि सुप्तस्य सिंहस्य प्रवेशन्ति मुखे मृगः.
क्या बात है.
झोप
You need a good big round of applause.
सोए हुए शेर के मुख में हिरन जाके खुद नहीं सोता है. उसको अपने अपनी शिकार करनी पड़ती है. You have to go out, break your borders, break your boundaries, hunt. You are going to become a good hunter. And if you need any help, Sunil Manjrekar is available at UAE. Meet him. And for your information, he is a non-profit company. Don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, my last question for three associations, ICAI, IBPC RAC, and CEO Club, and IBPC representative here, the IBPC General Secretary and Secretary General. How GmbF and ICAI, IBPC RAC, IBPC Dubai, and CEO Club can work together for the benefit of the society?
You want me to start? You can start, sir. You start. You are on the right side of Sunil.
It's a good question. I just want to borrow some words from my fellow panelists. If you have a passion and if you have the platform, the two P's, that is what is going to make profit. I just want to take back the word profit because nowadays young generation, they are talking about how much money is not, the terminology, how much you have impacted the planet, how much impact you created on the people. That is what is very important rather than making a profit, because if you want to be a sustainable organization, you need to probably look after the planet first, your people second, then comes the profit for the shareholders and all. So with this, there are a lot of collaboration opportunities. We have around 3,000 qualified chartered accountants who are members and our passionate friends. And we do believe that there are around 8,000 Indian chartered accountants in Dubai itself. So it's a very big platform. All are professional. They are passionate. They do think that they can contribute to the society. So we are very glad to be a knowledge partner, if you call it knowledge partner, or any kind of opportunities for collaboration for the common benefit of the Indian community to reach the milestone, we are always ready for that. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sundarji. Mr. Subradev.
Thank you very much, Dr. Saab, for this wonderful question, and that is why we have signed the MOU. That officially we have signed the MOU because it is a virgin market for you and we, because both of us are non-profit organization, we can work together for the betterment of the societies and place, and we look forward to work together for the betterment.
Thank you.
Well, first of all, thank you very much. I'm here because of you, and the collaboration is always there, and I strongly believe that conferences like this and collaboration, partnership, that's how we get better. So you have full support of CEO Club from not only here in UAE, globally, and we are always be with you and,
Thank you.
and
Thank you
supporting.
very
But I
much.
want to make one comment in last. I always say, we learn from past to correct our present for better future. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, coming from being ex-Secretary General of Indian Business Council and Professional Council and having worked across, I think there are great opportunities to collaborate. Just like India has got all the states combined, different religions, different languages, different food habits, all of us combined together to make one India. Similarly, all of us can together combine and collaborate, work together, find common synergies and grounds, and do activities and events that really raises our flag up, and also serve the country that we work in, that is UAE, here together. On this note, I just want to say a couple of words in Hindi, if you don't mind. And I'll just, two words in that. Fatah is victory, Parcham is flag. So just mind that word. So, जब तक तेरे फतह का परचम इस दुनिया में लहराएगा, जब तक तेरे फतह का परचम इस दुनिया में लहराएगा, क्या ज़मीं क्या आसमां ये हिंदुस्तान मिल जाएगा. Thank you. जय महाराष्ट्र, जय हिंद, जय UAE.
Thank you, everybody. We hope to work with you all, organization together, and we will make this world very happy for the business purpose. Thank you very much.
Wow, what an incredible panelist, and the discussions by our moderator, our very own president of GMBF Global. One more time, may we all put our hands together for Dr. Sunil Manjarekar, and all our panelists, our esteemed dignitaries who've really been here with us. Mr. Suresh Kumar, IBPC Dubai. Do the honors. Well, I'm going to please request Vivek sir to allow our lovely family of GMBF Global to kindly be here with us to do the felicitations. They'll allow us, or we can also have our ladies who are here with us backstage. Thank you, Rahul sir. I think we also going to invite our ladies to kindly present the awards. All our better halves of our GMBF Global family. So thank you very much to Mr. Sundar Noorani, ICAI Dubai. Mr. Subrato Mukherjee, IBPC, ROC. Mr. Lalit Gandhi, Maharashtra Chamber of Commerce and Industries. Dr. Tariq Nizami, CEO Club. And Mr. Shripat Kulkarni, BBNJ. Humble thanks to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes, sir. They're already standing there, so please join us. Come. They were waiting for you to announce that. Please come, lovely ladies and gentlemen. A humble thanks to our sponsors. Thank you very much to Hamria Free Zone, our title sponsor. Thank you to Link Middle East and Blue Ocean. This calls for the success. Thank you, Oren, of GMBF Global's MahaBiz 2022. I need to thank each and every one of you sitting here for making our day completely magnificent by your amazing presence. So good luck to all of you. Do remember to join us tomorrow in the morning at 8:30 a.m. So please don't say, why Sunday early morning? It's only one day. And of course, with the insights that we've really captured and received today, it's time for us to explore. Come, the entire team, please come. Thank you very much to Humria Free Zone, Link Middle East, Blue Ocean, Vedas International and Polaris, Semso Tech, Crown Plastic, RK Me, Tata Tech, Naam Valuer, Peshwa Restaurant, ISAS, Beauty Salon, Vacation Crafters, Shining Star Power Equipment and Machinery Trading LLC. Thank you to Shining Star Power Equipment and Machinery Trading LLC. Primitive World Trading LLC, Parmar Computer LLC, and Mahir Trading. Thank you very much. Please be here with us, ladies and gentlemen. Do remember to hashtag MahaBiz 2022. And now for the closing remarks, maybe please put our hands together for Mr. Vivek Kolhatkar. Mr. Vivek Kolhatkar, maybe please welcome you again. So you can join us here on the podium meanwhile. Ladies and gentlemen, look forward to meeting all of you at 8:30 a.m. at the India Club. The venue is the India Club. We look forward to meeting all of you. It's from 8:30 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. post which we'll all move towards the Expo 2020. It's extremely important for all of us to be there. As our dignitaries have already mentioned, let's truly get into the contracts. What are we waiting for? This is the right time. The opportunities are there. Of course, the entrepreneurs are here, companies are here. It's time for us to crack it. Look forward to meeting all of you at 8:30 a.m. Please do mark the venue. The venue is India Club. And there is a special token of love for Dr. Sunil Manjrekar by Sir. It's especially for you, dear sir. My humble thanks to Dr. Sunil Manjrekar and the entire family of GMBF Global for allowing everyone from different continents to come together and, of course, excel in their businesses. Thank you very much, GMBF Global, for MahaBiz 2022. It's been bigger and better and the best. We are open for the photo ops right after we have the closing remarks by Mr. Vivek Kolhatkar, sir. Please feel free to have your photo ops right after the closing remarks. Everyone sitting in the room, do join us on stage and have your photo ops. And do remember to hashtag MahaBiz 2022. For all those who are looking forward to getting your RT-PCR done, well, do remember to go ahead to stall number 17, Real Health, for subsidized RT-PCR.
Just to propose big thank you for everyone. Today whole day we had a deliberations and we have seen the power of networking, right from the big sheikhs to the minister of UAE and a senior minister from India came and he wished us. So sincere thanks to UAE authorities, sincere thanks to our partners. In fact, we have seen the partners of networking. We have seen IBPC, ICAI, IBPC RAG, MACCI, CEO Club, BBNG. Sincere thanks to them. I must on behalf of all of us, I wanted to put on, big thanks to Simran. I want Rahul to propose a small bouquet to her. With the whole day she has done such a wonderful work. Yeah, Simran, we really appreciate the kind of energy, enthusiasm that you have showcased. It's amazing. Thank you, Brijmohan Chaudhary. Thank you, Shweta Inamdar. Yeah, there is a breakfast in India Club. Yeah, of course, there is a breakfast in India Club. Yeah. Maharashtra Mandal Dubai, Jalaj, Sandeep Somavanshi, Piyush Sawant. In fact, Rahul, Sandeep Somavanshi and Jalaj. A small token of bouquet from us. Yeah. Brijmohan. Mahesh, call Mahesh also, na? Sanjay More, Mahesh Savarikar, yeah. Brijmohan ji, Rahul is giving Brijmohan ji. In fact, really we appreciate the kind of efforts that you did. Yeah, येऊ दे ना सगळ्यांना का ठीक आहे सगळ्यांना आधी एक Yeah, Rahul, please felicitate them. Rahul, hi. Really, we appreciate your sincere efforts and the kind of support that you have given. In fact, all of you can take a photo of, please come, join that. I, of course, want to thank, my sincere, from all of us, sincere thanks goes to Swati Kharkar, Jyoti Shukla, Archana Gokhale, Prachi Sawant, Mrs. Dalwai, Rim Dalwai. Whole day they have been behind at the backstage and they have really supported us. Very, very sincere thanks to them. Yeah. And of course, 125 plus business delegates from outside 11 countries. That's a huge success. So, all the business lounge participants, all the mentors, a special thanks goes to Mr. Pradeep Pandey. Mr. Pradeep is here, Rahul. Yeah, we would like to, hi. Continue. Sunila बोलवतो ना मी. अरे, correct. Oren, we want to one bouquet to Mr. Pradeep Pandey. Currently, he helped us with Sajjan Jindal's contact. Of course, for some reasons he couldn't make it. No, for some reasons he couldn't make it. But of course, we really association with Sajjan Jindal ji certainly had been a wonderful thing for us. And Oren Hendricks, I request, please hand over a token of love to Mr. Pradeep Pandey. Thanks all the volunteers, business lounge people, mentors, and all of you. Tomorrow at 8:30, we are going to meet at India Club Crystal Hall. There is going to be a breakfast for everyone, and it's going to be only networking. So you can express whom do you want to meet, what you want to meet. There will be a speaking opportunity, there will be speed networking. So please make sure that 8:30 we start so that by 11 we can finish. And after that, all of you have to go to Expo 2020. So please make it at 8:30 India Club. Brijmohan, please ensure that they come at 8:30. Jalaj and others also, please come at 8:30 India Club. Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. And doctor was to make an announcement. Yeah. You can come here, doctor.
There are two announcements I want to do on behalf of GMBF Global. The first announcement will be, we are very happy to have our brand ambassador, Miss India, Simran Ahuja. So Simran Ahuja will take MahaBiz and GMBF on the world because she is hosting the show worldwide. So we invite Simran Ahuja and tell our team to give her the bouquet and felicitate her. You can. And the beginning of that, the second announcement is GMBF Global. We are going to have our chapter in India and Maharashtra, and Mr. Somuvanshi and his team. They agreed to cooperate for getting the membership and taking the complete responsibility for representing the GMBF activities in India. So we wish them best of luck, and let us have the group photo with our team. Thank you. And whatever the conferences you are organizing in India, in Maharashtra specifically, you invite us. I'll make sure one of our executive board member will be there for your conference. Thank you very much, and let us have the group photo. I invite all GMBF committee members to have the photograph with the new team.
Thank you very much at first. With folded hands, I truly accept this huge honor. It's humongous honor for me to be a part of the GMBF global family. Thank you to Dr. Sunil Manjrekar, Rahul sirs, Vivek sir, and everyone. It is a huge honor. May I please invite my lovely ladies who've been since early morning, 7 a.m. backstage. All our better halves of our beautiful family of GMBF Global. Please, tumhi par ya ho, madam, all the lovely ladies, hamari family of GMBF Global, to please be here with us on stage for a group photo op. So, ma'am, Purna Divas tumi itki mehnat ke liye, please ya ho. Ladies and gentlemen, this is still the beginning of the celebration. To excel in our endeavors and of course think it over, make sure you are all set tomorrow for the speedy networking. The speed networking, which is derived from speed dating. Let us truly believe in cracking deals, making the best of this time that we've really given in, the efforts that we've put in, and the experiences that we've had in our lives. This is the right time for all of us to take action and move ahead. Congratulations to each and every one of you for being a part of MahaBiz 2022, which was bigger, better, and the best, simply because of your presence. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please feel free to join us for high tea and tomorrow for breakfast at 8:30 at the India Club, Dubai.